Welcome to the TFT Tacticians Cup #1 for EMEA for Magic and Mayhem.
True Farm doesn't have the big wins on record. You look at his face in the bottom right-hand corner. He comes from being a player with almost nothing behind him to taking the first ever Tacticians Cup.
Hello, I'm Edward Pham. I'm from France. I used to work in Singapore for 3 years. I was a data engineer, and I started streaming TFT there, and then I decided to come back to France and start streaming full time and play TFT full time. And after 6 months, I finally won a tournament, so I'm very happy about it.
Okay, see what the roll down's like here for Inflame.
Infamous, you know?
Oh,
So my nickname, so it means like devil being, if you want. So I was young at the time, and I was like a little devil. But actually, fun fact, when I was in Singapore, I also played with Singaporeans, and I practiced with Om Domzi. He went to World, so it was really fun also to practice with him. I was training with someone who went to World, yeah, really insane.
Well, technically, nobody's ever won a Tacticians Cup in the EMEA. This will be the first.
That's true.
Si j'entends tout autour de moi, hello Alicia, tout près se jeter sur moi. Basically, a ritual in my stream is viewers get to choose the song list, the playlist. When they use their points on the stream, they can make me sing one of the songs they choose. My singing is really bad, but that's part of the charm, you know. Et quand je donne ma langue chat, je vois les autres.
Hello everyone, welcome back to day #3 here of the Tacticians Cup for EMEA. He needs to set his commas.
Yeah. No, he doesn't need to sell commas.
Oh no, he doesn't, okay.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
that's great.
Nora as well.
Damn.
Actually, my last game, I was like at no spot. Like every spot was contested. I had a lot of gold, so I could still make it work. And then the quest saved my life. To just sell your champions on your board to get to 162, and then you have to level up fast, roll down a bit to get stable, and then try to go level 9. This quest is really broken.
If he wins just a couple of rounds, he can get to 9.
Dinah might be the difference. Oh wait, the trench coats again!
And
The cast is good.
Wait. Rise cast! Oh my god!
Mais un femme a gagné son round. Être un femme remporte ce tournoi, mesdames et messieurs.
C'est fini du coup.
Être un femme a gagné la Tactician Cup #1. Il sera au championnat d'Europe, mesdames et messieurs.
I'm really hoping that we get to see not just like one player doing really well here, but to see the field itself is really strong and really contested with each other. I think that's what we need for the scene to get stronger.
What makes the TFT community special, I think that they are all really kind, all really funny. They really love the game. So, of course, whenever the meta is wrong, they complain a lot, but that's just because they love the game too much. So, thanks for all the support of all my viewers during the last year. Of course, thanks for my family for letting me pursue my passion and my dream of making the stream happen. So, yeah, I think that's about it.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Golden Spatula, the EMEA regional competition for Magic and Mayhem. It's a pleasure to be back here before you to celebrate 32 of our very best players across the region. And by the end of these 3 days, we will have our regional champion for Magic and Mayhem, and we shall know our final 9 who go forward to the Tactician's crown next week to represent EMEA. Now we've got a cavalcade of incredibly talented producers, observers, admins, and commentators bringing you this weekend's event. Let me introduce you to just 2 of them here and now. They both don't talk if they don't know, which means they're here to fill our ears with awesome cheer. To my right, with no introductions needed, a man for whom the world's a stage, commentating TFT from all the way back in Gizmos and Gadgets to right here and now, it's Impetuous Panda.
An absolute honor to be here. As always, incredibly excited for what is going to be great finals.
And to the right of my right, a master strategist and the voice in the room that if he speaks, you listen. Joining us for all 3 days to lend us his insights, it's Alan ZQ. Nice to see you.
Hey everybody, glad to be here. And yeah, gonna be very humble cast. No hate watching today.
Surely.
No, we're all about the love hit today, and Panda, for anyone who's tuning in perhaps for the first time, because of course we haven't had a broadcast covering the Cups this season, just here in the regional finals, could you catch folks up on how we got to this point in the competitive season?
Of course, biggest change really for the set has been the naming change more than anything. This is now the Golden Spatula instead of EMEA Finals, and the Golden Spatula Cups are now just Cups. Other than that, all has been pretty much the exact same as we've seen the last few sets. You could qualify to EMEA Finals either through ladder snapshots if you're an absolute beast and incredibly consistent, either through one of those 3 Cups by obtaining those qualifier points to make it all the way here among those top 14 players, or if you're very lucky and very talented, by winning one of the Cups themselves, 3 winners of course, or winning that Meet at Rift LAN in Poland that Travis was able to win.
Oh, very impressive stuff. So Alan, of course, for our good viewers, we need to know all of the details about how the format of today is going to work. So could you break us down for us, how these 3 days are going to look?
Yeah, absolutely, can't repeat. This is a kind of special one. We have 32 players competing across 3 days. It's kind of unusual because day 1, day 2 players are collecting points across those 2 days, and then we conclude the best 8 players going into day 3. So usually we see a cutoff after day 1, day 2. Here it's gonna be a bit different, and it's gonna be a whole top 8 players leaning towards the last day, and then once this day is done, we'll have 9 total players going into the Tactician crown, where top 4 of them is the highest placed players in the tournament. Then other 4 players are the highest qualifier points gatherers across all the tournaments on the set. And then the final player will be the man with or woman with the best average from the whole 3 days. However, we have already 1 player that is guaranteed a slot at the Tactician crown, and you'll learn about him shortly.
Yeah, let's go and take a look. David, of course, you've got a video for us, so tell us exactly who that player is.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another TFT Esports EMEA recap. I'm Impetuous Panda, and I'm here to guide you through all the action that we saw unfold in the final Tacticians Cup of the Magic and Mayhem season. As the final cup of EMEA's regular season, the stakes, as always, were incredibly high. 128 players from 27 different countries would be competing not just for a cup championship, but also for the last remaining circuit points of the season, which could propel certain players into the top spots of the leaderboard, allowing them to secure a coveted spot in the Golden Spatula tournament at the end of the season. Despite the recent changes in patch 14.20b, the day 1 tournament meta settled into an eerily similar state as we saw in Tacticians Cup number 2, with Fairy dominating the tournament and Rise Flex once again slotting into the top 3 comps. Dragon Shapeshifters locked in the other top 3 spot as expected, and following our forecast comps, a slew of rerolls filled out the rest of the field, with Jinx Wukong reroll, 2 Mage reroll variants, Multi-Striker reroll, Blaster reroll, and the Hybrid Warriors comp covering the top spots of the meta. At the end of day 1, most of EMEA's favorites locked in their top 64 position and moved on to day 2, with Gentlemates like Coco unsurprisingly dominating the competition with a solid 40-point performance across the first 6 games. The Day 2 meta didn't see any radical changes, although some of the comps that had a decent play rate, albeit with a rough AVP showcase on Day 1, such as Arcana Varus, understandably saw their play rate crash on Day 2. Looking at the standings, Day 2 had an absolutely star-studded top 4, with powerhouse players Double61 and Wet Jungler locking in the top 2 spots, followed by veteran French player Lires and Le Coco once again showing off his consistency in the 4th place position. Para also proved his top spot in Day 1 was not a fluke, locking in another top 5 placement. As Day 3 commenced, Polish superstar Kubikson sent a message to his competitors with impressive back-to-back wins. But all it took was one small stumble in his Game 3 for Greek competitor Og to snatch away the #1 spot on the leaderboard and never look back. Veteran Swedish competitor Alex M announced a return to top form with a very solid 2nd place finish, but it was Og who absolutely dominated the field on the final day, finishing with an unbelievable 50-point tally across 7 games, guaranteeing the win with a full game to spare.
He actually won already! No way!
After so many seasons honing his craft, the Beast from the East had finally earned a spot among EMEA's elites, becoming the Tacticians Cup #3 champion. Join us on twitch.tv/teamfighttactics on November 1st at 4 p.m. CET for EMEA's Golden Spatula Cup, and see who will be crowned Magic and Mayhem EMEA champion.
There we go, a little celebration of the last cup and of Org's victory, the 2nd ever Greek winner of a cup, GSC or otherwise, and the most dominant Day 3 in all of EMEA history. As you're saying, Alan, winning with the spare game there. But Panda, can you give us something a little bit more background on Org for some of the folks who may be newer to the scene?
Of course, with no Spanish players in this tournament, Og maybe is my bias to do it all, to win it all, because he's been a beast for a long time. He kind of rose up with Wet Jungler back in set 7, especially set 8, Monsters Attack and Runeterra Reforged. Was an absolute demonic player, Day 3 in pretty much every GSC for I think 8 or 9 tournaments in a row, same as Wet Jungler. Finished 5th in that EMEA finals in set 9, missing Worlds by 1 point, which many people will forget. I think it was Volta that ended up snatching that last position. And all in all, player that has been very, very strong, but then faltered a bit the last 2 sets. Later in the tournament, I'll go into maybe why that's been the case, with some of his prep partners not doing so well or not playing as much. But all in all, I think he's come back in absolute, just really, really good form, very clean on ladder in cups, and coming into this tournament, I think as one of the favorites, and incredibly happy to see him representing us, our region at Worlds as well. I think it's going to be a fantastic player to root for.
And Alan, talk to us a little bit about some of our champions who've already managed to become regional champion before this point. Of course, Kubikson, our reigning Inkborn EMEA champion.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen him put himself on the map pretty much last set. He was performing much longer. However, he did have very, very solid results last set. Some may say, oh, he high-rolled, he had a good set. But he's coming again in this one, putting up very, very good results. Not only on all of the Tacticians Cups, not only on ladder, but also in the Polish TLC. So we want the consistency from those players. And the EMEA level continuously rising. Overall, very, very impressive performance. We see a lot of players rising from the Poland, and the level is pretty high. Maybe we'll catch up finally to the France.
Well, I think an observation you made yesterday when we were doing rehearsal was that, of course, all of our regional champions have been from France, Germany, or Poland. As we take a look at our players playing here today, we can see that we are very likely to be able to continue on that trend, because 70% of our players, our 32 playing here today, are from one of those 3 countries. What does it mean, David, that we've got such a sort of narrow level of dominant players, or where they come from at least?
I think these are just communities and groups and prep groups even that are just preparing really, really well. They're from the very beginning in PBE all the way to the end of the set. They're not really taking their foot off the gas. And as they prep together, they kind of rise up together and elevate each other as players. Especially France has been the case since set 1, but more so recently, I think, with Poland and Germany as well. We have 3 Turkish players. That's kind of the part of the top 4 in countries, and no Spanish players, unfortunately. But all in all, I think there are a few countries and a few players that are single representation, like Horo for the UK, that can also have really good performances this weekend.
All right, so let's get on to our individual player highlights, or at least go further with that idea. I want to start us off here with, somewhat the elephants in the room with the KC cousins. Of course, if you've been around the TFT EMEA scene for any amount of time, you will know their name. Of course, Cambis did pretty well in the last crown. I think it is really progressing, but for Double 61, a player that I certainly was starting to think that maybe his biggest glory days were behind him, finishing second in the previous Tacticians crown. Absolutely amazing stuff. He'll be having great seasons as well. So Double 61, definitely one of my favorites coming into this one. Panda, how about you?
For a few sets, I think Double 61 and Wet Jungler were the two kind of solo S-tier players in our region, but Lekoko has proven and I think has reached that next level as well the last two sets. He's been incredibly consistent pretty much in any form of competition, and he's someone I know Alan's been watching a lot of. I think we can all vouch for him being one of the absolute favorites for this tournament as well. And Volta, no matter what you think of him as a player or his mechanical skill, whatever it is, when it comes to EMEA finals, he somehow always finds a way to make it to that crown event next weekend. He's made it 4 times already. I wouldn't be surprised to see him at the very least making day 3.
You can tell that the player of that caliber he just locks in at the end when it matters. But hey, let's not forget about some debutants, some underdogs that come through, and they put a lot of work. Especially this set that comes from Poland, especially now Kezman and Stinky Abuser. We've seen them not only perform at the top of the ladder, TRCs and the TCs. We've talked to them a bit and how they improve their mental, how they surpass the problem of problematic patches, and they just try to adapt, just pretty much play their best game at that point, and that just shows up. And the practice, Titanic mental, and yeah, you can just go through all the issues.
All right, well, of course, we've got so many players to get through before it started, but one kind of like a sort of side topic I want to bring up here for you particularly, David, is to talk about some of the players who attempted to leave the competitive scene to pursue other ventures, but we've managed to bring them back again one way or another.
Of course, we are talking about Darkest, who announced that maybe they were going to step away from the game momentarily after this set. I did not fall for the bait. I knew, of course, the fake retirement post is always fake in TFT, especially in our region. We saw it from EMEA back in set 8, and that was the case for Darkest. They then realized they were actually qualified to EMEA finals, and they said, hold up, let me delete the tweet. Let me lock into this tournament. If it doesn't go well, maybe Darkest will step away coming into next set. If he suddenly makes the day 3, maybe makes it to Tactician's crown, we could see Darkest competing next set as well and having that newfound motivation to do so. So I'm fingers crossed Darkest as well this tournament.
All right, so Alan, turning our attention, of course, to one of the events which did happen more recently, Meet at Rift. Another player we want to highlight coming into this one, Travis Cap, meow meow to his friends. Of course, winning out at the LAN there. Kind of where do you feel like Travis is coming into regionals?
Yeah, he had a very strong start of the set, prepared a lot because it was preparation initially to the AWC, then it translated into preparation for the Meet at Rift, which he ended up winning. He had an extremely good start of the set. And him guaranteeing himself in the spot in the Golden Spatula pretty much meant that he could take a bit off from playing ladder, from playing the Tactician Cups. And as he much said himself, he took a bit more of the needed break himself. Again, getting such a result early on can be double-edged sword, because on the one side, you can rest a bit, maybe gather some strength. On the other side, the rest of the people are competing, practicing, getting better. And while you are not pretty much not doing anything related to the TFT, you might be falling behind. And now the question is, what kind of player are you? Can you catch up within a week too, or it's gonna be a problem?
Well, I mean, to go from Meet at Rift, of course, we've got other live events coming up for TFT as well. If you're in the Stockholm area and you'd like to get your DreamHack on, we, of course, have got tickets available from November 22nd to November 24th for a €13,000 prize pool. Obviously, we expect to see big things coming out of that one. But of course, it's not the only event going on. Of course, everyone had loved the Vegas Open. Absolutely incredible event. Of course, with so many people, so many incredible people being there. But Macau will be the next one up. We've got a little video to get you guys caught up with all the details for that. It looks like it's going to be absolutely amazing stuff. David, Alan, are you a believer that anyone could become champion?
Of course, that's the whole point of the open format, that dream possibility that even someone that is, not challenger can come in and clutch up. And more importantly than that, if you're on the fence about getting a spectator pass and you have the chance to travel to Macau, definitely do it. Vegas was unforgettable experience. The energy in the crowd, I think it's uncomparable to any other TFT tournament. And if you have a chance, definitely make it over there.
I've had the pleasure of being a part of the most TFT LANs. As well as Vegas, and I'm gonna tell you, it's just a pure pleasure meeting up with all the homies, with all the people you talk to through the internet, and now you get to meet them, talk to them, high five them, party with them. It's a really unique experience. Like, it's just unforgettable. And keep in mind, like for Vegas, like even some grandmasters managed to buy the tickets, and in the Vegas case, like most of the challenges couldn't buy the tickets because they went so fast. And yeah, now we have just a few more spectators left. So yeah, if you want to be a part of that cool experience, hop in.
All right, so let's focus back in on the here and now, though, because fortunately, with one of our players playing here today has been kind enough to give a little bit of his time before the event itself. Lusher will be joining us on the stream in just a second, because of course, we need to know exactly how Lusher and everybody else is feeling coming into this one. So hopefully we'll be here in a second. Of course, Lusher, one of our players coming in from Germany. Looks like Mike. There we go, Lusher. We were teased for a second, but now you are finally here. Wonderful to see you. Of course, see you in so many places around the place as well. But let's get straight into it. How are you feeling coming to the event? How confident are you of having a good result and going to the Tactician's Crown?
Hi. I think I'm quite confident considering what my prep was before the 2 weeks leading up to this and what it is now. So I think I can at least compete, and then we'll see if that's good enough or not. But I think it can happen.
Okay.
So, Lusher, we spoke a bit coming into this tournament. You mentioned your unique situation in this set. You didn't really plan on competing, didn't have the time to. A lot of external stuff was in the way of that. Everything went your way with a snapshot. Suddenly you found that you were in a very good spot to qualify directly through the ladder. Despite having less tournament experience this set, how does that feel coming to finals? Do you feel you're at a disadvantage? Do you feel less pressure considering you didn't expect to be here in the first place? Where's your mental at this weekend?
Well, I don't think I have any pressure because I didn't plan on playing competitive anyways. Mm-hmm. But I think there's a slight gap in a bit of the meta compositions that were used in TC2 and 3 because I wasn't really there for those. Mm-hmm. But since the meta now is different anyways, I think I kind of high-rolled that one. So
it's all high-rolled.
Hey, Lusher, your performance on the ladder was over the roof in this set. What was your secret this time?
I just watched your stream and did the opposite.
Okay, buddy. Noted.
No.
Oh, boy.
I think I was quite good at identifying what the good default lines were. So when you could just force the good strong meta compositions for safe top fours and otherwise just push tempo. And that worked pretty well early in the set, which I played the most. And yeah.
Okay, well, let's kind of bring out the point of view a little bit. Of course, for the German players last time round, we had Solga Sang, head jungler coming in at the Crown. Unfortunately, it didn't go so well for the German players overall. Do you have a sense or a strong opinion on how strong the kind of German contingent for this tournament is?
Well, I think we sent most of our best players, and I think they're all prepared. So yeah, we can win. I'm pretty confident, but I don't think we are the strongest group of players in the field, so we'll have to high roll. But most of us are high rollers anyway, so that should be easy.
Literally and in game as well. Lusher, I wanted to ask you about your improvement this set. Has there been any key skill you think you've developed more than others this set, despite having less playtime, despite obviously not being your maybe main focus all throughout? Has there been anything that you think you've very visibly improved on?
I think I focused a bit more on just like how the game works in general, and especially non-obvious aspects like tempo and lobby strength. Mm-hmm. And I think just focusing on that and then also focusing on what I'm doing wrong in regards to that helped me a lot, even though it's not that big of a gain, but useful nonetheless.
I mean, for this weekend, I think it'll be very useful with a reroll meta. Tempo lobby or lobby tempo will be, I think, very, very important to have an accurate read on it.
It's great to hear how you honed your TFT skills. What about your ping pong skills? Are you ready for the next LAN?
Oh yeah, I'll go to Stockholm. It's quite close to me, right? I live in Oslo, so just a 4-hour train ride, or 5 hours.
I'll see you there.
Yeah, that's going to be nice. I hope there will be another table there to play.
So I'll be there as well, Lester, don't worry.
Yeah.
I've practiced. This time I won't be as...
Maybe we have competition this time. That's good.
Yeah, we were unprepared for you last time.
All right, before this gets too out of hand, you get a little taste of what the kind of rivalries will arrive here. But Lush, before we let you go to, of course, do your final prep, any last shout-outs you'd like to make before we send you off?
Well, I would like to shout out my study group, and especially Leah and Desik. They helped me a lot in preparing and like getting everything online. But also the other guys like Raptor, KP, and Orc, I think were a big help. And yeah, I think we're good to go. So let's just win this and then see each other at Worlds.
All right. It's a straightforward plan. Let's see how it goes. Thank you so much, Lusher, for giving us your time at a very important point just before the tournament begins. Gentlemen, to say goodbye to Lusher, let's turn our eyes towards the patch itself. Well, I don't know, maybe Lusher will come and join us for this one in the end. But let's talk about the big picture here for 14.21. Of course, we've already kind of touched on it briefly as you did in an interview there, David. But big picture here, we're talking about the difference between the rerolls and the forecasts. Where do you guys feel like the meta is right now? What's most front of mind for our players?
I think definitely rerolls, especially some specific variations of rerolls where you have things like the Tutanki with Honeymancy, definitely some augments and artifacts that can elevate rerolls into a very scary place. Although Warwick with Scepter is no longer one of those things. In terms of forecast, Alan, I think Rise is definitely the most viable and with many variations as well. But the rest of the field, do you think players are going to be, leaning towards forecast, toward Callista maybe?
Oh, I could be going on this one for hours and hours, but okay, let's try to keep it straight. In terms of forecast, it's very conditional. From pretty much viable lines that can just go level 8 without like significant lead into the lobby, without some very good opener, is just pretty much Callista. Other lines, like for example Rise, is a +1 conditional or like specific arguments requirement. However, we have also like Living Forge, certain comps, like you mentioned, it can elevate the rerolls to the certain spot, but that also means the certain forecast. Like we have Gwen, Fiora, they use the artifacts extremely well. Like we know this trench coat combinations, we know this Mana Zane Zonia combinations from the Gwen. All of those things can push those comps from being unviable because they just don't have enough tempo and they die out to being actually competitive in that environment.
Well, let's start narrowing in on one aspect of the play. Of course, the set mechanic being charms. David, in terms of which charms are you most focused on coming into today?
Well, as a degenerate Talon reroll, one trick all the way back in set 6, without assassins being in this set any longer, I think the assassin charm is one that I love, mostly because if you're not scouting and someone picks this and suddenly your backline unit gets blown up, you feel very bad. So it's really a check on how locked in players are, how much they're scouting on these pivotal rounds in stage 4 and stage 5.
That's a great point. In terms of my favorite ones, I think I like Minor Gambit the most, because the moment where you see this guy having 4 win streak, picking Minor Gambit, he's already waiting to make 20 when he wins, and he suddenly loses, his mental is whole gone. Like, it's over. You didn't get gold, you are not making econ. Like, how to recover? The whole day is boom.
Well, we've also got as well the Zerath charms we've got on screen right now. Of course, we can see some of these very expensive and very high impact. Alan, again, do you think these are going to be a big part of today?
Oh, absolutely. Ironic Zerath early, so you are able to see those powerful Zerath charms is so strong. We can see that on the screen with Lalana with the Chariot in Shop charm. He did a really smart play during one of the cups where he just locked the Chariot charm once he had enough gold where he could have taken advantage of the charm, which allowed him to push level up or roll down bigger amount of the gold to try to hit. Again, great econ charm, but hey, if you don't hit, it doesn't matter. Like unfortunately.
All right, so just before, of course, with the first game going, just want to see, David, from your side of things, any other charms you want to bring into the forefront of mind coming into game one?
For the viewer experience, I think polymorph is always interesting, especially when you mix in things like Build-A-Bot into polymorph in stage 3. You know, there's some interesting combos that can get out of hand very quickly if you high roll.
I have to highlight. Sorry to interrupt you, Canfit. I'm really curious if we're gonna see the famous French bench, which is Pandora bench, Silver Argument. They are known for hitting 3-star forecasts left and right. So curious if we're gonna see one of those. Perhaps into earlier mentioned by Panda, major polymorph, some 5 cost. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, you do need those high rolls if you're going to get to the Tactician's crown. No matter how good you are, there's going to be that element of chance. But fortunately, if you're watching us here today and you've got any preferences in terms of who you'd like to see broadcasting here today, we have got you very much sorted out when it comes to our co-streamers. So if you do check the score sheet, then you'll be able to see links to all of our co-streamers which will be covering today's Golden Spatula, so you can enjoy today's event in the language of your choice. Of course, tons of incredible co-streamers to choose from, so please do play around and check who you like the best from there. But again, I think you'll have a very, very good experience whoever you choose. So now, it's almost time to begin. 32 players, 3 days of competition. When the Golden Spatula is done, we will have EMEA's 9 best and brightest locked in to compete at the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown next week. But only one of them will be our regional champion. With our first game almost ready to begin, let me introduce you to our casters for these crucial opening games of the tournament. Firstly, one of the rocks that EMEA TFT Broadcasting has been built upon, Denmark's own Wita. And joining him, making her return to TFT Broadcasting, you know her from the LEC, you know her from the LPL, it's Trouble Inc.
Wow, I wasn't expecting that introduction. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, Counterfeit. Welcome, everyone. We're just about to launch the first game of the weekend that we will finally crown the EMEA champion of this particular cup. I have with me Wita. Thank you so much for joining me. How are you feeling after this incredible introduction from Counterfeit?
I mean, yeah, I have to perspective, right? It's been a wild ride for 4 years. I've been doing this thing now, right? I've been crowning
the rock of EMEA, man.
Yeah,
the rock.
The rock. I mean, I have too much hair to be the rock, right? I think that's kind of a.
I was about to say you're gonna mention the turtleneck and the chain, you know.
Yeah, I don't have a turtleneck on today, right? Actually, I could just pull one out of the closet, but no, I think that we should pull out some great games out of the closet here, Trouble, because I am super excited to see what these players have been cooking up. We know there are kind of a little bit of differentiation in terms of what different practice groups have been doing, right? We've had a practice group that has been very big on hiding strats. People have been streaming scrims on the side as well. There are so many things that I'm just excited to see what people have been cooking up over the last few weeks.
Yeah, we'll talk about later about people who have been hiding scrims, as you mentioned, and not streaming anything. But also, I feel like the biggest part of why this is so hype is because we had the Lusha interview earlier on, and he pretty much said, hey, thank you to my study group. And there's so many players that have study groups, and they study together, and they learn the game together. Ultimately, only one person can win the entire cup. Only one can be the champion, right? However, he said at the very end, let's all get our points and all qualify to the Tactician's crown to compete internationally. And I feel like this is a thing that you don't necessarily see, especially in competitive games that are solo driven.
No, not really, right? And I think that's a big thing, right? I have a huge background in card games, right? Where it's very often you win a tournament, that's kind of your entry in, or you get over the course of a points total. So it's very common to see those practice groups kind of come together. But when you have as many people from this practice group at the same event, that's kind of where things get a little bit murky, because you're all kind of on the same strats. You all kind of have expectations for where other people will go in these lobbies, and that could be a great information advantage, but can also end up being a hindrance. So kind of excited to see how these different players are going to be looking out, how people are going to approach this, because we've seen in the past as well with the KC Cousins, right, Trouble? That is a story as old as time when it comes to people contesting the same lines. We saw it in Vegas. We've seen it at every single EMEA Cup. It feels like for the last 4 years, these two players play very similar strategies. So I'm kind of excited to see how this will overlap.
Well, talking about the Casey cousins, unfortunately, we're not going to have any of them in our first lobby. However, there's going to be a lot of French representation. Who do you have your eye on for the first lobby, Vita?
I mean, we have two of the players here from Hyros, right? Lucia and Elia, the two of the players that were talking about being in that practice group, and two players that I speak to every now and again as well. And Elia, a player that has played a lot of Rise this year, right? Has 13 games of Rise across every single cup. Opale has played nothing but Callista, and I think that's interesting as well. And also Clemu has been playing a ton of Varus lines, but the issue is, well, as you know, right, Varus right now is not in the best spot.
Honestly, if you high roll, maybe it's worth going towards the Arcana. You've got some emblems right there. We'll talk about the emblems later on, how easy it is to pretty much fixture your whole line from the very get-go. I feel like he's always been my bias when it comes to TFT, the Mr. Excel sheets himself, Solo Gizang, the guy who has been known for sort of not necessarily performing when the time is right, but also being one of the highest ladder warriors, always teaching people how to play lines at the very beginning of every set, has a very good grasp of what's good and what's not. And I feel like this is the time for Solo Gizang to step it up, especially when you've got another two German representatives in the exact same lobby as well, who are not necessarily in your study group.
No, and especially with Solo as well, until previous set, he had the very unfortunate kind of record of being the player with the most final lobbies without ever making it to a Tactician's crown or World Championship in the past, right? And I think that's a very big thing here. But also now we're going to be going in here and kind of see the split decisions being made right now. We have Prismatic Prelude, we have Gold Opener. These are probably the two most popular choices in this lobby in terms of standard power, because Champion Delivery trouble, it can be a little bit of a problematic situation at times.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody might high roll and get the champion that they actually need to finish up their composition. It is going to be... They literally just got one guide by Opal right there. It is going to be champion delivery. So you're going to be having a random champion on your bench every single stage that will get higher in terms of its cost as the game goes on, as the stages go on. Now, of course, having this in mind, do you think that a lot of people might actually change the strategy? Because we've seen things like Scholar lines, Portal lines, potentially Shapeshifter lines gravitate towards that to get that lucky 5 cost that you need to finish up your comp.
Yeah, I think that it's a lot more common with the conference, right, where you have the tailored unit coming through to just alter their lines. I think for a lot of people, it's a very high roll situation because of the fact twice per stage you can get those injunctions. Sometimes you'll be playing a Scholar comp, you get a Rise, you get a Taric or something, and meanwhile your opponent just gets, I don't know, a Fiora while they're playing.
A Varus. Oh, God.
Oh, a Varus, right, yeah. There are just some random units that you can't necessarily make great use of, but also because of the fact that they can create some inconsistencies in the tempo spiking here. And speaking of potential tempo spikes here, right, looking at Elia's bench right now, 2 pairs of those multi-strikers, very clear direction, potentially being unoffered trouble. And that's something we've been speaking about a lot as well. Having clear direction from 2-1 is super important on this patch.
Now, one thing that makes it very important, right, is because you have a very clear line of what you want to play, but it also indicates to the opponents in that particular lobby what line you're going for. The whole me Ari / Defen, me Jinx Wukong / Defen doesn't necessarily work here, because if you do hit an augment that is specifically tailored to your line, that initially makes your line so much stronger when you're re-rolling it. Now, of course, having silver augments as the first choices right here, the only thing that you can hit that will give you some sort of direction is if you get the random emblem potentially.
Yeah, branching out is definitely an interesting one to kind of work towards. We can see Enzo now going towards the Pandora's items, which is a really, really good augment in terms of the clear direction. We see Sol Gasang as well with one of the augments here, giving him a support item further down the road. Clemu also on keepers, a lot of either clear combat power or really backloaded power coming through further down the road.
I feel like 2 players have already made their intentions a little bit clear. Looking at Clemo, we've got the keepers right there. This is traditionally, if you know from previous sets, any duelists, multi-strikers, anything that's super squishy, loves to auto-attack, really, really does love those combat augments that give them a little bit more survivability. The more you survive, the more auto-attacks you get to put in. So I feel like Clemo might even be going towards something like the multi-striker line. And Elia also with the featherweight, you can very clearly see that he wants to reroll a line that is a 1-2 cost. And right now, seeing as you have a Poppy, a Lilia, and a Zoe on that board, Leah is going most likely for that Ari / Zoe. that plagued the entirety of solo ranked on EU West at the very beginning of the set, if you will.
Yeah, and the big thing to note here as well is that I spoke to Leah a little while ago. I think that I practically landed on that comp being one of the best comps in the set, if not the best one at the moment, right? And I think that's pretty clear indications the fact that you get to start off on a line that you're super comfortable with. These first 2 games, these are the first 2 games out of 12, but we both noticed, right, from competitive backgrounds, the fact that yes, you might have like a long season ahead of you, like a long event with like a lot of points all coming through, but starting off on a high note just does such a massive wonder on your mental. So super excited to see whether or not it actually is going to work out for Aaliyah here, because again, it's a comp, if it reaches the ceiling, it is going to be absolutely amazing.
Oh, and as we mentioned for Clemu, you see instantly he's got that Jax too, he's got that Kassadin, Hecarim even on his board, paired Kassadin on the bench as well. This is a very clear multi-striker line. Now, of course, this is a very multifaceted sort of trait, if you will. There's so many different iterations of multi-striker you can play for. Back when Hecarim was one of the strongest units in the multi-striker line, it was also very heavily contested, right? A lot of Kallistas around that needed the Hecarim. You had the Varus Arcana line that needed the Hecarim. Right now, you don't necessarily see that unit that much contested, and with a lot of other 3-star lines also being taken out of the pool, it sort of makes that Hecarim / Kassadin reroll a little bit easier to make.
Yeah, absolutely. Another thing to also kind of keep in mind here, looking at the benches, right? The Reforges being a very common commodity right now means that even though Clemu might be angling towards playing something like the Kassadin reroll here, he will not have to give up his Hecarim at any point throughout the game. We'll just use one of those Reforges. He gets 1 per stage if we don't have one on the bench. Very nice little resource that has been incredibly nice to have pumped into the game so far.
Absolutely. That was actually a great implementation, and I'm glad you actually mentioned it, because that is something that a lot of people who don't necessarily read all the patch notes don't know yet. So yeah, for everyone who is wondering, as Wita said, at every single neutrals pack, if you do not have a magnetic remover in your bench, you're going to get one for sure. So you can ping pong basically all of your items around and try to get the strongest board possible. Now, of course, right here, we do have the 3 multi-striker board with Keepers for Clemu. Extremely strong, especially when you've got a Hecarim with a Bloodthirster Slanta belt as well for a little bit more dominance in the early game. He's got that 3-win streak.
Just kind of looking again the overview of the lobby here. Travis with that Wukong already holding on to the Hunters here could be a clear indication of him wanting to go down this Jinx line, right? And I think that's a comp that also kind of has been like a little bit of a interesting kind of talking point all throughout the most recent few weeks, right? Because then like we got all the nerfs to all the Hunter trade and like Endless Hunt and all these augments, and then all of a sudden we get a compensation buff for Jinx, even with all the nerfs. That had to be removed, right? So it's a comp that even though it has taken quite a few hits in recent times, it is still very, very powerful.
Absolutely, and talking about powerful comps, right here, Clemu, that BF sword was on a 1 cost, and ain't nobody want to touch a 1 cost, especially when you're around 2-4. You're usually about that point where you're either at still level 4, you don't want to level up, you grab a 2 cost or a 3 cost from the carousel, and you try to make that 20 gold, or you grab that one item that you really need to start snowballing. Of course, that BF sword was on a 1 cost, very luckily for Clemu. Doesn't get to make that gold, but he gets to at least try to keep that streak alive by slamming that Sterak's onto the Hecarim. Again, that 3 cost is still very potent, still very strong, especially on stage 2. And I feel like I haven't seen necessarily a single board that can take down Clemu. So it looks like a 5 streak for me right now.
Yeah, also a lot of gold invested into this board here, right? With a free cost, you're pointing out, with like 2 free costs. Like, so he has to kind of maintain this win streak for as long as possible, or he's going to pay for all that interest he hasn't been making all throughout stage 2.
Ooh, I wonder, do you roll here? You do have a Kali paired, Hecarim paired. Now, of course, this is dependent on how strong the rest of the lobby is, and from what we have seen so far, it doesn't necessarily seem like the lobby is super strong, but you do have Enzo, who's also on a 4-win streak with 41 gold to his name. Not only is he winning, but he's also extremely rich going towards this first neutral round, and we'll see if they're going to end up meeting each other. It's not going to be the case, so at least for Clemu, it looks like a pretty easy win streak here.
Yeah, going into Elia's board here, right? Also making the Godbreaker, right? An item that kind of goes up in value when you have people on Keepers in the lobby, getting that extra damage on top of those shields on the enemy team is a Very strong item here. Also, in my opinion, one of the most slept on items in the game. I've been talking about this item pretty much all throughout the set. At the start of the set, I was a very big proponent of it. It was so strong with all of the portal stacking, with all the rise comps going around. It was a great item to work with in a strong tempo.
Sorry,
here,
is your name Riri Replay by any chance?
No.
Okay, because Riri Replay was a huge fan of Guardbreaker a couple of sets ago. He actually researched every single item and their win rate and how used it is. And Guardbreaker was the least used item back then with the highest win rate. So when he did go to the, well, what we call now Tactician's Crown, but basically the International as a world championship, he slammed double Guardbreaker. And yeah, he actually did really, really well in that tournament. That's why Asha was like, hey, just in case, you're also a big fan of Guardbreaker.
Yeah, but it's a great tempo item. And I think that's something that a lot of people also kind of seem to steal on, because at times, in terms of like, regardless of which items are kind of meta in the game, it kills a lot of really awkward components for a couple of compositions as well here. But this 3-1 roll down trouble will be very interesting here, because EMEA and Enzo are both kind of looking for the same units as we speak.
This one does not look good. You usually want to roll down to 30, trying to hit that Ari 2 to try and transition the items over. Just about hits that Ari 2. Has to go a little bit too deep when it comes to the gold pool right here, but he is going to hit his major units. Now, of course, no Lilia 2 is going to hurt. Primarily how this Ari comp is run is you want to use your Arcana onto that Ari, which means you gain more AP the more 3-star units you have. And usually those 3-star units would be either Zoe, Hoppy, Lilia, and of course your Ari. So far, because it is very heavily contested, even though many 1-cost units in the pool, it doesn't seem to be that easy to get that 3-star line.
No, and also a very big fight here as well for the overall economy of the lobby right now. These slams here, the Cillian ability could come through with the stun, but no, this Ari will reign supreme for Enzo on level 4 here. Had to kill his economy. Now we'll be able to maintain the streak here. Had he lost that to Clemu with that middle lane roll down trouble, that could have been a big issue for him.
Absolutely. You saw Clemu also. He kind of looked a little bit frustrated with that. I mean, how can you not be the second you hit Ari 2? His items are incredible as well. The Gunblade for the healing, the extra AP coming through that death cap, as well as the blue buff. This is pretty much very close to Biss Ari, and he's hitting a lot of that 2-star frontline as well. So Clemu, as you mentioned, has pretty much sacrificed a lot of that gold to try and snowball those multi-strikers, and that's exactly what you want. These kind of lines really do spike through that stage 3, and if you don't snowball that stage 3 with Hecarim, with that Cassadin 2, it becomes a little bit strange later on stage 4, when a lot of those reroll lines have actually landed the 3 stars.
Yeah, and really interesting as well to kind of keep in mind, we saw Solo hit a freeze right there, going to level 6 on top of that, so... And a line I also wasn't expecting to see a lot of, but could be an opening potentially this week, was going to be this Blaster Vanguard line with the way in the backline here. But it's, generally speaking, I think it's a lot better when you have multiple people going for those free cost rerolls, because you kind of just need to hit this and then start pushing up afterwards. But it's going to be interesting to see whether or not it's going to be able to keep up with some of the more powerful compositions that kind of have made their way into the lobby now.
Joke's on you. Ari is superior to everything. Apparently right here. Very good stuff from Enzo. Again, he had to dig really deep into that gold pool, and a lot of the times you do not even need to 3-star your Ari. As long as you've got a bunch of really strong units in the front to tank for Ari, so you can give time for her to ramp up with her Foxfires, you can actually move that line onto a 6 Bastion really quickly and just make a very, very durable front line and allow Ari, even as a 2-star, to sort of marinate in the background with the Foxfires. However, you will need a couple of 3-star units to just get that Arcana power through.
I mean, I was just looking at that Conjure emblem for a long time, just like imagine if you had Arcana or Bastion, right? You know,
oh my god.
That would have been absolutely incredible, but no, we're not going to go down that route. We see that Solgasang has played a more tempo-oriented version of the Soraka free here. And with these items, also pretty clear that it probably won't end up being the primary carry of the composition here, holding on to Vex and Veigar. And it's kind of like the dichotomy of the mage lines at the moment, right? Trouble, you're talking about this with me yesterday as well, but the fact of like, you have so many different ways of kind of approaching the mage lines. So you have the Soraka Seraphine line, and you have the Vex Veigar line as well.
Yeah, you even have a third version right there, because I feel like Solgasang is doing the third version where if you're gonna hit either one Soraka or Seraphine 3, you just stick on that and you don't necessarily re-roll the other one unless you've hit a lot of Blitzcranks. So you can do the Soraka Seraphine with Vanguard frontline, Soraka Seraphine with Vex frontline. That's if you don't hit a lot of Blitzcranks, another one cost, and then you of course have the Vex Vega that you've also mentioned. I feel like right here, because Sologezang did not necessarily hit a lot of those Vanguard one costs in the frontline, he's securing his Soraka 3, which is more than good enough to carry him through that stage 3, and over in stage 4, he's going to be rerolling then for that Veigar and Vex to complete that composition.
Yeah, Trujillo now having a pretty important role down here on level 7, trying to get some upgrades to this front line. Also, most importantly, trying to get an upgrade to this way in the back line. Just upgrade this damage output. A very big lack right now as well, a lack of frontline items. Draenei's Omen has come through, and with a pretty big investment here, we're still not on Mordekaiser 2, we're not on Way 2. Like, we are lacking so much frontline even with that Bard 2, at least being an upgrade to the backline.
Luckily, you do have at least one of those dummies in the front line, but Wei being a 1-star right there is just not quite going to be enough. And we've seen a lot of iterations of the Wei line as well. You've seen the Blaster iteration, and we've also seen the iteration, of course, where Bard is your secondary carry. Of course, if you do hit a lot of AD items, you do have to go the Ezreal / Wei line right here. But I feel like Etre is in a pretty good spot to try and just go for that Wei plus Scholar. He does have the 2-star Bard. It really does hurt how he's rolling down to try and get some upgrades. There you go, the double Wei shop. That's huge.
It's absolutely big here as well. Etre is also a player that some people kind of have some question marks going into this event with, because he won the first Tacticians Cup of the set, which, generally speaking, can kind of be a... Like, it obviously is a huge thing. You win a cup and it's a big thing, but he's also a player that hasn't had a ton of competitive success before or really after either, right? He's a player that's kind of been coming into the mix since the start of last year, probably, I would say. Kind of been working himself as a player, and I think this is a big kind of indicator of where we can expect to see him in the future if he's able to mix it with the best here for this weekend.
Absolutely, pivotal importance. Love that you mentioned the storylines of the players as well, and see what their competitive background looks like. And, you know, depending on how many expectations you come into the game with, sometimes it frees a lot of that burden that you carried to perform. I think we heard it from Lusha earlier on in the pre-show as well, when he was having his interviews, like, hey, I'm coming into this one with not a lot of expectations. There is not much pressure. I wasn't even planning on competing, so whatever place I get, that's good enough for me, no pressure. And we've seen this throughout a lot of esports. The less expectation, the less burden of execution there is on your back, the better you do perform. So let's see how that works out for our players. Now, of course, lovely that we're seeing Enzo's line here as well, because we mentioned how important it is to hit a lot of his 3-star units to get that Arcana rolling, and he seems to be very close. Oh, that gold! That's a lot of rolling.
Medical coming through trouble. That could be an issue for the rest of the lobby here, depending. But now, again, we're going to see more of these 4-stars. 4-cast, sorry, even coming through here. 4-stars not quite on the menu just yet. They could be on the menu at some point this weekend, though. We gotta keep an eye out for that as well.
Oh, he had to level to that level 6 here to try and keep that Nunu. He's 1 off of 3-star Nunu as well. 2 off Ahri, 1 off Nunu. A couple off of that Lily, but he's going to give up on the Lily and go for the Poppy instead.
Yeah, and there it is, the instant reward here coming through as well. Looking for the last copy of Ahri's been talking about before. Elia also on that line, so kind of just eating into that pack of units right now. But we can see here on the side of Clemu has gone down some of the lines here, has that answer heal on the Callisto with the shred from the Obsidian from the Cleaver here, right? So a lot of really strong boards kind of starting to come together here.
And as we mentioned, multi-strikers, especially when you do have a Hecarim and a Kalista with the Shred and the anti-heal, as you mentioned, is going to be a very, very strong line, and you want to be pretty much snowballing stage 3. But as we mentioned in stage number 4, especially all those reroll compositions, you're looking for that neutrals before stage 4 to roll it the heck down and hit all your 3-stars, and that's exactly what's happening. So right here, Clemu might have a little bit of an issue unless he hits towards that Hecarim 3. Again, 1 off Ahri 3 for Enzo.
And we see here Lusha going in towards one of the other Scholar lines here, with the Rise being the centered part of the carry setup here, right? But struggling to find that Ahri, like he's just struggling to find any 2-star upgrades on this board besides that Hecarim. And that is going to be a huge issue as well here. Got to figure out which items do you actually want to put onto this Rise right now. It's a lot of thinking going on here, and also a lot of components and items are kind of stuck here on the board as well. This is going to be a very busy turn.
There you go. Chooses a Giant Slayer to be his Radiant item. And oh, that's Zephyr coming in clutch from Etre, taking the Rise up in the air. Again, Rise is one of those units where you really need that stacking AP. So when he does cast, he does prove to be very, very useful in this fight. However, if you do not have Archangels or Death Cap, it becomes a little bit of a Mosquito build, I want to say. I kind of used it from the Jhin build over in League of Legends. That's how Rise feels as well. He doesn't have like a heavy AP item on him.
Yeah, so we're kind of trying to make up with this with a very heavy frequency of casts here, right? With a combination of the Mana Stain as well as the Nashor's Tooth here. And also an interesting thing with going for the Demon Slayer as the Radiant upgrade here coming through is the fact that we're seeing so much reroll in the lobby, meaning that the HP totals, they will be much, much higher than they are in a normal lobby, right? So you might get even more value out of that upgrade compared to something like an Archangel, which probably would still be much preferred, and just in terms of like general power level here. But a nice little kind of way of kind of just stabilizing, kind of like looking at how I'm going to adapt to the lobby.
Absolutely, and we talked earlier on about a lot of the reroll competitions that we're going to be seeing, and we've seen a bunch of them, but we do see the odd Rise with the Scholar right here, especially since Lucia did get the emblem as well from his second augment, but also the Callista line coming through, having that Fishbones and the Radiant Rageblade. Is going to be a lot of damage coming through that Callista. However, we've seen that both our 4-cost players right here, Lucia and Opal, they've been stuck on so many pairs on their 4-costs.
Yeah, and a big reason why, right, you're looking at Clemul looking on to holding on to those Callistas as well here, going down that like pure multi-striker line, kind of in the same vein as the one Opal is going for here. And again, it's a big thing to note here as well, is the fact that Opal has kind of been playing these Callista Ferial-centric lines all throughout the set, so he's very, very familiar with every inch and cranny of these kind of ways of getting the most out of the Callista units.
Now, Lucia has Young Walden free, and he has picked that Spatula first. We could potentially be seeing something like a Portal +1, or potentially even a Scholar +1, if he does have... I'm bugging right now in my head, but the one basically that turns everything from a spatula to a frying pan to try and go for that Scholar. Because reminder, he is on that line, he is playing the Rise. 6 Scholar is where that line really does shine. He does have the Scholar +1. Now, if you do have 2, you don't necessarily have to rely on getting to that level 9 and trying to hit that Milio.
But also just making a Portal +1 once you get to level 9 will give you a lot of really interesting kind of positions to work through. But also, speaking of interesting positions, Trouble, we haven't spoken about Travis's spot at all this game, because he's going in towards that shifted to reroll line with the Cassiopeia being the front and center carry for now.
Let's see. We have a very slight pause right here. We'll be back with you very shortly. When we do know what's happening, we'll let you guys know. Don't worry about it. Now, so far, so good. We have had a few lines that have showed up, and we are resuming right here to see what our players will be grabbing from the carousel. There is a prize right there as well. But of course, a lot of the players are going for what will complete their items instead. Again, very surprisingly here, Wita Clemo has stayed on the top when it comes to that HP bar, even though his win streak has been broken twice by that Ari reroll.
Yeah, but even just like playing this aggressively here can be an absolutely massive bonus, right? Looking at this now, Opal picking up the Rise from that from the champion delivery here. Can just hold on to that for a while, just be a little bit of a nuisance to the rest of the lobby trying to hit that unit here. Getting that Recon 2 upgrade though for the front line here is going to be a massive boost, just buy so much time for this Callista.
Opal also holding the Rise, stopping anyone else, taking it out the pool. Very, very important. Every single seeding matters right here, and we see that there is a flex player on the other side. 2 Blighting Jewels onto that Karma. You really need to be hitting those 3 stars when you are going for that line. Let's see how that one goes.
Yeah, an interesting thing to note here as well, right? This is Clemu's spot that has been turned into a what the forts position.
Hold up, I just realized.
Just going in there, right? Like we're kind of operating a little bit on a little bit of delay here. It seems like in our it's the first game of the day, Trouble. I feel like we're excused, right? There's so many interesting things going on in this lobby right now. But as you are talking about hitting those 2-stars when you are playing those Karma, Fiora, Gwen lines is super critical because you need to have those upgrades to make great use of those additional items here. Something that we heard David, I believe, talk about at the top of the pre-show, right? The fact that these What the Forge compositions, they can be incredibly powerful, but they really do need to hit those nice little boosts to really start contesting for the rest of the lobby.
I feel like Clemu is at a fantastic spot, especially because I saw he was an 80 gold, level 8. He's going towards that fast 9, especially when you're playing those Karma Warriors flex boards. You definitely want to be going towards that level 9. This is where you spike, getting all those 5-cost units in. He had 2 Camilles on the board, on the bench as well. So this is about to Giga Spike, a pretty good item so far. And he's going to get even more coming through the next PvE round.
Yeah, and also interesting position here coming through on the likes of Travis. We're talking about this spot very briefly on the carousel here. Has a lot of those 3-star upgrades from the shapes to the front line, but that Cassiopeia in the backline not able to dish out enough damage right now, even with that upgrade and with the Rage Blade coming through. But something to keep an eye out for here. Elia and Travis both kind of racing to the bottom right now as we are speaking here. 4-7, the last bit of economy, last bit of item components coming through for those players potentially. Here we do see Solo finally hitting the Seraphine free.
Let's see on the other side for Solo Gazang, level 8, 70 gold. Again, a reminder, you don't necessarily have to reroll the mages. You can use them for tempos. Gonna get a second Vex 2 on the bench as well. Only 3 off of that 3-star for that front line. So far, 7 mages in, double Nora, 1 on bench. Let's see if he's gonna be the lucky one. It's not going to be the case. He's gonna spawn the Camille, but he's very healthy, has pretty good economy, straight into that level 9.
Yeah, now can start moving around these items to get the correct ones and the ones he wants to prioritize for the carry. Here it goes towards the line as you're talking about. Trying to find those last few upgrades here. Now into a big one. Nora to an even bigger one as well here now. She does so much damage and been doing that all throughout this set as well. A unit that really needs to keep an eye out for. Meanwhile, Elia's spot here. We're going on towards that Seraph 2 trouble.
Wow, absolutely insane. You do have the Seraphs as well, which means that when he does actually cast, it does have a pretty big mana bar. When he does cast, it's going to be super impactful. Let's see if that Shapeshifter frontline from Travis can actually handle that. Now, of course, one extra perk that you get with Seraph is that he doesn't necessarily focus the frontline. He focuses champions that are closest to him. So if he does manage to snipe the Cassiopeia here, it's going to be really close. Seraph diff.
But this is a big fight as well for the overall scope of the lobby here. For Ilya, this could be the difference between a 7th and an 8th if this board isn't stable enough to kind of match with the lobby. But a lot of 5-cost upgrades there. Morgana as well as Emilio being very critical. Meanwhile, we see Clemu's spot, as we've been talking about, has been a very interesting one to kind of follow now. Has found those 2-star upgrades right now. Can reforge around these not so useful artifacts. Picks up a mittens and underneath the spare for his troubles.
Wow, actually, I'm very surprised right here. Clemo really, really needed the upgrades, and even though he had 80 gold, he ended up re-rolling on level 8 to try and hit that Fiora, Karma, and the Gwen, of course, to play the Warriors flex line of Karma. Now, again, if you do stay level 8 with this composition, it is quite not as strong, especially stage 5 onwards.
You can see like the more traditional, more stable line here without having to go through the hoops and bounds of the mage line from Solo Gazang. Just reigning superior. Ilya taking another win. Travis the same thing. So even though Clemu had a strong tempo opener, he could end up bleeding out all the way to an 8th place here. Absolutely horrible situation to be in.
Gets the execute charm as well. Let's see if this is going to be helpful enough. And as you can see, we saw earlier he did get a spat, but this is just right now sitting unfortunately on the bench. So that is a -1 in terms of a component. Let's see if he's going to be able to survive the next one. He is on the last life, so let's see who he's going to be facing. Is going to be either one of the bottom 3 or the HP leader himself. It is actually going to be Travis's comp with the Shapeshifter plus the encounters in the backline.
Very important fight. This is straight up the battle for 8th place in the lobby right now. The execute charm kind of doing a lot of work here, but that Cassiopeia is not getting touched in the backline at all here, Trouble. Even though the Karma is just dishing out as much damage as possible, it's looking like it's not going to be enough here. Clemula Hakra on his way from a dominating start to an 8th place in the first lobby.
Such an unfortunate switch all the way from that Hecarim multi-striker line into Silverveil, into hitting the What the Forge, and then pivoting towards more of a flex line with the Karma. Unfortunately, this is very strong if played from a very, very strong, super high win streak, high gold streak situation. Wasn't quite the case for Clemu. And of course, the Charm, we've talked about how important the Charms are, especially after stage 5. 200 HP execute is no good enough, especially when you're playing against shapeshifters that have been 3-star and they've got items on them. They've got about 5,000 HP. It takes a lot for things like Karma to trickle down those HP bars. Unfortunately, it wasn't good enough.
Not the Ascended Charm Ilya was looking for here, but does pick up that animated bench instead, though. Will get nice additional fodder for the board here, as he is in a desperate battle with his own teammate, actually, in Lusha right now, to try to avoid that 7th place here. Took a loss that just about kept him alive in the last round with just 2 HP here, so every single tiebreaker scenario will not be ideal for him either here. And even in most of the time when you are in a Call to Chaos spot, it is going to be a very difficult spot to be in.
Wow, dodged just about the Zephyr right here. It's only going to hit Ari. So many 2-star legendaries on Elias's board, but he's facing Etre, who's win streaking right now. Has hit that Hwei 3, has hit that Mordekaiser 3 as well, with double Crown Guard on top, and it doesn't seem like anything can take down this Mordekaiser. Can Zerath, snipe that way before he dies?
That is a big deal now. That cast coming through, but it will not be enough for Ilya. You can see it on his face here, ever so close. Lusha wins here. Travis also eliminated. We're down to our top 5. And this blaster line from Edge we were talking about, where it took him a long time to stabilize on level 735, looks like to be the strongest spot in the lobby as of right now, Trouble.
Yeah, and Travis also eliminated, getting that 6th place. He was playing that Shapeshifter doubling counter line with Syndra and Cassiopeia in the back line. And now Lusha very, very close to that elimination. Him and Opal are going to be the ones to go next. That's a very strong line he's got, actually. He's got that Zonias onto the rise as well. Has grabbed a Zerath, for himself too. Oh no, I think that got the rise here. Ooh, huge hit for the Zephyr.
Yeah, but the Earthquake actually kind of alleviating that a little bit, right? Kind of delaying the damage output from the side off the way here. Now the rise will start to kind of push a ton of damage through now, and look at that, the way under pressure in the backline. Will it be enough here? That's the big question. It does seem like it. Lusha stays alive for another fight.
That actually looked very strong. That was a rise that got Zephyred at the very beginning of combat. It shows you how strong, actually, the Scholar 6 line is. And reminder, we saw Lusha pick up a spatula from the carousel, which he then turned into a frying pan with a Reforger, and then slammed another Scholar spatula, which means you don't need any of the useless units. You don't need any of the filler units like the Bard, and you don't necessarily need to rely on finding that melee, which yes, he has on his board right now, but you would need a level 9 to try and hone down on that melee, but he does have that Scholar 6 line for himself right now, has found the melee as well, so it's looking pretty good from here on out for Lusha. Of course, that level 9 doesn't look very doable right now because we are on stage 6 and you need to be rolling for the strongest charms. Talking about them, Witta.
Yeah, we do get the tower into the mix here as well. Interesting enough to kind of look that through here. And I want to kind of highlight the itemization here as well from Lusha, with the fact that he went in and like bought himself enough time, got the Paradox from the toolbox here. I saw him have that Nash's Tooth on there for a while now. It's been moved over to the mill, so mill will start spreading around more items here. Very strong frontline here as well now. The Trenchcoat being moved on to the Terra just to provide even more survivability for the frontline here, but Enzo's reroll board could also still be a massive threat to look out for.
And this is elimination time. These two are playing for top 4. You win this, you guarantee yourself in the top 4 in the first game of the weekend. Can this rise come through?
There's a big deal that the Musa Renewal has been kind of eliminated now in the backline, but
the
has been popped. But the stories we're talking about, like, it's such a big deal, and now he's on his way to a top 3 here, as Enzo and Opal has been eliminated. Solakasang now the player on a win streak.
What did he say earlier in the interview? There are no expectations, therefore no burden of execution. He rolled in, High rolls a Scholar Spat, high rolls a second Scholar Spat from the carousel as well. Does have the reports as 6 Scholar so strong with the rise that does go invulnerable with the Hourglass. That's a strong line right here from Lusha, and it can only get better. You have that double Diana on the bench as well. Can definitely be popping that in later on. Let's see. He's going to be playing a Ghost right now, which is very good news for him, and he has dodged the diagonal from the Seraphine.
Yeah, I feel like as well, I just talked about the positioning he made a very conscious decision about here. It is ever so important, right? He's not going to get Nami, he's not going to get Seraphine, as you're talking about on the backline carry. The most important one, but also leaving an open avenue here to start blasting those hits into the backline from the portal. And even though still a pretty close fight here, Solo did take a loss to Etra. So a very interesting game here kind of going around, but we also have another pause trouble.
We need a break. We need a break right here because Solo Gazang was leading the board, of course, with a win streak, which was just not broken, as you mentioned, from Etre. And now we also have Lusha beating Solo Gazang. Now, of course, let's reiterate also what Solo Gazang was playing. He did spike with that Soraka, used that Soraka 3 to snowball his board into a fast 9, which, yes, did happen, but we do not have things like the Veigar 3. I've not seen if he has actually hit that Vex 3 in the front line as well. So we'll see if Solo Gazang has actually hit those very key units. You can also turn those items from that Soraka and Seraphine over to Veigar and Nora later on, or even that Nami if you wish. So we'll see what Solo Gazang can cook with his mate's board to see if he can turn what was a win streak into actually a first.
Yeah, it's very interesting, right? Because again, both Lusha and Solo Gazang are currently on 1 HP here, and in a fight where Solo might be more directly positioning for Lusha, it becomes a more head-to-head fight. Lusha actually might end up like not coming out on top here because he had the full liberty of Solo Gazang not positioning for him at all, right? So I think that's a big thing to kind of keep in mind here as well, is that these positioning minigames now will become more and more targeted, and there's a lot of interesting things you can do in a game of TFT to get that extra edge when it comes to positioning.
Absolutely, and a lot of those artifacts that we're seeing right here, we see the trench coat over in the front line for the Tari, can direct a lot of the projectiles onto him, tanks a stupidly long amount of time, especially when he splits into 3 as well. And of course the Rise, it is so important to have that Hourglass. This is where we talk a lot about how important it is to have that Seraphs, especially with how much time that Hourglass does win you through the cast. It allows Seraphs to then stack even more. Right here, of course, this is not the case. This is, as you mentioned, even though a Mosquito Rise, it is a multi-casting Mosquito, having that Mana Zane onto the build as well with the Radiant. So yeah, this Rise has been stacked with a lot of Radiant items. You've got all the pretty good items from the Ornn as well. So Lusha right here could be even looking for a Thirst from 6 HP.
And we are getting back into the action here. The 4 win streak is looked towards being made into a 5th one.
Oh, that's huge. 2-star Seraph, 2-star Milio. 2-star Diana.
That's a big one here. It does come at a bit of a cost in terms of 1 step of Arcana here, but I think that's a step that you're very much clear to make, as we've been talking about here. Every single fight will be ever so impactful right now. And Lusha knows he's fighting Etra. He knows Solo has the Ghost here. So this is a must-win round for Lusha here now. Does have the Zephyr on the backline here. Seraph will be going back up again here for Etra. Let's see if it's going to be enough.
That was the last remover that Etre had, but unfortunately he did not have a unit available for that Zephyr where that Rise was. Free cast for Rise means free win for Lusha, and from 6 HP to a win streak of 5. Lusha, again, no expected. Solo Gazang is out as well, fighting a Ghost. What is going on?
A very real battle for Solo Gazang now. Goes out in 3rd place. Still a great start to the tournament now, but we've just seen Etra and Lusha go head-to-head here. And even with this FF shenanigans we're talking about, not catching that Rise out here is going to be a huge issue, right? And you're talking about trouble. No more Reforges on the bench for Etra to work with now. It's going to come down to a straight... It's gonna, I think that's going to be the plan. It's going to be a straight-up just APM positioning minigame here. TFT in its purest form coming through.
Ooh, huge hit right there from Lusha as well. Previously, we had the Charm that did cause that Xerath to get 2-star, but now you do have a straight-up 2-star Xerath. Now, the most important unit for Lusha to not get Zephyr is that Rise, because constantly just going to be swapping it around. Actually, he's not. He's just gonna leave it where it is. Let's see. Oh, did get the Zephyr this time around. Let's see if it's gonna be any different for entering this fight. Hold. Hold your breaths.
Calm down, stay calm, stay calm.
Cool. Cool. We got their eyes. Everyone calm down. And maybe Soji will make an appearance if everyone calms down from the pause. This is literally the final fight. This is the fight for first place. Day 1, game 1, lobby 1. So important. Imagine, again, Lusha, in his interview, no expectation. He wasn't even expecting to be here. But he just giga smurfed that ranked queue, and he is here, and he is smurfing that game number 1 as well. And what a storyline that would be from not even considering to be competing right here to go to an international to winning game 1 of the day.
Absolutely would be a great storyline here as well. Kind of like talk about this now here with the straight up 2-cost upgrade here, or 2-star upgrade, sorry, for the Seraph here, with that Scholar emblem in the mix as well, right? It does mean that Lusher actually will have a very potent carry here in the Seraph getting this first cast off. Again, the combination of items here with the Mana Saint, once this Rise calms down, the second that cast goes off here, the barrage will begin.
Yeah, a lot of that frontline is already gone from Lusha. Let's see if Serath and Rise can dig him out of this hole. There is no more frontline, and it looks like the Zephyr might have just done it. No! Lusha from 6 HP to winning the whole lobby. Day 1, game 1. What a fantastic victory. And again, we're talking a little bit about the German representation, him and Aaliyah being in the same group, in the same lobby, and him coming up on top. What a great game 1 from him.
Absolutely right. And again, also, I assume it's something that the analysts will touch on as well, right? But it's the heads-up play and understanding of the limits of TFT here really just showcased in the way that Lusha ended up navigating this game. Great way to start the day. Really showcases what you can do when you get those +1s into the mix.
And also no reroll compositions right there. He did trust on branching out. He looked for that emblem. And again, we said how important it is to have some sort of direction, whether it comes from an emblem or sort of a hero augment or a line augment like the Hunting Frenzy, for example, that can lead you to the Jinx plus Wukong. And right there, he did get that Scholar +1. That alleviates the pressure when you get a second one as well. Again, as we said, you don't necessarily have to hit the Emilio. And when you do, you can get rid of like those less effective units on your board and get those more expensive ones. A great game from Lusha overall.
Yeah, and with that, I think that's going to be all for us for now. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, the analysts will be breaking down all the action from the first game of the day. Well, gentlemen, in our first lobby of our day, our unassuming interview subject came in, waltzed in, and took down some absolutely astonishing names here. Let's talk a little bit about starting off here with what Lusher was able to pull off in this game. Alan in particular, of course we saw one of the highest end compositions being put together, the Scholar 6 board.
Yeah, let's quickly go over what happened that was really good for Lesher. First of all, his branching out was Scholar Emblem. I mean, you can't really hope for much better. Like, it's a premium hit, especially when you have AP slams. And then we've seen it being followed out by the Masterwork upgrade from the Prismatic Orb, which is another best outcome. So just combining those two things, and then him high rolling the argument, the toolbox was just the sealing the deal. And on top of that, getting that spatula, allowing him to get extra scholar, so he didn't even need Milo. So he was stable of 6 scholar, even rise 1 on the stage 4.
And just the portal itself as well, right? Champion delivery, a lot of extra resources. We're expecting in this current, maybe just a lot of rerolling, a very high tempo, but this lobby particularly with the Prismatic Orb and that champion delivery, there was just so much extra gold. We saw it from EMEA reaching that level 9 with 20 gold left over, and a Xerath upgrade. We saw it from Lusher especially, able to survive the high tempo from the rerolls and then really come into his own with that scholar comp.
I want to kind of open up the more general conversation here, Alan, that we did see a lot of Bastion being played, certainly early on especially as well. Kind of where do you guys feel like Bastion is in terms of what we'll be seeing from our players today compared to, say, the other defensive traits?
Yeah, so basically what it comes down with the Bastion, it allows you to play the Witchcraft, which is very strong early on, the 2 Witchcraft, which you combine it Zoe with Poppy, and then you combine it with the Ari. It gives you natural progression towards the Scholars, and 4 Bastion is pretty tanky, even without any items, allowing you to get that Witchcraft, Bastion, Arcana type of the board with the RD early on. And we've seen one of the players leading Enzo, leading towards the reroll version of the comp, and Elia was thinking clearly about rerolling, but he got so contested, Opal hit so much that he ended up playing the Fast 9 instead. However, his Doom was putting the adaptive on the Milo, which he thought is gonna be better, so he can accelerate him. The problem he had was Xerath 2 without any mana item, so he never had this second cast with this very powerful stacked up Archangel.
And we saw the frustration as well on Elia, where it was just about to cast, for sure would have killed off that Mordekaiser the way, not able to do it in the end. I do want to touch on this first game. No contesting on any rerolls. I think it really goes to show how players are coming into this saying, hey, I need a safe result. I'm not going to just contest the one and go 7th or 8th on day 1, game 1. I want to start off strong, and then maybe when I have to risk more at the end of the day or at the end of tomorrow especially, look at risking a bit more. And also the spread was even. 4 rerolls and 4 cost comps. Again, a big part of it I think was champion delivery. I think we'll see a little bit more towards the reroll in game 2 possibly.
Oh, for sure, and I'm absolutely with you there. Again, remember, for anyone who has come into this one late, that these players are playing across 2 days. As you said before, Alan, no cut off between days 1 and 2. So if you do perform well, or at least decently well in day 1, you give yourself a great platform to go into day 2 and make that top 8. Though, of course, it's also worth considering there are 9 spaces overall, a place as well for our best average performing player. So there's a lot of incentive to play things nice and smoothly. But I believe that we are going to be having our rounds 2 starting up in just a second. So before we do, of course, guys, David, you mentioned the last round, of course, was pretty wild. Any hopes for game 2?
A little bit of jinx. We didn't see it yet in this game 1. I think one of the strongest reroll comps for me. Seeing the monkey spin around, one of the funnest reroll comps. So hopefully to see more of that, especially with spin to win.
All right, well,
definitely. I think last game the players thought that the Travis would be playing Jinx because of his itemization, but he ended up just hitting probably natural a lot of shapeshifters on top of Cassio, so he ended up playing that. But the players were just feeling that he's gonna be definitely the one contesting that.
All right, well, we have got to confirm round 2 is raring and ready to go. So, Wheater, Trouble Inc., bring us back to the convergence.
Thank you so much, Counterfeit. Thank you so much, guys, for breaking down that game number 1. It was absolutely crazy how we ended up talking so much about how strong rerolls are. We ended up with a 4 cost winning it all. Now, of course, we're going to move into our lobby number 4, game 2. A lot of familiar faces, a lot of strong contestants here, Winter.
Absolutely, right. Again, a lot of players that are super... I'm super excited to see kind of play out here. Like Bricks, I think, is a player that's been the one we kind of need to look out for. Darkest also plays a very distinct playstyle. They're speaking very strong at fast 9ing. They have very clear identities, like pushing that around. And then we have Double, with Jungler 2 players at the start of the set. They were teammates, no longer teammates anymore, right? So a ton of really interesting players to kind of dig into.
Now, I'm going to give you guys a very juicy story as we're watching that PvE round go through. So, Wet Jungler is part of a scrim group that they kept all of their strats secret throughout their entire prep for that particular weekend. Now, of course, we've got primary world champion Dissoap, who joined that lobby and then was no longer allowed to stream. Therefore, Dissoap left their scrim and started streaming instead. So let's see actually if those strats from Wet Jungler and co are going to be that strong that they were really worth not sharing with the rest of the world with.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting one here for sure. I kind of like this optimization here from Wet Jungler by solo frontlining the Syndra here at the start of the round. Makes sure that she starts casting a little bit sooner, that gets more stacks on her, if it is a route that you want to go down over the course of the game here. We are going to be going into a prismatic opening augment here, and combined with those artifact anvils, this could be an absolutely incredibly explosive start to the game.
Let's see, we've got that Radiant Guardbreaker right there. And you do have the Collector, which does make a lot of money. You could potentially move towards something like the Shapeshifter line or even Eldritch, which we haven't necessarily seen a lot of. We'll see it usually a lot when you get a Pandora's Bench and are able to reroll a lot of your units. Let's see what Wet Jungler will choose to go with here. He does have that Eldritch backline if he chooses to go with it, but this could very well be something like a Jinx.
It most definitely could, right? That Innovating Locket is a great item to work with, such a powerful frontline item. And also, I think they're kind of funny, right? At the start of the set, right, we had so much Eldritch everywhere. It's like, it was like a true Eldritch horror, and like I feel like from now and whenever I look at Eldritch, I feel like it's just like watching like a teddy bear movie or something at times. Like it is, the fall off has definitely needs to be studied by one of those YouTubers, I feel like.
On the other hand, again, we were talking a lot about direction in general, and as Eldritch does need a spat to get towards that direction, we also have Sugarcraft for the first time that we're seeing right here on stream from Horror X. It does have that Mana Zen as well as that Giant Slayer, so that Soraka can really pull off the numbers. Now, I'm seeing a lot of prismatic tickets, and they're getting me really excited. We have so many reroll lines, 3 actually, prismatic tickets, 1 on Horrocks. They kept moving around. I think it was double 61 as well as another person. So we'll see what line they're going to choose to go towards.
Yeah, I think it's going to be super exciting, right? Because Horror X is a player that's also played in the Chinese circuit a couple of years ago now, is in the UK now and is playing in this EMEA circuit, which is why you see the British flag there, right? And I think that's super exciting to kind of look out for here as well. Now, Double going towards another reroll line here with the Lich Bane. It is going to be that Ahri Bastion line that we saw last game, kind of not find full-on success, but we still saw get some decent placements here. So I'm excited to see whether or not this Lich Bane actually will be like a big kicker here and put him over the edge to first place.
And of course, it's always about the strength of the lobby as well, right? There are a lot of lines that can win depending on the augments that you get, but also how strong your lobby is at a current time. I feel like the Ahri reroll build, if you will, does cap onto that top 2. However, if you do potentially get a Bastion, if you do have that Scholar +1, you can literally push that composition off the edge and make it a clear top 1 contender.
Which is kind of what we saw happen with Lusha in the last game, right? Just really making great use of the Scholars, getting creative against so many units in the game, benefits so much from that accelerated mana gain from the Scholars, right? It's one of the main ways of balancing units in TFT. It's just access to mana, so getting extra Scholar mana on there can be such a powerful tool to work with.
And this is getting me very excited right now, Witta, because we are seeing potentially Kesman going towards that Eldritch line. Again, it is a very difficult line to make work without an emblem. However, you can obviously try to tailor your 3-2 and see if you hit the +1. Potentially look for a spatula over in the carousels as well to try and get that Eldritch +1, because it becomes a little bit difficult. You can hit it, but you will need that early Briar potentially being hit on 8, which doesn't make it that easy of an odd to hit.
Yeah, Kesman here, right, just going straight to level 5 does not necessarily, again, he couldn't make any econ breakpoints, just so you know what, I just want to be at the highest level as possible to get more access to the Syndras, to the Neelas, etc., just to get those upgrades for you. Because the big thing to know as well is the fact that the Ultras does scale with that star level of your units, so the more upgrades you get, the better it is going to be, and the more powerful that Ultra card will end up becoming.
Now, I'm looking on the right-hand side. I'm seeing 3 prismatic tickets. One looks like a multi-striker reroll. The other one at the bottom, we do have a Syndra and a Galio that could potentially be something like towards mages, unless you want to pivot towards Eldritch. And then, of course, we've got the Ari reroll as well. So a lot of composition, a lot of 2-stars and 1-stars are going to be being picked out of the pool, which then will make other compositions a little bit easier to hit as well.
Yeah, and 2 players to be kind of, I wouldn't necessarily say we need to be worried about right now, but Likoko and Kesman, right, no win streaks here, both sub 10 gold here, so we'll need to make some very serious strides on their board if they want to keep up with the economy in the rest of the lobby.
Let's see, 26 gold. Ooh, we see the Syndra too on the other hand side. With the prismatic, this could definitely be something towards that Eldritch that we mentioned. You hit that +1. It means a great deal. But Syndra's one of those units where it dominated the very, very beginning of the set, all the way back to EWC as well. I feel like a lot of the players did say back then that, hey, you hit a Syndra on stage 2, the game is pretty much over. You have won, congratulations, you get so many stacks, especially if you have a mana item or an attack speed item. But Syndra 2, again, here on stage 2 is going to be very, very strong, especially if you manage to get that Eldritch in, gives her a little bit more time to cast with that extra unit coming through.
Yeah, you know, Syndra, Karma, Kai is rocking all over the place. So it was definitely something to keep an eye out for here at Darkest now.
Yeah.
Making use of that charm here to get a copy of a unit that they fielded on their previous turn, right? So, as you're talking about here, it does look like they are going down that multi-striker reroll line in a composition that kind of can spike very heavily around that free 1 mark. If you get that Ash, if you get that Jax free, but then you need to be able to hit those earlier on because you need to be able to push levels, get in that, get that verticality going with even more multi-strikers here. So very excited to see whether or not that is going to be an opportunity for them.
Absolutely, and that gets a little bit more complicated, right? You need to have a feel of what items do you have as well. Can you play towards that Ash, and can you play towards Jax, or do you level up and play for potentially one of the 1 cost plus Kassadin, or do you level all the way and play for Kassadin plus Hecarim later on? Again, we have mentioned a lot of the 3 costs, a lot of the 2 costs are going to be getting pulled out of the pool, so it might get easier for you to hit those units. So we'll see as the time goes by what Darkest chooses to go for in terms of the multi-strikers. But I'm excited because I got excited for game number 1 with Clemu going towards that multi-striker line. We got deprived of that happiness as he pivoted off of that towards the Warriors. But right here, Darkest can give us the full-on experience with multis.
And now that we are on Horror X's perspective right here, I actually kind of want to highlight something, because this is a player that all throughout the set actually has played a ton of Jinx lines, right? And getting that Surecraft emblem this early on is actually a pretty good thing. I guess it's one of the best augments to get, or like one of the best emblems to get earlier on, because of the fact that you have such an overflow of items with the way this game has panned out so far, that like he's on an absolutely incredible amount of stacks here already at 161. So well, let's try that once more again, right? Like, let's just rewind that again. I'm just getting super excited. You know, you could say I'm getting like a head rush from all the sugar, right? But I mean, it is super incredible, just like how effectively you're going to be able to stack this and then really just start rocking all over in terms of just being able to like just take over the game. You get that extra economy going, get all the extra items, etc. So, a board that we need to look out for because it can become incredibly explosive.
Now, of course, 61 is dipping really heavily into that pool because he's very close on hitting those 3-starred units. You know, 1 off of Lilia, 1 off of Zoe, and 2 off of Poppy. So again, this is the difference between letting it trickle over to level 5 and re-rolling on 4. If you are close to hitting and actually spiking it, is so worth it. Rolling it all the way down to 0 for 61, and he does end up hitting the Zoe and the Lilia.
Yeah, massive investment here, massive risk to take, but a necessary one at that here. And again, it's worth noting that even though he's not going to make any interest right now, he will just be able to make a lot of pseudo econ back with those free rolls from that prismatic ticket. So this is not the end of the road here into the world, anything at all. As you're talking about, he's going to be incredibly stable for the rest of the stage here, but we are going to get even more prismatic augments to work with, something like that immovable object here, get a ton of like survivability into the front line. What the Forge not going to be an option here in any stretch of imagination here. And even buried treasures could also be a great pickup in terms of getting even more resources in here as well. Oh wait, okay, never mind. I guess I'm just chatting nonsense here. I'm just gonna like lay it back and say, you know what, 61, you're world champion for a reason. I trust you completely with this.
It is going to be what the Forge, especially if you get to hit Mana Zane plus Hourglass, is going to be huge. I feel like he was pretty much rerolling to see if he can get Spellcaster's Toolbox as well. So huge for any Spellcaster line right here. Double Leech Bane. It's going to be focus here as well. Got Winters too. Let's see where he's going to choose to slam those items. So far, he does have the Zoe 3. We're going to see in just a bit. As on the other side, we do have Wet Jungler playing potentially towards that Jinx line. Does have the Hurricane, does have the Rage Blade and 1 Jinx over in the bend. So we could potentially be seeing that Wukong coming to fruition.
It could also be the Nomsi Draken Shyvana setup with the aiming for the Smolder here, right? You have the Rage, but you do have the Rune's Hurricane. Can go onto the Smolder here. That Radiant beats you to go into the Shyvana or to the Briar, right? So he has a ton of options here, depending on what the lay of the land is on 4-1, depending on how much economy he's going to be able to build up here, because it's a line that really benefits being able to be able to go fast 9, get ahead, and then spike from those legendary upgrades. So it could just be to say, you know what, I see Horo on this line with the Sugarcraft Emblem. I do not want to go down the Jinx route. I don't want to play contested. I think that could be a fair assessment to make. And I think it's going to be exciting to see whether, like, how these two players end up navigating, like, their spots here, because they could have a lot of overlap, as you're talking.
Now, one of the very interesting things about Sugarcraft is that you can absolutely take 2 routes here. You can either play to reroll your Jinx and be strong, but if you don't get bows and if you don't get AD items, you can go straight towards that Gwen and play for that Gwen plus Fiora. You've got the Sugarcraft spat as well that you can slam onto your Fiora. You've got the extra unit as well with that with the Golem in too. So it does win a lot of time for your Fiora and your Gwen to ramp up. So I feel like Horror X right here, since he didn't hit any of those bow items that make Jinx that strong, he might even pivot towards that Fiora line.
Open Spatula on the carousel, so Sugarcraft Emblem could be on the menu. Briggs kind of contemplating, will be going down that route here. Briggs has picked up that tiniest Titan, so we'll get a little bit of influx of gold, a little bit of influx on life on every single round here, which could be enough to kind of just ensure himself a spot in towards the lower parts of like the upper part of the lobby, so like 5th sec field, just like trying to bleed out in case he doesn't hit. As you can see right now, his board is not even close to being upgraded.
Let's see again. Back here, 1 Gwen is all you need to max out your Sugarcraft right here. As you mentioned previously, a lot of stacks already, 317. Slamming your items, so important. Did get a Sunfire as well. Let's see if he wants to remove that Kog'Maw. Might be very, very useful later on. It is indeed going to be that Kog'Maw out to try and get potentially that Sunfire onto that Rumble, a little bit more anti-heal onto the board. And of course, slamming all items, very important for Sugarcraft for all your stacks. Here's Wet Jungler, still at level 6. Does have the Wukong and the Jinx over on his bands. Of course, Wukong too, so strong. Look at the items, the Locket, the Radiant Warmogs, as well as the Gargoyle. This is some Wukong biz, Witter.
This is looking absolutely amazing. And also, speaking of somewhat of biz on the opposite side of the field here, like these 3 Lich Banes even, coming through on this side of Double 61 here, putting in a ton of work. And kind of see here that like, Double had a great start last game, 2nd place. With Jungler not the greatest of starts here, does seem like being down there with just 2 points, finishing 7th in the first game of the day. And again, we've spoken about this before, but again, keep in mind that this is a format where we played 12 games without any point cuts or any point. That's...
Whoa!
Well, that's Olaf. Do you want to build a...
That is a 5% double Olaf shop for Wet Jungler. Does have the Radiant TG as well. What a hit. Basically, you want to be getting that Frost in later on. You're going to have your Zillion, your Twitch, and your Olaf. So double Hunter right there, plus another 2 with that Kog'Maw and Jinx. That's your full Hunter backline. So Wet Jungler right here, all he needs to do is just get to that level 7, roll down, get his Jinx too, his Wukong too, and I feel like he's going to be pretty darn stable.
Yeah, I think that's a very clear indication of, okay, you know what? I'm just going to ignore everything else. I'm just going to go down this Hunter route and just going to enjoy it, right? I think that's such a massive pickup here. And we can see here, Clickona has gone down the Eldritch, which we're talking so much about here. But again, he has the Elise free, but doesn't have the Cinder free just yet. I can see on the bench here trying to hold on to it 2 copies away. And without that, there's just not enough damage here. And Wet Jungler, as you're talking about, needs to go deep here on 4-1. Get the Jinx, get that Wukong 2 here. But he has so much life to work with, such a massive buffer here, just off of the back of this incredibly strong early game he's been able to put together.
Have just figured out how you play that Jinx plus Wukong line. Just hit double Olaf on level 6, 5%. Just hit that Kog'Maw 2 straight up. He does have that 3rd bow item as well. Now, Jinx is really, really strong with double Hurricane plus Rage Blade. But if you want to, you can also slam towards something like that Last Whisper. It's not going to be necessarily the case right here. Let's see what Jungler thinks is optimal items for that Jinx. Does have that 2nd Hurricane slammed in, and now all that he needs to do is just hit that 2-star Wukong and 2-star Jinx.
But also just sit here, try to maybe go towards level 8 with that Olaf pair. Rolling on 8 here could be an interesting option as well, right? Trying to get that Olaf 2 as an alternative spike and then just sit on 8 and sell, because he's still holding on to his economy, it seemed like here. But Brix, he's rolling down, trying to play towards some sort of Eldritch line with that Encanter emblem and the Eldritch +1 off the back of the Flexible. But right now, not a great amount of success, it seems like, here in a very rough spot, which is 44 HP. And look at that, Jax just absolutely, just like pulling through everything, ripping through everything. It's gonna whiff that multi-striker. Ash here with the anger issues trouble. Not an Ogden we see a whole lot off here, but a very interesting prospect in a multi-striker line.
It literally only works with multi-strikers because it does make them a lot more durable through that Rage Blade now given defenses, and also they thrive on auto attacks. That's what they literally do. So they become more durable, they hit more, it's their base augment. Now, going back to the line that we just saw with the Flexible, I think it's a little bit unfortunate that the Eldritch Spats came secondary to the first 2 ones, because you've got Vanguard, you've got Incantor, and double Eldritch Spat. This is base to play full Eldritch, but right now you're a little bit too far into the line to go back and reroll the Syndra, so he really needs to hit those big hitters like the Karma and like the Nami to try and get that damage rolling.
Yeah, and Wet Jungler now on the Jinx 2 here, but has not gone deeper in terms of trying to find that Wukong. And I think the fact that he was so far away from hitting what he needed here really kind of put him off rolling like incredibly deep, because he knows that he is in a spot where he's relatively stable compared to the rest of the lobby here. Doesn't necessarily need to kind of roll deep and risk like his economy for nothing here. When this, at this current moment in time here, this Blitzcrank in the front line will just do just so much work just because of how powerful his frontline items are.
Absolutely, I agree with that one. You do have the bees as well, so the second that Nunu dies, you are gonna get that Blitzcrank a lot more powerful over in the front line too. On the other side, HorrorX has hit his 6 Sugarcraft, so as long as he managed to keep that HP high and suddenly does manage to scale above 600 stacks, you get that first item, a little bit of a cash out on gold, and then you get that permanent remover, so you can switch around your items as well and get optimal items on your on all your units. We'll see. HorrorX so far does have pretty good HP bar, 57 HP so far on stage number 4. Got a lot of lives right there as Darkest. They're all down right here. Let's see if they're gonna play towards that Hecarim, almost on that Ash 3 as well.
Yeah, lacking the Ash free here, right, is a big one here. Stuck on 6 as well, trying to find access to that 3-star Kassadin. This is kind of what you were talking about, right? The dilemma, the issue that can arise here earlier in the situation is if you don't get those critical 3 stars here, it is going to be a very big issue in terms of the late game scaling. But right now, this 1-star board across the board here for Kassadin is just not going to be able to kind of withstand the onslaught that is going to be these multi-strikers just raining through here. But even then, that's still a relatively close fight, so you can kind of see where the problems for Darkest might arise with time.
Absolutely agree on that one. You do need to hit at least 3 multi-strikers as 3-star to be able to have a very, very strong showing going towards that stage number 5. Now let's see. It's not going to matter too much what items they go for, especially with the anger issues. Everything's going to get turned into a Rage Blade, so you are aiming for just the highest cost champion that you can get to just sell it for gold. oh, actually, why not grab the casting, especially since you're rolling towards it? If he could get the 5-cost Camille right there, that would be perfect since running the multi-striker line too.
Yeah, Kesman here actually putting a bit of a span in the works of Horo, going for, by aiming for that Gwen with the tier on the carousel here, was very much needed for Horo to kind of get those 2 stars that we were talking about last game. Like, you need, when you play these Fiora, Gwen-centric lines, you need to find those huge upgrades, because if you don't find them, you are going to be in massive trouble here. Darkest does finally find their like one of the critical upgrades here in the Ash. Ideally, that would have happened on 3-1, right? We're almost like 1.5 stages too late for that, as you were talking about before, Trouble. So this is still not the greatest of spots here, as Break's also trying to make sense of the situation he's put himself into.
This is so frustrating. This is literally Biz Eldritch board. You get that Eldritch 7, you've got the +1 on your Vanguard with your Mordekaiser, +1 Incanter with your Syndra. It's just that the Eldritch Spats came too late from the Flexible, and now you do not have a choice of running it all the way back to roll. Your Syndra, unfortunately, has that Nami pair, has that Briar pair, but if you cannot make it into 2 stars, that was the last one for Breaks right there. A very, very, very good Flexible board, but it just came in too late. Unfortunately, it was a reroll line, but if you get to know it too late, there's just nothing, unfortunately, you can do for it.
Yeah, that sequencing of the emblems coming through from Flexible here, absolutely horrible, as you're talking about, right? It would have been absolutely an incredible dream to work towards, but just not going to be the case here. So we do see Lakoko upgrading to a Jinx too as well. Horo also finding some upgrades, it seems like, according to our overlay. So a bunch of interesting things kind of happening here. We can kind of see one of the other sides of that board state, as we did see quickly from Cliconin on the more traditional like Syndra reroll line that kind of found himself also at the bottom of the lobby. But it is incredibly close here, right? From Horo and down, less than 10 HP separates the players.
Absolutely, and then we'll look towards Coco right here. This is a Hunter line without necessarily a Hunter crest, an emblem. So I'm wondering what Lakoko has in mind right here. You can no longer fish for going onto that level 9 and play towards Shapeshifter plus Smolder. So I feel like Lakoko is in a very, very peculiar situation where you do not have the Hunter +1 to play tempo for those 6 Hunters. And you're also not necessarily rerolling Jinx because you're level 8 when Jungler has a lot of copies as well because she's playing that Wukong Jinx line. So I'm wondering right here, what is Lakoko's out in this game?
I'm also like kind of struggling for the answers, right? Because I feel like you're kind of hitting the nail on the head here with the way you're kind of dissecting this board state. Without like something like an Olaf 2, even as a way of kind of saying, you know what, okay, I'm going to use that as like my anchoring point for this situation here. He is just struggling a lot to kind of make any sense of what's been going on here. And again, would be a very disappointing start to the day here for Lakoko. 8th in the previous game, on his way to potential 7th here, unless the spot magically just gets better in a second here with this roll down right now. The Olaf here is a start, I suppose, but just needs to find these upgrades coming through right now. He's kind of locked himself into this position here. The Animate Bench could be a great way for him to really just be in a good spot in terms of the later conversation. Was it Animate Shop, actually? Or did I missed It's Animate Shop, not Animate Bench.
Trying to see if you can hit any potentially 5 cost to try and upgrade this board. You're technically looking for an Arcana board that's going to bleed into something like we saw with the Rise plus the Seraph later on. But this board right now for Stage 5 is just unfortunately not strong enough. The items are still onto the Blitzcrank. Wasn't quite enough fast to transition them onto that Tamkens for the knockups. And on the other side, Wet Jungler, 55 gold, 65 HP, still rolling down slowly but surely. He's in a pretty good position. Has these items due to the item bench as well. Let's see if Wukong can take down a 2-star Kog'Maw and a 2-star Twitch.
There should be all but a formality right now here, and it kind of also just kind of in pictures why we haven't seen Wet Jungler kind of roll any deeper than this, right? Because he's just waiting for Lakoko to get eliminated from this game so he can kind of go back into the pool that Lakoko is currently just eating out of here. So, very interesting board state that he has to work through now. Lakoko on 2 lives, so with 17 HP at this point of the game, right? Again, don't get it confused with the fact that Breaks has gone out here in 8th place. The HP losses aren't necessarily going to be that big here, so still a couple of turns to work this out for Lakoko.
I'm just really wondering, and this is why I would love to like have probably like mid lobby interviews to see sort of like the thought process behind Lekoko and how it started with the Giant and Mighty into getting the Fishbones and the Horizon Focus right there into the Inspiring Epitaph. It feels like a little bit of everything coming in. I see Shapeshifters into Smolder, great items for Smolder as well, the Trinity, the Focus, and the Fishbone. It's just not quite enough the economy that you need to get to that level 9. So far, so good. It seems like this Kog'Maw and Jinx are doing work, and especially with the transitioned items onto the Kent, it's not quite going to be enough. And Lekoko is going to be put on his last life.
Yeah, that would have been an absolutely incredible win here for Lekoko, because it would have brought Klakonin down into the Maya with him, right? So it would have been able to potentially, if Klakonin had lost the upcoming fight afterwards, could potentially have been him going out in 7th instead of Lekoko, and that's kind of what his mentality has to be right now. He is scrapping to find a way to turn this away from a 7th into at least a 6th here. That would be seen as a win for Lekoko, considering the way this spot has been going down, as you're talking about, has been a very weird spot for him to kind of navigate through this game with the toolbox, with the Giant and Mighty, leading all towards into that Epitaph here. But also a board state coming through right now from Kensman, I believe, that is still in the midst of a transition, right? You're looking at an upgraded Tom Kench, but that's kind of about it.
Talk about a massive flex board coming through from Kensman right here. We're usually very used to like Karma with the Battle of Warriors. Right here, we do have the Nora in the backline. This is going to be more than enough, even with the What the Board's items, to eliminate Lekoko and send him to a 7th place.
Yeah, and a very uncharacteristic start of the tournament here for Lekoko. Someone that always comes out swinging, has had a reputation of being one of the most consistent players when it comes to these formats that we're playing right now and EMEA soil. So that is going to be something to keep an eye out for here now. A TG on the table here as well for Wet Jungle, potentially. It is going to be the best items to get picked up here.
What is happening, what the state of the board is for Wet Jungler right here. How many copies does he have? He's not anywhere near a Wukong 3 or a Jinx 3. And mind you, that is 30 HP on stage number 5. It could just be straight up 2 lives if you end up losing with too many units. So let's wait and see. He is again 4 off of Jinx and 3 off of Wukong. He's going to keep that 20 gold buffer right there. But you do lose the next 2 fights, you're potentially on your last leg.
Yeah, and that's just kind of the issue of the fact that we had Lekoko kind of just running amok for a while, like trying to kind of go into these Jinx units here, right? So that is just the end-all situation here. But now with that Kog'Maw free upgrade coming through, it's going to be a nice little tertiary boost of damage here, right? It is going to be the Olaf, it is going to be that Jinx in terms of pure damage output, but with the way the positioning has gone down here, this Ashe has just been given free reign to terror the backline of Wet Jungler now. Taking, as you're talking about here, potentially 2 losses to get eliminated. Would love to make it towards that PvE round coming up right now, but the lobby stays ever so close.
Yeah, and this is where it's getting scary for Wet Jungler. You see he's starting to roll down just a little bit, try to hit a charm for himself, see if he can hit 1 off of Wukong 3. It's not necessarily going to be the case. Being put down to around 30 HP. You need to start winning those. And again, even if you do get that 3-star Wukong and a 3-star Jinx, if you look over top left with the augments, you only have Inspiring Epitaph, and a lot of your units will not die until Wukong dies. So it is a pretty good combat augment, but it doesn't necessarily benefit your frontline with that Wukong and that Olaf. And you can see that even the multi-strikers did bypass that frontline, especially with the Ashe multi-shots. Whoa, hold up. Talking about bypassing the front line.
The entire backline just evaporates. That's like something these portal lines are normally very good at doing here. Rise's ability naturally goes down back to what, like, around those singular frontliners, right? So it's just a very difficult spot to be in at times here. But as you were talking about, he could have ended up being eliminated here, but now 1 HP and a dream for Wet Jungler. Wukong free is at minimum the required outcome here. But this Dragon has to deliver the massive guts. But again, also the lobby HP trouble. 13 HP on Horo X. The rest of the lobby is like 1, 4, 5, 8. And then you have Kessman absolutely loving life at the top of the standings.
His win streak is on fire. He knows that everyone is one life off of dying, so you will definitely get top 4 if you're Kezman. So you have considered, you have secured that, sorry. However, here, I don't even think a Wukong 3 is a requirement, because Wukong 3 has been surviving all of these fights. I think you're either getting that Jinx 3, or it's going to get really, really tough. If anything, you might even want to sell one of your bards, put a 1-star bard in, sell the 2-star, and try to go. Did get that Wukong 3, but again, with so many bypassers into that backline in terms of damage, I don't think Wukong 3 is quite enough right here for Wet Jungler.
You just gotta pray that it has become enough, right? We also can see that Double has been struggling with his board state even after hitting all of those 3 stars. It is gonna be Cliconen's Eldritch board coming through now, has that Syndra free, has those 3-star frontliners as well here. It's gonna be an absolute murk of a battle.
This is going to be a battle for potentially top 4. Whoever wins here manages to secure points from making it towards the top. That Syndra is permanently casting together with Cassiopeia, and it's just not going to be enough. There's not enough damage from Wet Jungler. That is a Jinx 3 diff. Unfortunately, wasn't able to hit it, and the top 3 has been secured.
But look at the HPs here on the minus as well. It's a singular point of HP between all of the 3 players eliminated. Had they killed just a single more unit here, that could have been the difference between 2 points. It just been one of the closest games of TFT we've kind of seen for a long time here. And also now an added benefit for Cliconen. He can feed this Briar if he wants to. Those 2 extra HP should not matter between like him or Horror X getting eliminated here, but he is going to be facing off against Kezman's board state that has become one of the ones to beat in the lobby. Still win streaking that Rise 2 with the Deathfire Grasp and the Wit Send, putting in a ton of work.
Let's see if the Shapeshifters are going to be enough to tank all that damage. Again, things like Rise can bypass the front line, so no matter how tanky you are, all those bolts are going to reach the backline, and Kezman one more time sending, it seems like yet another player to the bot. Or hold on, Syndra comes through, and Cliconen lives another day.
And now he's going to get the battle with Horo X, the straight-up battle for second place here. Throwback to the start of the set that you were alluding to, with Syndra just absolutely clutching up in the moments that she has been needed. Now we get the head-to-head. Now we can see Horror X just trying to get as much economy here into the mix, trying to find those ever so critical upgrades he's been looking for, with the likes of that Seraph 2 being one of the key ones now as well here. Finds a Radiant Bloodthirster for his troubles as well, with the cash out of that Sugarcraft, nearing 2,000 stacks here.
That is going to be an insane fight. He does have that golden duplicator as well on the bench. Horror X is hitting on 20 gold level now. We could be looking for Fiora 3. All he has to do is survive Shapeshifters and doubling, countering the backline. Can Gwen snip through that front line and make it work for him? It's the only damage dealer left for him, but Gwen dies, and so does his dream. Cliconen is going to claim at least a top 2.
And it all just comes together here. The mana reap from that charm coming through for Cliconen, as well as the CC chain on the Fiora. She was below half HP before she even got her first cast off. Really just ensuring that she got nothing to work with here. And that would have been the big decision, the big difference maker here in the fight now. And Kezman versus Cliconen, we saw this fight go towards the Turkish player just previously. Can Kezman make any optimizations here that could swing the fight back in towards his favor?
As you can see, this is Kezman's not final form. You do have the double Morgana on the bench. You do have the Nora pair as well. And we have a PV round coming in too. How many, even if he loses the fight, how many units does he lose them by to try and make it to that PvE round, or at least try and secure yet another life here, which is most likely going to be the case, to try and hit a Morgana 2 and Nora 2 spike.
The Spectral Cutlass here means Nami doesn't even get her wave off, so much less disruption here to buy time for the Rise in the fight here for Kezman. The Syndra and the Cassiopeia working away at that front line here. Shyvana also still standing strong, but it does seem like that was the last stand here. Cliconen does go out in second place in the second game. Kezman, for the first time back at a regional since set 7, starts off with a 5th and a 1st place here in the opening lobby.
And that was an incredible flex board. When we usually talk about flex boards, we're looking towards a Sugarcraft, we're looking towards Karma, possibly Olaf with Frost with Karma, and then we have your traditional Fiora plus Gwen with Karma and Preservers. That was a complete flex line. There were Tam Kenches in, there were Rises in, Noras, Dianas, like every single high cost unit that he could get trades together with, he would just slam in. It was absolutely incredible. But we're gonna throw it onto a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. We have 4 more games to go.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, David, you asked for our players to deliver on more reroll, and 4 prismatic tickets perhaps is enough to make that happen. But talk to us particularly about the Cassiopeia, the Syndra board we saw coming through there towards the 10M, because that wasn't necessarily something we had front of mind.
My biggest takeaway is also just who was playing that comp, because all of last set, if you remember, there was one Turkish player named Klikornin who excelled at a 2-cost AP reroll, which was that Lux Janna comp we saw so much of. Seems to be the same case in EMEA finals here. Very comfortable on the Syndra comp. It's back in the meta after, a ton of different buffs coming through. Rework on the cast speed, but still very, very strong if you find her early. There was some confusion at the start of the game there because there was maybe a contest from Kesman. He pivoted off and Klikornin said, the lane is open, I'm going to go for this. And we saw 120 cast at the end. Incredibly strong comp if you have it from the beginning.
Yeah, speaking of the Kesman, we've seen Living Forge on the Artifact Anvil portal, followed up by What the Forge. Kesman just did not have enough artifacts this game. He said, more, please, more. And we've seen that Nora just throwing those balls by balls with the Blighted Jewel, or reducing the resist, feeding her mana after the mana Zane. Absolute masterclass, recognizing the best user of that item is pretty much Nora. We've seen the Bricks also had the Blighted Jewel, also Nora, but he didn't know to itemize her. He had that on the Nami, which pretty much doesn't do anything, and which might have cost him a placement or two.
Well, absolutely. For the future games to come, if we do end up in this kind of area again, are there any other artifacts you guys would like to see our players kind of focus and try and build comps around if they get the opportunity to take them?
Well, Peter, my answer here would always be Corrupted Vampiric Scepter. But unfortunately, it has been removed from the game. Mordog does not allow me to have fun. I've been voting for Artifact Anvil Portal the entire set, just trying to get the Warwick combination with the Scepter. No longer. No fun for me.
Hey, my by far favorite is just the hidden Swain tech. The French Swain tech. You load up with the Talisman of Ascension, some Locket, Zonia, and that bad boy rocks with 40k HP solos whole board. Like it's a Grand General himself. Just takes your whole screen, his bar is black because there's so much HP. It's absolutely peak pinnacle content.
Oh my gosh, absolutely astonishing stuff. And well, now we've got that in mind, I do want to bring the conversation back to Kesman as well. With Alan being here on the desk, I wanted if again you could expand a little bit on Kesman's kind of backstory here, because this whole tournament is very loaded, and to get a win in that lobby against the names that he did, that's no small feat.
Yeah, absolutely. He is very open-minded in terms of lines to and improve himself. He does not complain. He shares the same philosophy I have. If the patch is bad, just adapt to it. Like, there'll be a better patch eventually. But just do your best, play the game, do whatever you can to just enjoy the process and improve as a player. He adapted the similar mentality, and we can see the results. It's pretty much not just the best thing you can do. Like, sometimes, yeah, it won't be always perfect, but you have to just swim through it.
And it's not his first time at finals. He was here all the way back in Dragonlance, so he has the experience on the big stage. He is, of course, a caster like us, so he's done a lot of that for Ultraliga, for Poland in the past few sets. But it goes to show he went through the EMEA ladder qualification, did just a really, really good job the entire set, and I think is back to that top form we saw all the way back in set 7.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, with round 2 being over, we've just really gotten started here with the competition. So hopefully in a second we'll be able to bring up the standings and see where everybody is. But, Alan, David, in terms of for our players, we saw it in that last lobby. You can have some pretty rough starts to the tournament. We have seen players turn it around and bring it back, but if you go 8th into 8th in your first 2 games, how do you reset that kind of mental and bring yourself back in for what's potentially a very long journey to try and bring yourself back into contention for the top 8?
I mean, you have to be able to cut yourself from the game, recognize, okay, is this me doing something wrong, or I just had a bad RNG? Like, let's take an example of Double last game. His items were rough to play. He did sit to play reroll Ari Zoe with the Bastion. His Crux items didn't help. Then he had another chance of fixing those items with the What the Forge, and then he spawned with triple Lich Bane. It was literally the bane of this game.
All right, so general friends, it does look like we have our standings ready, so let's go and check out what's the status of the tournament overall. Again, remember, the 2 full days before any elimination at all, but starting here at the bottom, we've already got some big names who struggled out of the game.
Like Coco especially, 3 points after 2 games is not what we expect from one of the favorites to win it all, and definitely to make day 3, definitely have a chance to repeat his performance last at the last Worlds, for example. So, and Og as well, 6 points only. He's already qualified, so maybe doesn't have that same pressure, but we'd like to see more from these big favorite players.
Yeah, most definitely. We see some other big names that have been present in the past, like a Gink, not doing too hot, but given his experience, the competitive one, he definitely can make a run back.
Is this legal counterfeit?
I just saw the top of the table. I was like, what? That's not allowed. Our interview Sunday, Lusher just strolls in here like he hasn't the care in the world, and it goes completely undefeated. That's outrageous.
So usually we allow, the 1 game interview buff just to give a thank you to the players for coming onto the broadcast right before the game start. 2 interview buffs in a row, though. I think someone pressed the wrong button there. That's a bit too much, Lusher. We're gonna have to take a few points away from you next game.
No one thought the Lusher is only viable for 1 game. He went right off the bat, just grab both of them. Maybe he's like, wait, this lobby is so easy, I'm just gonna go quickly double W, and yeah, so I can just chill the next few games. But again, reminder about the format, where we can accumulate points throughout 2 days, so it's extremely important to get as much as you can throughout the day 1, because again, you can have a rough day 2, you can low roll, so again, take every double you can.
Yeah, and especially getting in these early wins is so important with the snake seeding in place. If you're not familiar, general viewers, it means that if you do well early on, you will then get matched with players who have lesser records for you in your lobbies yet to come. So, a strong start can very well lead to a strong finish. We will have our next lobby coming up soon. Unfortunately, it won't be with Lusher himself, but we'll have plenty of fantastic names coming in. Volta's one of the ones who's going to be in our next lobby, who has been doing well for himself. As David, as we mentioned before, a institution on the world stage.
Yeah, you can't count this player out. I know, some players watching Volta, they're not convinced on his skill, but the results speak for themselves. You cannot doubt after so many Worlds appearances, so many great performances as well on that world stage. And again, great start here alongside Lusher. It's really a big, I think, mental buff. The fact that you can start off strong and have validation that your game plan coming into the tournament maybe is good, that your luck is maybe good as well, but overall that you're in the right place and you deserve to be here and deserve to maybe even make it to day 3.
I mean, we've seen him being consistent over and over and over, and it's not only just like tournaments. Like he gets in there, like he has not one in the, but 2 accounts on the ladder in the top 30. Like that's not very easy. While you also are streaming, it's also exhausting and like mentally taxing, and it's harder to play when you stream. On top of that, performing well in the Tactician Cups, like and the previous competitions, is just like, yeah, some players might be doubting him, but result speaks for itself.
Oh, I always enjoy seeing a Volta interview. He is just incredibly cheerful to see. But another player we've got coming up on the screens in just a second is Kubikson, of course, our reigning regional champion. You know, a player who's massively stepped up his play over these last couple of seasons, and I think has got real potential to become one of the real stalwarts, the real central pillars of EMEA TFT.
Sitting on 12 points as well, so a 3rd on average the last 2 games. Also, I think a good start for him, good momentum. Right away, what my eyes jump to seeing the next lobby is the fact that there's 4 Polish players out of the 6 in this tournament. Clearly, Alan, you're getting, getting the feeling of what it feels like to come onto the broadcast, official first main cast, and already the biases right there for you. Production saying, don't worry, Alan, we'll get you a Polish lobby, 4 different players. In 4 different positions for each of these players, Broyson, Lelouch, Stinky, and Kubikson, I think each are coming in with different archetypes as players. Kubi is really on the rise, has been on the rise for 2 or 3 sets, becoming a favorite. Lelouch may be moving a little bit in the opposite direction, hasn't really had those same results in this set at least. And someone like Stinky, I'm really excited. I think he's been popping off this set. It's a meteoric rise for him, could be following the footsteps of Kubi, and I'm really excited to see what he brings to the table.
So from all the players you mentioned, like definitely I'm looking forward the most to see how first and foremost Kubikson performs, if he upkeeps the performance like he does so far, and then how the Kezman and Stinky Abusor does, because again, this is something they have been pretty much, not saying new, but they have been debutants pretty much on the GSC, and I really hope they're gonna pull out. And we see that the Stinky is sitting at 8 points. Broyson and Lelouch kinda on the rough side, having only 4 and 6, while Kubikson, like you mentioned, solid 12.
I do want to call out a player we haven't mentioned yet, of course, who is doing very well for himself, Max Fun. I believe playing it in his first sort of real competitive set, that he had a really strong, he had kind of an average season apart from the last cup, which he finished really strongly in 8th place overall, really shot up in terms of his power. So Max Fun on 12 points after the first couple of games, maybe with a chance to really make an impression as we get into game number 3.
And Maxon, of course, he's qualifying to the Russian ladder, so always a bit of a wild card. Hasn't really been grinding out ladder games with the rest of the competitors on EU West or UNE in most cases. So really, I think a lot of players aren't familiar with his game, aren't familiar with his exact playstyle. Could be a player that can surprise many of our competitors here. And I'm just really excited to get things going.
I believe that Max Fun did put a solid prep, because whenever I was watching or playing the scrims, he was pretty much always up there, either looking or playing the scrims. He does look like he's defaulting like 1 or 2 lines, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, because what it leads into, once you play a lot of scrims and people are aware what you lean towards, they are less likely to contest you, because obviously they don't want to spend their own placements, let's call it, on potentially contesting you in the line that when you are so hard-headed into playing and unlikely to pivot, you might just, they might just send you 8th, 7th, holding hands if you try to contest them. So it's worthwhile to default, for example, 1 or 2 lines.
Oh, I'm with you there as well, especially because our players, the 32 players playing today, will be playing against each other in 4 lobbies across the next 2 days. So I think it's, compared to our normal sort of cup format, we have 128 players playing against each other. An individual's impact is going to be much bigger. As David, I mean, have you had enough artifacts after the previous round, or are you in the market for any more?
Well, artifacts or just in general prismatics, our portal already decided for us. There will be prismatics all across the board once again in this game. So we're seeing that influx of resources coming through, the combination and the opening of new lines thanks to these artifacts. We saw it a bit already in the last game with different rerolls being stronger or weaker, depending on what's offered here. Horizon Focus, an interesting option. Mogul's Wheel not really the strongest in the current meta for Opal. Alan, if you were in this position, any takeaways from this current decision?
This is pretty cool choice. You can go for the Luden if you want to angle some sort of AP or strong AD caster like Varus. But the problem is those items don't really support going for that. He opts for the Mogul, which is one of the worst artifacts. However, he wants to get some econ. It does give you technically some sort of economy, but the problem is we have no frontline upgrade, and I think it was just the time getting into him, and like he didn't have much time left to make a proper decision. I would have opted probably into the Luden. There is a lot of things you can go into, and into the units that struggle with like taking out multiple units across the board, and Luden heavily helps with that, like Veigar himself.
Yeah, I think for Opal really needs to find a good hold of that Mogul's Mail. We did get a little bit of a buff, but want to bring us to Enzo here, one of our lower points players in the lobby, of course. The player who brought EMEA back to the world's top 8 before breaking through after we were away for 2 full seasons there. But Enzo taking at what cost? Given his tournament position, David, on 7 points overall, it's a risky augment to take, but gives him a ton of early power.
Certainly is, but as you mentioned, I think already maybe Enzo thinking, hey, I have to take a few more risks. We'll have the question or the augment name answered in a bit once the next few augments come around, and we'll see how it works out. For now, Enzo, of course, very much going to be on a win streak. I think most players, when they're scouting on 2-1, they have to see if Enzo's picking this. Hey, I'm probably not going to go for a 5-win. I have to maybe pivot my game plan according to that information and knowing kind of what to commit to. We saw earlier Stinky did pick up the Infinity Force and has the option to play multi-strikers. I spoke to him yesterday. He said he's very comfortable on this reroll line, so I'm not surprised he's trying to commit for it.
So in terms of at what cost, when you see that you have a lot of playable units and like a solid tempo, we see Jace and Zoe upgraded, and he already seen the units that he has gotten from the orbs. Like, it's a solid choice when you can put up a board that's already gonna be good at what cost, and you don't have to look to assemble one at each shot. So it's a really solid tempo play from Enzo, and we know the Enzo is that type of player. However, Max Van's spot looks kinda interesting because we see Morelos Lamb in combination with Gambler's Blade, so it's just generic good items without much of an angle. Might be looking into Jinx. I recall he was playing a lot of Hunters, and again, just good items in general to go for. On the other side, where Kubikson went for the training dummy, which is pretty good.
Yeah, we'll see if we can catch up to that in a second, because, of course, Kubi, one of our players in the lobby who is on the higher points total, it does feel like a risky move for him, but to come to Carousel, we can see Enzo, Max Fun, and Lelouch all undefeated so far, so we've got some players really building up for that early collision. We mentioned, of course, the at what cost for Enzo presumably will put him in a very good spot, but Lelouch taking buried treasures means that he's got a ton of items to reinforce his early board.
And right away, these augments and unit combinations that we're seeing at the bottom tell a pretty good picture of what we might be seeing in Stage 3. Volta seems pretty committed into that mage reroll. Has Prevanic Tick, which we saw a lot in that game too as well. So once again, reroll is the name of the game, and we see a Bastion +1 for Zbroyson. There is the possibility of playing a line that goes into very, very vertical Bastion. A lot of kind of stall into something like a Ryze backline or a Xerath backline. It is hard to make it that far, Alan. What do you think the chances are for Zbroyson to actually make it to that high cap board?
The problem with the Bastion is you need to hit 5 costs, and to make this board really shine, you can technically supplement Xerath with the Ryze and just pray for like one Diana as a buffer, but the problem with this board is just not enough damage. You need the Diana AoE damage, so for that to happen, she needs to pretty much have 3 items and ideally be 2-star to start cleaning out the units. What's interesting here, the Kubikson had the Eldritch Arcana dummy, but the problem is Lelouch found already 4 Syndras while having decent slams for her, so that might lead into Kubikson not angling for the Eldritch Arcana, even though his dummy was really, really good for that. He might just play some sort of Arcana board with flex units.
Yes, I believe he had, Eldritch Arcana and Frost, so maybe we'll be seeing a little bit of the Frost side of things coming through. Certainly would play well with the Vanguard Blasters from before. As we check back in with Lelouch and Enzo, our 2 win-streaking players. So Lelouch is going to try and jam in as much as possible. We do see the Syndra coming through, and one of the lesser seen variations on the Syndra board, the Syndra Vanguard in play.
I'm more curious about the loss streak. 3 different players on 4 loss, all trying, of course, to continue it. Volta is a master at selling units and guaranteeing the loss. We'll see what ends up happening with those matchups and who Lelouch faces off against. Lelouch is up against Enzo, obviously not the matchup you wanted. It's very hard to guarantee the win here against someone who is already on level 6, thanks to at what cost. Going back to what you mentioned, Alan, with Lelouch and Kubikson possibly contesting each other, I remember in Cup number 1, a similar situation happening around Veigar reroll and, words being spoken on social media after. So I really hope that on day 1, we'd already see some Polish attack on the same reroll once again.
Yeah, and we see clearly Lelouch is committed to the Syndra, holds not 1, not 2, not 3, but 5 Syndras already at stage 2. That is a very solid number, on top of having already solid slams. All he wants to see is just another tier here. Funds chain, not very ideal, but Kraux might provide here, while his shop is very sugary here.
Very sweet, yeah.
Hey, well, after that whole thing is said and done, we have got a win streakers and we do have a loss streakers. Kubikson keeps his loss streak intact with that board, which Kubikson seems to be moving more in the Frost direction. Enzo with the at what cost board does manage to ride that streak and keep it going. Volta as well, keeping that loss streak in place. So we know who our players are going to be laden with cash heading into stage 3. See Kubikson already get up to 60 gold in the bank.
Yeah, we can see that Opal is on a 1 win streak, while Volta and Kubikson are on the 5 loss streak. So clearly Opal lost his loss streak to either one of the other loss streakers. And now we have to ask ourselves, who is the true loser in this situation? The loss streakers or the Opal?
I'm curious if we see a reforge there from Lelouch with his components, trying to go for that 3rd Syndra item right away with the scaling nature of that unit. But we'll find out as this stage continues. And for Volta as well, if he's rolling, I think he's not rolling too heavily right now for the Soraka Seraphine combo with mages, might be considering to wait a bit.
So we've seen on the Kubikson side, he had for a second Eldritch on the bench, like we had the Alice, we had Ash, we had the Syndra double Nyla in the shop. But the second the Olaf appeared on the shop, he decided that he's committing to Frost, had a solid slam, which is BT and Hurricane. The third beast item is Eon on the Olaf, and it's literally pretty much ideal items. So we see that he's gonna probably playing some sort of just vertical Frost with Arcana most likely.
Yeah, we can see just the Olaf, even at the 1-star, just ripping through absolutely everything. The raw stats of 5 Frost certainly work out well on term, and as we get into our next tournament, Winter is coming, certainly a very solid choice. We know Kubikson's already heavy in here, and he will pick up the good boy to go with his other good boy.
Interesting enough, he insta-skipped Little Buddies while having already Olaf on board. The usual argument to not pick Little Buddies is the amount of the tempo you lose, but having already Olaf on the board, it would be with 2 items, it would be a very strong board, and he opted to go for the Wolf instead. A bit surprised here, I would think at least a bit longer about Little Buddies, especially when you opt for the Vertical Frost, which Little Buddies is amazing in.
Curious with Ticket if Volta wants to commit to the Veigar instead of the Soraka Seraphine, considering he is on level 5, didn't roll gold, obviously, while still level 4, trying to go for the 1 costs. Has a remover for later, of course. So curious to see where Volta ends up and what kind of variation of mages he goes for in the end.
Look at this.
Yeah, we've got the I was going to say, we got the Transfiguration as well there to help support the re-rolling and accessing that pretty hard. But yeah, Volta, I mean, he's kept his loss streak intact. It looks like he's going to be in no danger of that happening here again against the other side. Alan, of course, we were talking a little bit about the Bastion board from before, and it's looking like so far Bastions aren't taking too much damage as the Bryson, our lowest points player in the lobby, currently looking pretty solid.
Yes, Bryson clearly looking with his item slums to just play some sort of rise board. We might see 4 Bastion transition, we might see 8 Bastion. There is a lot of things he could play from the spot, depending on his roll down. Initially, you want to opt into Bastion due to they are cheaper, more accessible. I'm looking here at the Hekarim, Shen. Those 3 costs are fairly easy to hit and upgrade, so we can play even 6 at 8 while maintaining pretty strong backlane. However, once you want to go into the higher quality units like Kench for that extra CC, depending on the lobby, you want to possibly opt out from 6, possibly to 4. And while playing Tariq, Hekarim, and Diana, the +1 Bastion fits perfectly just to fit in 4 Bastion at the board, at level 8 or even 9.
You see Enzo on the other side of the board there. So David, I do want to kind of bring up the downside of that at what cost, just because it's not something we get to see a huge amount of. Not getting the chance to choose your augment for Enzo, but he's ended up with something pretty solid. You know, the generic combat bandages in there. It could have been a lot worse.
There are certainly, I think with prismatics especially, combination of augments that just don't make any sense, that don't synergize at all, that you're essentially an augment down, and because it's prismatic, it's a huge gap in terms of the power you're losing. In this case, it being gold, or even if it was silver in that case, it would be much better. It's kind of the upside of not being able to choose anyway. It's not as impactful. But all in all, early Rise as well for Enzo, a really good setup with an early Tariq, an early Tom Kench, a lot of forecast for this early in stage 3. So despite the augment not being chosen, specifically, I think the unit quality is very good for Enzo here.
Yeah, for the Enzo, having the slammed before Archangel, Adaptive, and Guardbreaker, naturally, those units, we have Tariq, Rise, Kench, Natural. How crazy is that for the Enzo? On top of that, not low rolling the argument. Keep in mind, like I've seen so many cases where you pick what at what cost, you stare at like double or triple prismatic lobby, and then you end up with some anger issues. And we are just sitting there, pretty much in anger.
Well, I do want to, as we check in with Volta, I do want to kind of to bring up a little bit of, Enzo's history again. I know it's going back a little bit, David, but just, reminded back to how well Enzo's doing in this lobby, kind of when he really came to the spotlight before in the Monsters Attack season. In the first couple of days of regionals, was absolutely demolishing everybody. I remember that making a pretty big impression on me, at least.
80 points in 2 days in that finals back in set 8, which I think is something that I can pretty safely say is never going to happen again. That level of dominance over a 2-day stretch, facing up against the best competitors in our region. It's just very, very rare. Enzo was on a different level, a different planet in terms of his understanding of that set. And I remember just all the tempo play he was able to eke out so many advantages in stage 3. Sometimes it backfires for Enzo. He's a little bit too creative in some cases, depending on the balance in the patch. But hopefully he's locked in for this weekend.
Yeah, we can see that the Volta, he hitting pretty late, but we see having already 6 Vexes on level 5, while having only 7 Sorakas with those spread out items. Before I would be looking forward to lose this round intentionally just to preserve Econ. I think 10 loss streak is very valuable, especially with Tricket Transfiguration. He doesn't want to accidentally win, but we see Stinky Abuser board, 3 item Kassadin with the 2 healthy. This board is definitely not losing to the mages.
Damn. I mean, yeah, we've got the double Infinity Force in there, of course, for early on. I love the 2 healthy edition as well as a kind of double shoot version of Keepers to make sure that Stinky's board continues to do well, but Stinky will end out this round with the win streak. He's on 8 points overall, so kind of middling performance so far, but I'm impressed by what we're seeing from Stinky in this game.
And you see kind of the idea that Stinky has with playing multi-strikers. He's mentioned to me when I spoke to him yesterday that he really just thinks it's all about just slamming items. Any items at all. There's not really a clear BIS in his mind. He thinks it's a tempo comp, especially around itemizing units as much as you can in stage 3 especially, and win streaking off of that. And that's exactly the case here. Every single item and component has been slammed on his units on a 5 win streak, 90 HP, and hoping to ride this out into a guaranteed top 4, maybe even more than that.
Interestingly enough, those items ended up being pretty much ideal for the champions he slammed on, so that definitely helps. And on top of that, playing the very good high cap comp, which is the multi-strikers, and he's gonna be utilizing 2 healthy, which is very interesting. We're probably not gonna see even if he could play 7. I think we might see just playing a Zillion Ari for that Arcana and Zillion for the Chrono plus oh my Enzo. What are those?
A little bit of French TFT going on here. Tariq 2, Tom Kench 2.
Well, GG's, we go 9.
Wait.
Of course, we've still got one more random augment coming in next round. The items have been absolutely, the units have been absolutely astonishing. The items are great as well. There's one chance for Enzo to faceplant once this next round is done, it's still going to be random. He will not be able to have any other choice. The first augment was very good. The second augment was very good. The third augment may still be a trap.
Yeah, imagine Garish's here. However, interestingly enough, he slammed the Starak. Usually the better slam in this comp is BT. However, due to the item economy, preserving Glove, due to him having Archangel plus Guardbreaker, we know that he wants to remove the Adaptive Helm from Rise eventually and move it either to some sort of Diana Taric 2 or ideally Mino if he gets it before, and get JG, the Jeweled Gauntlet, to enable the crit chance that the Guardbreaker provides for the ultimate DPS Rise.
Not just that, but he's very healthy as well. Won't have priority for component on this next carousel, so I think definitely makes sense. You want to get all the value you can from this now, and again, just see what you can do in the carousel.
Yeah, and we see that he just... sorry to jump on a bit, but explosive growth selected from at what cost, which exactly is one of the better ones he could have gotten. He hit everything, and this allows him to econ up and just go 9. And that's exactly what this comp needs to do. This comp needs to go 9 and cap out with those 5-cost units like Milo, Morgana, with Diana, even Xerath, it depends what you hit. But it needs to go 9. It cannot be stuck on 8. If you are stuck on 8, even if you hit, you are not gonna have a best placement. The main condition for this comp to go a 9 is pretty much like Taric 2 with items, Rise 1, and maybe Ari 2 and Bard 2.
Yeah, that's what you say. It's amazing. I think you know, under other circumstances, you could imagine Enzo would have chosen those augments for himself. But I do want to point out as we come into the mid part, or get close to the mid part of stage 4, over on the right hand side, you can see Max Funnel, Lush, and Opal. You can see that the Vanguards are pretty popular in this lobby. We've got a lot of shields, and they're all going up.
Man,
Max
this Rise is so slow.
Seems to have committed onto the Hui, the Hui and the Bard here. Not too many copies, not that much gold to work with, so I'm a little bit worried for Max Fun. He is fairly healthy right now, but we'll see, you know, how his HP pans out when we get into stage 5.
We have to assume that, like, the worst case scenario, if he lost streak throughout the next 3 stages, that's like, with his board quality, it's roughly like 12 damage per run, so we have to assume
one off.
But again, that Morde will not be good enough. Like, again, we need some damage, and then we are staring at Ari 1 still. However, that's a Luden blue buff Gunblade Ari. That's a pretty good unit to have Luden on, because, again, she can overkill. But Opal is looking at the Wrath, 4 gold, no streak, no HP. Now!
Level 6.
Alright, Opal. One of our players in the middle of the pack on 9 points overall, so it's had a solid, you know, very middle of the pack opening to it. We can see on the other side from Volta, the reroll board is really coming to life. We've got the fully itemized Seraphine. She is cutting through those backlines. All these Vanguards, you know, they can't stop that backline from getting sniped.
The corner Ari, not ideal in this matchup. Just 3-4 seconds into the fight, the Ari was blown up. As you mentioned, Alan, nowhere near enough damage to do anything, especially once that Ari is down. And now Paul, not down yet, but down to 3 HP. A very, very tough position for a player who really is dreaming of making that top 8, making that day 3 in this case, in his 3rd EMEA finals.
We've seen a bit of the disappointment on Opal phase. He knew that was a bit of the positioning gap. Not sure he could have killed a few more units, possibly even win. The problem was, it is actually good to have Ari on the same side as the Seraphine, but the problem is you cannot have Mordekaiser straight to the top corner, because if the Seraphine is targeting the target, she's just gonna shoot in the line of sight the wave. And the problem is, this line of sight was covering Ari. If that Mordekaiser was 1 hex to the left, Ari would be actually safe here. See, exactly, that's what he did.
Yeah, you've got to make sure you get the next one in. So let's see. Across the rest of the field, you know, we've got Stinky Abuser up at the top, 93 HP, has kept his 8-round win streak in place. So I think Opal is one of those players feeling the pressure, along with Volta. One last chance to go in here. Could potentially go up against Max Fun, Kubixen, or Bryson, all in the mid-table. So Opal is still a way off of even getting the full version of his board online, and he's going to have to face down the Rise Bastion board.
Up against the Rise 2, doesn't sell the Mordekaisers or the Aries to try and hit. I think he understands there's a big enough gap between 7th and 8th that even if he wins one more fight, it doesn't really matter. He needs to try and hit both of these and then have mounted comeback. For now, the Mordekaiser is starting to scale up with the Mogul's Mail. The Blitzcrank 3, which was just recently hit, is still very tanky, absorbing so much damage. But the Archangel scaling is what worries me here. The Rise completely untouched that top left corner. It might spell disaster for this Ahri, and the Mordekaiser's down as well.
And we're gonna see Opal tanking an Knave. He didn't hit. Missed some sort of econ argument. We see that triple combat argument, but again, in the heavy reroll lobby, we've seen some 1 cost, 3 costs. We've seen Stinky rerolling 2 costs, but that was not good enough to help him out. The problem was all the Rise players taking 3 of Ahri each. Well, unlucky for you, buddy. Less Ahri for you.
It's just the way the cookie crumbles sometime, but that's great news, particularly for Zabroyson, Lelouch, and Enzo, our players on lower points in the lobby, guaranteed to get 1 more than they were guaranteed to come in with. Volta, though, again, with the board online. David, you were talking before about potentially moving more in a kind of the Vex Veigar direction. We've got the Vex online at least, but the Veigar not getting the itemization, relying instead on that 3-star Soraka.
We'll see what burst can come through from the Seraphine here. The Vex just so tanky with the Titan's unusual itemization, but working out for now. Nami comes in just to stop that last Rise cast from coming in a little bit too early, and that should be the cleanup crew here. Big win for Volta, who played a very risky playstyle of losing 10 rounds in a row, stages 2 and 3, but now has come back into it with 4 wins here in stage 4.
Perfect loss streak into his streak. I think it was even 11 loss streak because he still lost 1 round into the stage 4. The main problem might be we see at least 2 Taric players in the lobby, and the main counter of the Seraphine is Taric because he tanks whole wave, he doesn't let it go through. And like Seraphine is completely shut down by the Taric. So we would love to see some sort of Seraphine itemization at the end here as a main carry.
I think that's why we're seeing Volta, making some decisions here about where maybe the damage needs to be elsewhere long term, because certainly Seraphine has done a good job at this point, but you're absolutely right, having the hard counter there is tough. It looks like we will be seeing a little bit more attention being given to the Soraka, maybe seeing the Nashers coming in as well, but let's hop, skip, and jump around the lobby and check in with Kubi. Of course, the Frost board from before, we've seen some Arcana being added in, and also a sneaky Briar over the far right-hand side being added as a secondary damage source along with the Olaf.
Lucky that it isn't a Briar 2, or else it would not be sneaky any longer once every player sees that pop-up come through. An absolute demon when it comes to stage 5.
It almost is. Yeah. I think Kubix is trying to dance that second Briar around his bench just to try and keep anyone from noticing it.
Well, when we have to remember when you roll for 5 costs, you roll on level 8. Just hit those 2 stars, there is no problem. But we see that Max Fan, that Wave 3 can actually put up the work. Triple combat argument, including Living Forge, LDP, and the shields up, just being a bit too much for Kubikson, lacking that sustained damage. Olaf is great, Briar is great, but they are providing the same source of damage. But they do struggle against those high HP targets.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
well,
come on.
Well, then.
For Max Fun as well, he didn't have the best econ. Started stage 4 with level 7 with 20 gold, but because there are so many 3-cost rerollers with the Vexes, the Veigars, the Mordekaiser that was out of the pool as well, I think allowed him to hit that wave 3, despite looking like he was doomed to be at bot 4 in this game. Maybe has the power now to come back to that top 4.
We'll see what this Briar 2 will do for us here. Fully itemized, ready to rock and roll. There's a lot of beef on the other side of the field, though, and a summoned dragon from Enzo. He's not messing around, Alan.
Yeah, most definitely. We see that Kubikson opted to select the Arcana emblem as his Arcana. You can make an argument when you play duo carry Olaf Briar to select.
Oh, it's Briar.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, 1, 2. No.
Oh,
Zillion.
What? Zillion? The king?
No.
Oh, no.
No.
Feed beef.
Zillion has done too much this set already.
Oh my. What did he? Was she fed? That's the question. Was she fed? Oh,
I'm assuming so.
She is now, Alan.
Don't worry, we've got one more feeder. So let's do a diagnosis on this board for Kubi. Of course, our reigning regional champion. We expect big things from him here. We've got the Briar, we've got the Olaf, but not a huge amount else. Do we see Kubi getting into top 4?
This
I think
sport
this
is definitely strong enough to get into it. I'm still debating if it's not Hekari Marcana for the durability and AD. I think that board could benefit it a lot more. And I wish we seen the frontline barrier. You want her to cast sooner. The problem is she's walking, she's not taking damage. She has to auto attack without the buff so long. But now we see that Soraka's splash damage actually hit her, enabling her while Olaf is walking on the back lane.
Stuck now onto the Vex, and that might be it. Unless these two melee units can get off of this Vector, kill her fast enough to get into the back line, that could be the deciding factor. Briar is still alive, but the stun, the bounce is too big, and she cannot deal with it. Kubik's been taken down. My biggest concern was the fact that it was two melee carries, as you mentioned, Alan, without the DR. It's just a little bit inconsistent. If your units do not path well, if they get stuck on something, if they get stuck on a tank, there's no backline carry to help out finish these fights.
Yeah, we have to also cover there was no shred, no anti-heal, so that also makes up. We had Twitch, but the Twitch died pretty fast from Seraphine, so we did not have shred on the Vex, which definitely put up too much resources for the Kubikson to go through.
We say a sad farewell to our reigning regional champion here in this game, but I do want to draw attention towards Volta, who has been climbing his way up the table. Of course, we've got another Briar on the menu here, but Volta on a 7-round win streak finds Nami 2 as well. Despite, all of the potential obstacles in this Seraphine and Soraka comp's way, it's working extremely well. We're up to 7 mage. I think we've pretty much got everything we need apart from the 3-star Veigar.
I want to give some props as well to Stinky Abuser. We saw earlier on 90 HP in stage 3 with a multi-striker board. Very, very strong still. Has not really lost too much of that HP. Has been leading the pack the entirety of the game, really. So on a comfort comp, he mentioned yesterday, and really the results are there.
Remember when we've seen Enzo just going fast 9? Yep, he got there. And we see Diana 2, Zeraf 2, Ryze 2, even Milo. We hit just everything. But the problem might be we have a lot of offensive items. Yep, not enough front lane.
Oh, Shades of Aaliyah, double Archangel Zerath, not being able to cast and losing the fight because of it.
I will give credit to Enzo though. We mentioned, at the what cost. I really liked before we saw him bringing out the dragon. That he had the explosive growth in place, so he could get to that level 9 still in a more predictable way. Stinky Abuser up at the top, 56 HP compared to the rest of the lobby, very far ahead. Finds Callista too, so he's going to be a pretty impressive final boss.
On the Enzo note, I want to mention yet that he put up double adaptive on the Milo. I think players are overvaluing itemizing Milo instead of, you have Zeraf too. Just give one adaptive to Zeraf always in this case. He casts way too slow if he doesn't get initial mana, and when you are struggling with the front lane, you probably want to put up another adaptive on the front. Milo will get enough item mana from the Scholar, he'll be fine. The problem is, look, the whole front lane is dead, and Milo is casting just for the first time. It's way too late.
We do see a couple of potential elimination matches going on. Max Fun on 12 points overall, a really strong early start. Will get knocked down there, but I think the Lush is going out in the same round. It's going to be tight as to which one of them takes the lesser placement.
We saw there the Vex just unkillable for that Syndra, just could not shoot through the front line. And Volta once again on a 9-win streak. Let's see if he does the perfect flip from an 11 loss into an 11 win into maybe finishing second or first in this lobby would be fantastic. 2 French in the top 3 and Stinky as well.
It didn't help for the Max Fan and Lelouch that they were 3-way contested on the Vanguards, because we have to remember Opal was playing reroll Vanguards, Lelouch was playing reroll Vanguards, Max Fan was playing reroll Vanguards, while Enzo holding that 4 Kenches on 4-1. So they had pretty rough games. So given how contested on the front lane they were, having placement 4 and 5, you should actually consider it as a win. While we see Enzo just fighting Milo 2, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely astonishing stuff. Do remember, of course, Stinky Abuser and Enzo, 2 of our lower points players coming into this lobby. They need every point they can get to push forward for a solid day 1. But for Volta, David, I mean, he's on the win streak. He's also our highest points player in the lobby, coming in on 14. With not a perfect day so far, but a pretty damn close impression.
We're going through here with Stinky, and we'll see what this multi-tracker board can do. If we can get some wraps from the Kassadin onto the backline, trying to bypass the Vex is really the name of the game here for this melee comp. But Kassadin says, you know what? I'm going to take a walk around that left side, go back to my back line, nowhere close to those mages, to that Soraka, to that Seraphine, and it really goes to show that I think Stinky has hit his cap. His game plan was staying healthy throughout stages 3, 4, some part of stage 5, but now in stage 6, he knows he's been outcapped.
Like we see that his third selection on the argument was a heroic grab bag. That means he was pretty much just close on hitting Kassadin, and this what allowed him to push levels. And instead of selecting another combat argument, perhaps on this third choice, he opted to push levels, which allowed him to add more 2-cost units to hit Arcana, to hit that Camille, which allows him to scale the HP of his second argument choice. So technically, you could consider this the heroic grabback actually a combat argument, because again, if you are playing just for the Kassadin, it allows you to push levels way more aggressively to scale your other arguments way better.
Yeah, and that's allowed room to get the Camille itemized as well. That 2 healthy extra HP going to be very valuable for a 1-star unit as well, which means she stays alive through most of the fight. And the Kassadin walks through the board. It actually gets the job done. And while Volta actually lost off screen as well, it looks like we're not quite done here with our multi-strikers.
Interesting matchup as well if it happens again for the win at the end of this game, potentially with Enzo. With Tarek being kind of the only tank, Diana jumping into the backline means that Kassadin might have kind of a free wrap into the backline, so we have to keep our eyes out up for that possible interaction in these later stages. And if Stinky hits Camille too, especially, that's really his next and I think only big cap to try and win this game.
My only complaint is, like, I wish we would see one more item on the Tariq here, force Milo to cast on the Rise and the Zeraf on his first cast, and just to have that extra mana item on the Tariq, get that cast, that's so much tankier, and we have to remind you that Adaptive accelerates also the casting on the front line, so not only on top of having clear, but also getting mana when getting struck. So again, wish we had a bit more front lane. I don't like that much back lane, which might be
Rise cast does come through, and it should clean up the Xerath here. It will be enough. Rise on the right side for Volta, so big at chipping down the HP of both the Soraka and the Seraphine.
Yeah, even though he didn't get a particularly too good of an item, we are in the state where it's pretty much rock, paper, scissors matchups. Kassadin counters the Scholars when Diana doesn't high roll the items. The mages counter the Kassadin, and mages get countered by the Rise. So pretty much, we'll see how the matchmaking puts it.
Yeah, well, I suppose at least Stinky Beers has maybe got a couple of lives left on tank to make that rock, paper, scissors a little bit more favourable. We've got one last chance to do a little bit of item rearrange, as you're saying, Alan. We've got a chance here to make some item moves around. It looks like Enzo is actually going to take a more dramatic turn, as he's going to now turn his eyes towards Morgana as a more of a secondary tank coming in to reinforce that front line.
Double
he quickly realized that he needs more frontline. He was maged against Stinky Abuser, so he realized that if he doesn't have enough frontline, he will be losing that matchup, which resulted into him selling Milo 2 for Milo 1. Again, Milo 1, Milo 2, don't diff, and just to reinforce the front lane.
There's not going to be enough damage here from Stinky. Once again, the Kassadin stuck onto the Vex, bouncing up off of the Nami ult as well. An easy matchup for now for Volta here, unless Stinky get on the right side. Still has enough HP to buffer. One more loss there, down to 6 HP. Enzo also gets a win here, so both, or all 3 players rather, still alive.
Wow. We're getting, Volta's, of course, been quietly building up the Sugarcraft stacks as well. You can see Volta spending aggressively as we would expect at this point in the game, for his charms brings out even more defensive prowess. We know he is up against Enzo in this next round though, so we'll see how that one does. Looks like Stinky is, well, one of them, of course, going to be playing up against the Ghost, but Stinky looks like he's going to end out the game without ever finding that Camille too.
When you look at this board, like you're pretty satisfied with Ferret. Like this board is look like give me Ferret and get me out. When you are staring down, even though it's Diana 2, Tariq 2, Zera 2, like this is all the 5 costs. But again, that's not a bad matchup for us, and like if we get a good charm like Tremor or just some sort of CC, because we are playing a fast comp, we can actually win. And this looks like it's exactly what will happen.
Oh.
Yep.
Played out in exactly the same way as what we saw in the last match between these 2 players. Enzo taken down, the Kassadin very quickly wraps onto the Xerath before he gets that second cast off. And that's going to be it. Stinky versus Volta. Volta has won the last 2 matchups these players have had in Stage 6. We'll see if there's a potential Camille 2 high roll counterfeit in this next round.
I mean, you gotta dream big, don't you? I mean, from Volta's side of things, yeah, we've got the mage. Wait, we've got a mage Camille in the mix. I think that's one way to make sure that doesn't happen for Stinky.
Look, I think the Camille 2 doesn't make the diff even there for the Stinky. I think this matchup is so doomed. You have so much CC, there is like, okay, I think the only way Stinky can win is actually roll for QSS Charm. I think that's the only way it can get him out, because it's Nami, it's Galio 3, which is pretty tanky, and it's Camille.
Not any great combat options yet. Camille is found, but really wants a charm here for Stinky.
That's not the best one, and he's satisfied with the just back row attack speed, which is not very good. Volta picked up a charm, we see that he's rolling down. However, he already had charm, couldn't see another one. I'm not sure what did he pick up, but that had to be some sort of combat one.
All right, let's do this one more time. Stinky definitely on likely the losing end of this matchup. We can see the core defensive power of Volta's board is just absolutely ridiculous. Volta, he who lives at the Tacticians Crowns of the Global Championship, 14 points coming in and gets himself the first place. That's a huge stamp on the tournament overall and puts him in commanding position going forwards.
Yeah,
and Stinky as well, I think has to be happy. He played his game to perfection. That's exactly what Multi-Striker gets you. It's a high tempo, Stage 3 and Stage 4. You stay very healthy, bleed out to a 4th, a 3rd, and a 2nd. Hey, that's fantastic.
Getting the combination of the Prismatic plus the Transfiguration and the Angling Mages is just the dream, while having so many natural units along the way. He didn't high roll the Stage 3, however, but what happened on the Stage 4 and onward was absolutely illegal. But then, on the other hand, Stinky, playing the comp that top 2, you kiss a hand and you walk away. You're like, 7 points, I am perfectly happy. I would be happy with even 6 points after this game. With this sort of cup, like, come on, you can't be unhappy.
No, absolutely. But general friends, we're headed to break. When we return on Analyst Desk, we'll be breaking down the previous game and also revealing how the tournament is going overall. So stay tuned. The Golden Spatula will continue after this break.
Welcome back to the Magic and Mayhem Golden Spatula Cup. We just watched game number 3 unfold in front of our eyes. I'm joined by Wita on the desk. And would you say that this particular lobby, this particular game was a classic Volta high roll?
I mean, it's just your average spot from Volta, right? I feel like, but again, we're kind of saying, okay, Volta high roll this one. Again, he's a player that has always played towards the most high roll spots possible. It's a very clear thing he does in his play style, and I think that it would be kind of disingenuous to not highlight this as something that he puts himself into spots to doing that. But when you spawn in with Vex 2 on like 3-1 like that, I mean, something's gotta give.
Absolutely. And let's have a look in general on how the whole game unfolded, because we had a lot of interesting compositions that we hadn't necessarily seen before. We saw a lot of players like sticking it with one line and just going with it. Stinky Abuser with the multi-strikers, Volta with the mages, but this time around he's going for the Vex 3-star in the front line. Was there any particular composition that caught your eye?
I really like the way Stinky navigated this game, right? Going for the Freaky Friday, instantly getting the combat spike there, just going for the multi-strike at tempo out here, played a really strong early game, and then when that 2 healthy was on offer on free to just really navigate his way throughout this game to perfection. I feel like, as Alan also was kind of alluding to, just like being able to get a second place from this spot just showed really good navigation of how I was able to make the game go.
Now, of course, huge thumbs up to Enzo as well. He went with at what cost levels you up all to level 6, but you cannot choose any of your rest of your augments. Now, I just want to give a little bit of an insight that I played this augment yesterday and I got anger issues on 3-2, and I went from first to Giga 8, but he managed it so freaking well because you got combat bandages, which works with pretty much any augment at all, into explosive growth, which pushed him all the way to that level 9, played a flex board, and ended up losing to Volta, if I'm not wrong right here. Again, we've seen that Zerath plus Rise, very strong combo in the backline, with the Arcana, with a pretty beefy frontline with the Tam Kench as well. So overall, pretty good for a flex line on that one.
Yeah, absolutely right. And it seemed like the game wouldn't end at all towards the back end of the game. They were just like taking wins off of each other, trading blows back and forth. We wasn't really sure who was going to come out on top here. A little bit of matchup roulette coming through, but here we can see one of the fights that kind of set the picture for what this game was going to be, right? Stinky Abuser taking a loss here to Volta at the start of the 3 persons alive, and at the point, Stinky Abuser had like 60 HP remaining, just really showcasing how well his tempo game plan had panned out until then.
Yeah, and right here we see also that Volta, even though we joke about the high roll position, of course, he tried to play towards a very uncontested mage line completely right here. That's managed to get that frying pan off the carousel as well. And I just want to bear with me, if you're a League of Legends fan as well, I just want to make a comparison between Volta and Jankos, because I feel like they're very comparable. You know, they've both won, they both have the experience, they're considered low APM as well, if you will, in their games as well. However, they will always perform whenever they're needed. They're both winners and they're both heavily high competitors.
Yeah, and also I haven't seen Volta hit an Italy spear ever, so I mean they kind of.
Hey, neither has Jankos, man. It's fine.
Oh.
See, the comparison fits.
But to be fair, who needs to hit Italy spears when you can just hit your 3 stars instead, right? That is what TFT is all about, Trouble.
Absolutely. And if I'm not wrong, I think our casters are ready to take you straight into like game number 4. Is it going to be Jinx? Is it going to be multi-strikers? Are we going to be re-rolling again? Or is it the rise of the 4 cost when we least expected it? Guys, please do take it away.
Oh my gosh, Troubles, we're reading ahead on the script, but yeah, I mean, I think we're very well set up for an extremely explosive round 4. Just because we weren't able to bring the scoreboard from the previous round, it's worth noting that Lusher, the Demon King himself, is still at the top of the scoreboard, refusing to be torn from his throne. But Panda, Alan, as we come into round 4, we'll be heading more towards the mid-table because there's a lot of players around the same kind of points right now, and a lot of them are in this lobby.
And this last stretch, I think, is really important for the momentum going to day 2 especially. Obviously, this is still game 4, it's not game 6, but these last 3 games and kind of where you finish is where you go to sleep on that same idea of I'm feeling very strong, I'm feeling a little bit weak, I don't have a good meta read. So this game I think is really, really important, and this lobby before the reset especially.
You can see the players count here, that you see those players are locked in, they are ready to go as we select the golden prelude into the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, this is what kind of we've been expecting to see, particularly from players, just as we talk about, in such a volatile position in the tournament overall, try and reduce their variance coming out from the augments. But of course, we haven't seen a ton of hero augment play coming through so far. A golden prelude would be the ticket for that to be likely.
At least in my, reroll heavy, hero augment loving brain, anytime I see anything about golden augments, I'm like, oh, is it a chance at a hero augment? It was the case last set with Garen, and it's the case now, especially with some that are incredibly strong. I think Zap Attack is one of those with Blitz, and just Honeymancy overall with things like the 2 tanky, just being a really, really strong combination right now in the current meta. School Mascot even for Eldritch is super fun, opening a new line altogether.
Yeah, definitely. When you go for when you know it's Golden Prelude and it's less likely you're gonna be opening up with some sort of econ argument, like whenever it's Golden Opener, you are more likely to make 10, like we see here. Oh my god,
Ooh.
that's Kassadin 2 for Bensak. Just like that?
Alright, I mean, you take it when it's offered to you. Jeez. Alright, and of course, hey, maybe we'll even be able to find an appropriate augment coming out of this one straight away, but if you want to take a moment just to note kind of our players' situation in this lobby, as we mentioned before, everyone around 16, 15 points or so. There is one player who's not there, Clemu on 5 points, about 10 points behind everybody else in the lobby.
This is a really, really strong hit for Bensak for even more than it feels like, in my opinion. One, there's a ton of gold augments that really help multi-strikers, but two, you send a message. If you have a Kassadin 2 before stage 2 even comes around, I think no one's going to try and contest you this game, so it means you really have a pretty easy path to play a high-tempo multi-tracker game like we saw from Stinky in that game 3.
We see that there was a risky option to go for the Spoils of War while having Kassadin 2, having Rageblade Slam.
Yeah, you can slam Rageblade. Half a BT as well.
This could be an amazing game to just play some either reroll or maybe because of the spoils, how it provides chests, which often contain Nico, or perhaps we'll see more of tempo into Kalista.
Yeah, we've got some interesting augments coming from the right-hand side. Of course, the Spoils of War we've got here as well. We've got Lyris going for the category 5. We've got Worth the Wait from Gobester, Prize Fighter out of Clemu. Remember, again, Clemu on the lowest points. Going to go pretty aggressively. So we've got some pretty strong lanes being played, including Darkest, taking what doesn't kill you makes you, well, hopefully it make him stronger as it goes further on. To check in with Solo Gasang, he has already committed himself into the AP route, and it looks like we might have our mage player.
Serious for Liles, I guess he's really going to be locked into Jinx, understanding that probably multi-striker, the line with the Ashe variation with category 5, going to be hard to pull off if Bensak is locked in already onto this Kassadin 2. And Jax too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's just not only Kassadin 2, let's load up with another Jax. An interesting part is we've seen from one of the players having warped the weight, so maybe there are some odds that there is some Kassadin or not Kassadin, Jax or Ashe, which could lead into not going for the multi-strikers. However, it's a Zoe, which is not the best of a unit to go for, but maybe we'll see just to go for the reroll of the Ahri.
Yeah, I definitely don't hate this at all. I mean, you can certainly carry the items, as you can see, reasonably enough for the early going, and eventually turn to an Econ Augment if Gobo is not inclined to go for the 4-star Zoe in this game. Unfortunately, it's not good enough to be able to beat out Zolo Gasang's early board. Even at level 3, you can see Zolo is very strong. One of our front runners, along with Gobester in this lobby, having a solid early start.
And Solo, I wouldn't be surprised to be playing mages. He's someone that we've seen time and time again. He usually isn't the most creative of players in terms of playing a lot of different comps. He picks the few very strong comps in the meta and plays them better than anyone. That's really what he excels at, the execution and really understanding the lines very deeply. And of course, mages, we saw it already from Volta, very, very strong general comps to be played when it comes to rerolls.
I do want to kind of to bring up the conversation, this Solo has come up already. Just in terms of his background, as of course the player known for being the ladder player but not the tournament player, has had a really good season this past season, so we're hoping to see him come back and really take center stage again.
Yeah, we've seen the Solo on and on perform and qualify to the tournaments, but yet he's missing some big W next to his name, and maybe perhaps it's this time.
And a very stacked lobby in terms of veteran players as well. You're mentioning Solo. This is his 8th EMEA finals. For Ging, also similarly the 8th as well. Had a bit of a slip up the last 2 sets, but is back in at least good enough form to make it this far to the top 32 in our region.
And it's worth noting just to kind of elaborate on Solo's performance, with those 8 regionals, he's only made top 8 a single time. But we know there's so much more for him to give there. Zooming out though, all of the picture overall, Bensak, Lyris, both keeping their win streaks going as we head past the midpoint of stage 2.
Well, Bensak last pick with open cloak gets his component, just getting a free BF on the free cost. So just conveniently gets that BT plus Rageblade Slam, which should pretty much guarantee him further streak towards the Crux, and even further to stage 4 if he manages to find that Hecarim to complement the 5 multi, which got buffed a few patches ago and is an absolute powerhouse on stage 3, one of the strongest boards you can play.
Alright, Solo, let's see what we've got for us here. We have got, of course, the lesser duplicator there as well. If Solo wants to push the power any further. Off the other side, we can see Ging come in, of course. If we're talking about longer-term players in the scene, David, of course, Ging has been absolutely everywhere. Of course, a huge defining part of Turkey's TFT offering for such a long time.
And he was really one of those favorites every single tournament he was playing in up until set 10, I would say, up until set 11. Dropped a little bit in form, I think couldn't play as much as he could in the past. And when I spoke to him coming to this tournament, he said he doesn't have that high of an expectation as he's had in the past. Usually he comes to these tournaments thinking, I have to make day 3, and ideally I have to make Worlds as well. In this case, I think less pressure on his shoulders. He's just trying to prove that he still has a level to be here, and then hope that that is enough to make a day 3 as well.
We've seen interesting spots from the Ging and the Solo. Both technically has Mage's spot. However, Ging could opt possibly to play into some sort of way. Shojin Blue Buff is this kind of items you want to play on the units that have a base mana of 40, and you can accelerate this way to reduce it with the Blue Buff to 30, and then further accelerate it with the Shojin to 2 auto attacks per cast, which is really good at the units that deal a lot of damage and really want multiple casts, which is Veigar, which is Sway.
Oh, for sure. It's kind of, I do remember when that kind of idea started first percolating through the field and how strange it was to be able to put both mana generating items on the same unit legitimately. But as we come out of stage 2, our players, of course, will be getting those extra items in, and it's worth noting Bensak, Lyris, the 2 French players up on the top with the win streak, Dasik and Darkest down at the bottom with full loss streaks. So a lot of money flowing in here as we end stage 2.
For Bensak especially, I think the Sposa War coming to stage 3, the continuation of this win streak, kind of makes you want to play this very, very high tempo, super early level ups to 6 and 7 to try and keep continuing the win streak and allow the Augment Spoils of War to make up for that econ loss.
I think from Bensak, what we're gonna see a roll down on the. Oh my god, he just got the Titan. We're gonna see a roll down. We're gonna see a roll down on 6 to get the Hecarim, to get 5 multi, to maintain the win streak. We might see, it depends which players are in his pool. I'm about to say he might consider going to 6 and rolling now, but given that he just found the 2 upgrades and sees a minor gambit, like how iconic would be losing now.
Look at his matchmaking pool though. He has 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in the standings currently in his pool, so not going to face any weak players. Is he strong enough to beat all 3 of them?
I would say we might get to see a little glimpse of Lyris, of course, with that category 5 board, as Bensak will hit up, of course, to level 6. Get a little bit more punch behind him. He's not up against Lyris in this round. But instead, Zolo, who has got a substantial enough win streak of his own. You can see the Sirac on the backside of the comp there, really heavily itemized, and the front line looking pretty good as well. I think this is a solid challenge, but that Castellan's not taking quite enough damage, I think. Sirac has got good burst. Maybe.
The Markford is big from the Spark. Is it enough? Does kill off the Castellan, but at least doesn't have the damage. Vex is still alive. That's going to be it. Maybe the level 6. And just overall better positioning was warranted for Bensak.
Hey, that's a minor gambit curse, just saying.
You said it. You said it.
Make up for it. He does find some very, very strong options for this multi-striker board. Keepers, Find Vintage, Silver Veil, all 3 are good options.
I think that's a clear find vintage, given his items are pretty bad, and like you have already solid slams on your Kassadin that you can just opt out, like move Rageblade later to Ash. If you're uncontested, yeah, and that's exactly what Bensak thinks about. Just go for that find vintage. We see that as clearly higher items kind of map that we got into, because sometimes, you know, you can end up after cracks with 2 slammed items, while Bensak is rocking with solid, 4 slammed items and a half component. That's highly unusual.
Yeah, I think Bensak might take a little bit of a step back. As we take a look at some of our silver ones coming in, we have got a couple of Pandora's benches being picked up across Lyris again. Lyris, of course, who also lost his win streak in the previous round. So a little bit of pressure relieved off the lobby as our top performers no longer need to pour their money into keeping their win streaks going. But we will get to see Dasik up against Bensak's board. And of course, we haven't seen too much of this Ari Bastion board in this lobby. We can see that there's a lot of punch behind the Ari already.
Interestingly enough, Dajik decides to reroll for the... Either he rerolls... I think he's rerolling. We've seen this Zoe being from Warp the Weight. So hitting Zoe is highly unlikely. It's not more of a carry unit that you want, or sub carry. It's more of a unit that just you want to reroll, so you get another free cost unit that would be buffing your Arcana that you select on Aryan, which would result in just higher DPS, higher frontline, that scales of AP overall. But hitting that Zoe might be borderline impossible when Gobo keeps getting those Zoes.
And we can see the category 5 board, with the empowered reroll capability. You can see the 3 costs and even a 4 cost in the Karma re-rolling on the bench now, looking for an early Olaf. So Lyris has definitely got a plan, and while it doesn't get the win in here, Dasik keeps up that streak. I think we've got some good long-term potential for Lyris.
I would say for the Lessons, I think it's a good thing he's getting a loss streak here. He wants to have priority on this carousel, or at least the best priority possible to pick up a bow for that Rageblade onto Jinx. And he knows he's not as strong as he could be, considering the augment selection at 3-2 was not a combat strength augment. So there's only one bow. We'll see if Les can get it. Would be really, really big for this Jinx comp.
I mean, Bensak would love to get the Kassadin. You know, you just pick up another unit that you can utilize. You don't care too much about the item, because again, you have you have the... Oh, the tier has been denied.
And there it is.
The Lyris ends up with that bow that you really want, and ends up with the pretty much BIS Jinx, which is QSS, Hurricane plus Rageblade.
Something that jumped out at me, gentlemen, that's looking on our overall scoreboard there. And of course, if you're watching on Twitch, there's our extension which will let you see the scoreboard pretty much whenever you like. There's a little button in the top right hand corner. Amazing bit of new tech coming in. Darkest, in particular, who we haven't seen for a little while, looks like, from what I saw on the display, that they might be building up an Arcana Varus board, which we've seen very, very little of.
Could also just be Callista, with Tristana holding for now. Find Your Center, Rakan is going to be an interesting setup. Really good items, though, with both the Warmog and the Stoneplay. Really big for Rakan. Of course, not the same fairy comp that we saw so much of in Cup number 2 and 3, which was just incredibly dominant. Some nerfs did come through, but still viable under the right conditions.
I would see that Hecarim just holding the tank items, but keep in mind, like, when you position that way Hecarim and he surrounds himself with the other frontline units, even though those are just tank items with random Sterak, and this Hecarim probably dealt the most damage out of this board, even though it's Hecarim 1 with the tank items, just splashing everything around too.
Well, I think you're exactly right, David, with what kind of board we're looking at here. Finding all the Callista early on is absolutely fantastic. We know, of course, with Rakan being taken down a step in terms of power generally, how do you guys feel like this Callista board, or stacks up in terms of the power of the rest of the lobby we've seen so far?
Callista, in terms of power and like scaling, it really needs a good combat augments. It doesn't want as much items as other comps, but it's due to the level 8 power mostly relies on the Rakan and Callista. However, if you end up with items that are exactly suitable for Hecarim, the extra items come pretty handy, because often Hecarim can just out DPS Callista in this comp. unless there are some bigger tanks that Kalista can stack on. So overall comp strength is still pretty high because you play all the high quality units. Remember, Zilean is amazing, Hecarim is amazing, Rakan is amazing in that particular comp, Kalista is amazing. So you end up playing only few units that are not that good, and like we're gonna be playing like some sort of Tristana for a while. We're gonna be playing some Jax. But once we hit Milo, once we hit Camille, that board is such a high quality one that it doesn't matter it got nerfed 5 times. It's still one of the best boards you can play.
Ooh, Banshees here is going to be big for Bensec as well. Going back to the Kalista board, as you mentioned, Alan, the gold and level situation for Darkest, they were on level 750 gold, same as Solo, who was on a 9-win streak and dominating the lobby. So Econ looking very good for Darkest, and getting these 2 wins late stage 3 without rolling is huge as well.
Oh, Bensec got the best possible orb, on second best orb. If he gets good Anvil, like we want to see Mittens or Zonia. Silvermare? Ooh, I think it's Silvermare. I think it was Silvermare Hecarim. Even though it's a third item, Kassadin's pretty good. I think not going for Silvermare, which is so amazing in this comp. But again, we have already Banshee, so like the anti-CC kinda wears off. So perhaps going for the Seekers might be the better option for overall scaling. And again, you want 3-item Kassadin ASAP. You don't want to be playing for highest cap, which that could have been possibly the case. You want to be as strong as you can right now. The main issue is for Kassadins.
And lots of gold though.
I do want to bring up, David, just what we saw in that previous round there for Bensec. Well, we've got a very good setup in the Spoils of War, and in everything we could be asking for Bensac's board. We did see that against kind of a mega level tank like Wukong, the Kassadin just walked up to him, spent the entire round hitting him, and ultimately didn't get anything done.
You have a chance to play kind of the Kassadin and Kalista comp with Kalista as a backline carry. We saw with Camille from Stinky in the last game. So we'll see where Bensec decides to roll, what level. He has a lot of gold to work with. So I think he was maybe too many decisions that last round with all the different orbs and items. Couldn't roll in time. Now the roll comes through. We'll probably get a lot of strength with all these different upgrades. Ideally, Kassadin 3 comes through on this roll down. And then once that next fight comes through, we can see how strong he actually is.
Every 2 rolls, there is a unit for him! Why are my rolls like this? Hello? What is this? Look at him! Okay, now it looks a bit better.
You keep speaking it into existence, Alan. I don't know what to say.
Oh no.
This looks like my average roll now, thank you.
There we go. At least Bensec is decided to become more relatable there.
It was looking a bit too high, Rolly.
No, I mean, I'm kind of still impressed with how aggressively Bensac's played this lobby. He's definitely been very active in the domestic French scene, but I don't believe at least that he's one of the players who's managed to get the massive wins at the EMEA level, certainly compared to some of his compatriots, with France, of course, being the most dominant TFT country.
And Bensec also in cups this set did not have the best results, had around a 5.17 AVP, I think. Top 3 worst AVPs in the different cups, only 18 games compared to someone like Hoko's 55 games across the cup. So not the results he wanted, at least from tournaments. On ladder, he's been a beast, but we'll see how it translates to this weekend. Well, Kassadin 3 and Jax 3 might help.
Oh,
and Ash 3, sure, why not? Sorry for interrupting your upgrades.
All he needed to say was nothing, and then suddenly all of the units showed
up. You have to learn, Alan, caster cursing is very much a real thing, so you have to be very careful who and when you curse them on broadcast.
I mean, and finds the best support item, which is Cleaver. You exactly because you deal mixed damage and having it on Ash, providing shred for whole pretty much board once you get those casts off. Let's talk about what went wrong this game, because technically he had Kassadin 2, he had upgraded board, and something went off. He's at second lowest HP, and struggled. So the problem is he picked Spoils of War. Then he went in for the Fine Vintage. But the main problem was we had a game of, it was actually 5-component opener, but the game converted it into 3-item opener plus gold, and then those items got compensated from cracks, which ended up being a lot of components. So if someone selected a component opener or item opener, then we have like 3-item tank, 2-item backlaner, and suddenly Kassadin struggles into those until he's upgraded. So even though we had 2-item Kassadin, because he chose to convert Rageblade later to find Vintage, it was not strong enough and he was just bleeding, because he was not able to push through those front laners, because how heavy of item econ was the lobby, and Kassadin is really good at punishing low item econ lobbies.
Tough scenes there on the carousel. Darkest, very excited to pick up a Rakan, and Ging just steps in his way, picks it up with a tier, which I assume he wanted for the mage comp. But we'll see Ging now has a Veigar fully online, Shojin, blue, which is what we were expecting once we saw this combination early on in stage 2. But is missing a lot of upgrades still. Has not had the French Pandora's Bench going in his favor, and that's 26 HP now, so in a dicey position.
That's a very interesting spot. Sorry to interrupt you, Counterfeit. Do you have the decision? Do you put Morde on the bench to try to accelerate Veigar Vex, or are you trying to hit Morde? Because we are having one spot free, and we have already 2 stars free cost on the bench. And now he could make a call, do I want to put this Morde on the bench? And we see that Ging giga low roll this game, because his Prismatic Orb was double Golden Nico while rerolling Veigar.
And while having bench, so even less benefit in theory. But there it is, at the very least, Veigar 3 is found.
Yeah, no, I take your point though, Alan. I mean, Ging is going to be forced into a decision, if not this round, the next round. He's running out of money. He finds another Mordekaiser as well. He has 2 full duplicators ready to go, and he gives up on Mordekaiser entirely. He will have himself the 3-star on both the front and the back line. Worth bearing in mind, Zolgasang is also playing mage in this lobby, while Ging has snuck through and got on the full mage 3 stars.
This fight going to be so important. 14 HP should be enough, even if you get a loss here at the end of stage 4. But if it's a big enough loss, who knows what could happen here. The Veigar seems to be doing enough. All of a sudden, though, the walk-up from Veigar getting up into the business of the Hecarim. The Hecarim might take down the Veigar, and the Vex is gone. This could be pretty disastrous for Ging, down to 1 life.
Looks like a pretty solid Hecarim items. Again, those items are Giga Beasts on any shapeshifter. Obviously, very good item holder is a Hecarim. Once you get to the point where you can put it on some sort of Briar, which is just Zonya plus trench coat. So once we pop the trench coat, every copy can prog the Zonya, and this pretty much guarantees the copies to proc the first cast and CC, which procs Shapeshifter, which scales of the initial HP of before proccing Zonya, which makes Shapeshifter clones pretty much have 2k HP each. So we would be staring at 3 Briars at 2k HP a pop, which is really strong. That's why it's such a good item on the Shapeshifters.
King, though, in some major trouble here, because while he's got the Vex, while he's got the Veigar as well, he's got potential to put in that last item to bring it with, unfortunately, 2-star Seraphine online. I wonder if it might be too little too late. Zolgasang again is also playing the same line, is really hoping we had knocked out earlier as Lyris fell off the table, finds the 3-star Wukong. The Jinx Wukong board is coming online, and I don't know if Ging can get too much stronger than this in the immediate future.
He's facing off against Darkish, the Turkish battle here. Ging fighting for his life. The Callista double Rageblade now stacking quickly. This should be a bursty fight here from the Veigar. The Vex is holding on, but Rakan, we talked about it, so tanky with the Find Your Center, especially here as well. Can the Veigar chew through in time? The Vex is already down. The Zillion can't stun. It's going to be it. Ging, very unfortunately, but maybe some vengeance here from Darkish. The Rakan was stolen in the stage 4 carousel, and now Darkish gets his revenge, eliminates Ging in stage 5.
Yeah, worth noting, there was Camille with the Cutlass teleporting to the back lane, just dying instantly pretty much to Veigar, not doing anything with 3 items. However, the problem of this Veigar is he just does no damage. Like, double mana item is not worthwhile, sacrificing item like a Nashor or just another damage item, because we see Rakan 1 just didn't care enough about it. He got multiple casts off. It looked like more Veigar was just mana feeding him instead of actually killing it. Hence the result.
I check in with Lyris here, who is currently starting to dip a little bit. We did have the 3-star Wukong and the 3-star Jinx coming in, courtesy, I'm sure, in no small part, thanks to that Pandora's Bench. We've also got 6 Hunter in here as well. David, we do know, of course, There's a huge amount of power locked behind getting that first hunter kill in. It looks like in this case, it actually won't be too much for a trial to get the Jinx online.
We'll see if the Olaf can survive long enough to deal damage to disrupt and get into that backline. The answer is no. Wukong's still hanging on though. Can the Jinx scale in time? Can the Runons do enough? Looks like it is going to be just enough. The battle between the backline carriers at the end. Clemoon not happy with the result, unfortunately, but for Lides, I think really benefited from Ging also going to the 3-cost space. Easier to hit, especially with bench, both the Jinx and the Wukong early.
Yeah, we've seen that Clemu was kind of contested by Ging. Ging was holding those 7 Mordekaisers, so Clemu shouldn't be happy. Actually, shouldn't. He wasn't happy about being contested by the Ging on that Mordekaiser. And we've seen how even 2-star Mordekaiser with that idol, how tanky was he. And the really cool part about the idol is it doesn't make unit as tanky of item of its own. The main feature of the item is the shield is lower, and if the shield is up on the unit, it's mana locked. So if we are converting half of it to HP, and the healing obviously is good, but if we don't have a healing, we are less often mana locked, which means we're gonna cast more often, which results into being tankier overall, even without any healing. Often people think of that item, oh, you need to have some sort of healing. To get the value out of the max HP, but you don't. Just the fact that you are not mana locked is so big, but we see the Daisy on 1 HP winning. Holy moly.
That is astonishing. I mean, David, let's talk a little bit about Daisy as well, of course. You're an absolute institution in the EMEA TFT scene. I think a lot of players, one of their favorite players, currently doing pretty well in the competition. He has been to, I believe, 6 regionals and the championship a single time, but has always been part of the EMEA TFT experience.
And really had a great setup for Ahri all the way back in stage 3. We saw him winning those fights as soon as that stage started off. Had 3 items on Ahri already, and he really has not let go. He's kind of similar game to what we saw from Stinky. High tempo reroll game, and just has preserved so much HP in the process. Is almost guaranteed the top 4 just off of the HP totals now, even if he doesn't get any stronger coming to stage 6.
We see here cool decision making when he has seen a 2-1 spot, even though he has seen that Gboster has the Zoe from the War of the Wade. He's like, I have a good enough spot to play Ahri reroll, and I'll go for it. And it's a very important skill to have. Like if you have a better line for something, you should just go for it, and you don't look that you are contested too much. And we see the main reason of a headache when you are gaming: Salvager, million components on bench, not enough space, there is a remover taking up, Arcana thing, signifier on the bench taking up space. Like the worst part that can happen.
Go.
Yeah, they can just, you travel, there is like 10 components left over before bench, and you just tank 20 because you didn't pick up the items, because there was no space bench.
Yeah, the APM check. It's something we're getting there with Dasic board. It's worth noting as well, the higher education in place, so Dasic can potentially bring in a couple more scholars longer term to accelerate the power of this board, but does take the L there against Clemu. We'll never know, of course, if it was just the item diff coming in. Clemu will use that round to leapfrog into top position. Him and Dasic, they currently are 2 leaders in HP by quite some distance.
And what a round for French TFT. All 4 French players win that last fight. All 4 are trying to get into that top 4 of this game. Overall, France, I think the scariest country or region in EMEA in general, and we're seeing why. These players just really executing at a high level when it comes to pressure. Even Bensak, who I think you were talking about before, Alan, he was pulled in 2 different directions with his augments. First, high win streak with the Spoils of War, and then Fine Vintage sacking a lot of his power. And now he's hit that next big power spike with all his items now, giving support items and just really strengthening his comp.
Yeah, absolutely. On the other side, we see the Darkest went past 9 of that Rakan 1. He has that Cutlass Eon Triforce Camille, but the main problem of this itemization is she grabs an aggro right after teleport. So this makes like putting units behind Rakan kinda redundant, because by the time either Camille procs Eon and loses aggro, the units will walk up anyway, so you might as well be frontlining this Hecarim. And the issue is the Gargoyle won't be just effective. So you teleporting on the back with Camille, it's fine. You have Eon to support that, but again, there is not a single reason to put those units in the 3rd row. You might as well frontline them next to the Rakan, because again, they'll walk up. You are just wasting time on those units going forward.
We'll just want to bring our attention as we come to the end of stage 5, and the players will need to make those kind of micro adjustments to get those higher placements. As we have seen 2 eliminations over the last couple of rounds, Zolgasang and Gomester, both of the top scoring players in the lobby, eliminated in the bottom 6.
I mean, we've just seen Rakan from the box, followed up by Rakan from the shop, and now we see a flood of Rakans just laughing at his face. Oh, another 2, no problem.
3-star.
Darkest, it was Rakan 3. That was the play, right? Definitely when you're on 1 HP, trying to fight for your life in a game of TFT.
Yeah, just don't buy charms. Don't have gold to even buy them. But yeah, just cope. No problem.
Don't go for Camille 2. No need.
It's like the Tam Kench thing. You buy more Rakans and feed them to your Rakan. Makes them stronger. But Dasik on the other side, you see this board is pretty damn scary looking. This is the Ari board from before, the higher education. So you see the fight gets kind of stalled out. The higher education is going to kick in more and more. And Ari
still alive,
though. Double scale. Yeah, the front line is just about holding. There's so many backliners still left in play. Ari is a sweeper, but she can't get rid of everyone. Dasik takes the L. That means Darkest will stay alive.
Matchmaking so relevant here.
Can we take a moment to appreciate the Zillion 1 being a hero there, just stopping this Ari from swiping the whole board? This guy has been king since the beginning of PvE.
I just don't even mention it anymore, Alan, because it's just, you already know he's going to clutch up, no items, 1-star, maybe even not even having traits online, doesn't matter. Zillion's just the absolute beast. Looking at Bensek now, having to shuffle the positioning around, a lot of different support items to work with, trying to get the best possible positioning and trying to stay maybe in a way where Cassidy can wrap around. We'll see if it's going to be the case. For now, it's the Camille. Oh.
These are our 2 lowest HP players against each other. The Camille does get into the back line, but gets cut down. There's too much power, even behind the Ashe. The Callista is going to be able to stack up. We've still got a good front line remaining in place. With the Zara firing through, it's looking like Dark, as you can see, Bensai just falling back in the chair as Darkest, calm and collected, makes, no, not just top 4, but top 3. Dasik out as well.
We've seen Benzak sitting on the 50 gold, trying to go 9. Also, I support item popping off from the Anvil, so he could have gotten a lot stronger. I think there was a small issue with positioning. I've seen there was like double run doing, being positioned away from the Kassadin. There was no QSS on this Kassadin. I think there might be positioning some swapping, and at the last moment, the APM check got him.
On 5 points overall, nearly 10 points behind everybody else in the lobby, but is making what could be a huge comeback. You can see him leaning forward in his chair. He knows how important this round is. The Sugarcraft board on the other side is immensely strong. Olaf is walking up to and deleting the rest of the board, and that's not good for Canoe. Darkest is still fighting. If Darkest goes out in this round, that's huge for Canoe's extra point, and Darkest is gone.
Branch at the very top now, Clemu and Lides. Quite a few emblems on offer here for this stage 5. Not really too many relevant ones. Really just the Arcana here for Clemu.
Yeah, we see that players opt to go for the final. We see some rerolls winning out the lobbies. And even though Clemu didn't quite hit, because it's still more the well 2 with PT. Idol is nice. Warmog is kinda whatever, it's okay, and we have only pretty much just carry Hui with off-carry Bard. However, players often misjudge how strong is Bard and as a secondary carry.
Perhaps for the final part of Game 4, again, this is past the halfway point of day 1. No eliminations coming to day 2, but you could still be in a position that's incredibly hard to come back from. Clemu is trying to dig his way out of that hole in this game. 5 points so far means the first 3 games have gone disastrously. This time round, maybe it's a little bit different. The Olaf is still alive, but he's very low on HP. The Ezreal is staying up to the very tail end, going 1v1 with a Jinx and gets the hit. No, it's not quite good enough. Lyris gets the win. Clemu will have to settle for second place.
So really close. The way cast didn't quite resolve to finish off the Jinx. That was such a close fight for the Clemu.
And the big upgrade as well on the Wukong that now had the Stone Plate, for example, we saw earlier on in the game only had the Warmog and Double Vow. So we're able to get a bit more towards that base for Wukong, hold on a little bit longer. And the Olaf as well, especially, I think, just buying so much time, getting that extra takedown, coming to the backline as well.
All right, gentlemen, friends, we are getting our hoofs on. We've got 2 more games to come today before day 1 is done. So we're going to head to a short break. We'll catch you folks after that break in just a few minutes' time.
Welcome back to Magic and Mayhem Golden Spatula Cup. We just watched our 4th game of the day. And for some reason, I can hear me twice, but I'll figure out why that is. Take it away, Rita.
Did you shut down your Twitch stream, perhaps?
I did! Okay, I'll fix it. Okay, we're back.
There we go. We're troubleshooting here live, much like the TFT players are when they're playing the game, when they don't get the high rolls that they like in their own direction, right? And I think that we saw a lot of different ways for the players this game to really take a control over the game. Yet again, we got to see that high tempo play with the multi-strikers that casted in 2-on-1 fall, laid the foundation for Benzak's early game, then into that fine vintage transition into a top 3. Absolutely perfectly navigated the game, besides that final positioning trouble.
And if you want a more visual representation of everything that we just watched, we're going to just pop it on your screens right now and chat a little bit about what we actually saw. Wita mentioned a couple of things, but finally we see a very successful Jinx Wukong 3-cost reroll. Everything was set perfectly for Lires on that particular game. You've got the Category 5 Insta Hurricane Slam. You've got the bends. You can reroll all your 3 costs, hit that Jinx 3, hit that Wukong 3, grab that Olaf earlier on from the 4 cost that you get in your pool, plus the cherry on top, which is 6 Hunter. Extremely strong. Nerfed as we went into this patch, but still one of the strongest 3-cost rerolls if you hit the spat.
And a composition that Lires has been playing a lot of all throughout this season. It has been his most played composition in the cups so far, alongside the Rise lines, right? So really making great use of that experience on the line to navigate that. So you know what, I'm just gonna slam down this, slam down the intro, slam down that QSS, and then work with all the other items on the Cockmore. Like you slam those frontline items, then move one of those vows away, get to pick up the God plate from the Stone Plate, sorry, and then just like really just ensure his wick to be coming through. Great navigation of the multiple aspects of the Jinx reroll line, really great to see.
And if you really missed from the previous patch where you would load into ranked queue and 5 people would have a completely empty board to try and get that bow and rod and play towards Kalista, guarantee a top 4 with double Rage Blade, well, we sort of saw it again, obviously with a few different conditions, but full open board from the side of Darkest into that double Rage Blade on Kalista, spotlight on Rakan in the front line as well. I believe at some point there was a Rakan 1 even in the front line. He was able to tank so much. That was a great top 3 performance. We have seen a few 4-costs succeed this time around, and it has been primarily Rise and Kalista together with Rakan.
Yeah, I think that's one of the interesting things to kind of keep in mind here is that even Rakan won with that final Cinder was able to really stabilize that well here. And also the second time today that we do see this blaster line really also coming through here with the wave 3, really putting in a lot of the heavy lifting here. So really excited to kind of see this kind of unfold here. And also Daisy kind of flamed out after having a pretty strong mid game with that Arcana reroll here with the Soya and the Ari.
Yeah, we saw a couple of those as well, but again, another very big spotlight right here is that when you get a lot of AP items, there's only so many lines you can go into the early game. Currently, we have 3, the mages, we do have the Zoe reroll, as well as the Hui reroll that we just saw right now lose, but all 3 very, very strong lines, all very pivotal, and you can have multiple iterations of them, if you will, as well as the mage specifically, but also we have seen a lot of pivots, as I feel Solgizang was a little bit unlucky here. He had to pivot off of his reroll mages that he had, I almost thought he had like 3 out of 4 full mages, but let's have a look at the standings to see how everyone's doing so far. My eyes pinned onto the top spots because Lusha has been absolutely smashing it. Dude came in, he said, no expectations, I wasn't even supposed to be there. He went first, second.
I feel like we could just like make up whatever we want to do right there. I mean, we just create a story, right? Like we just once upon a time in the Magic and Mayhem world, the comps were going crazy.
This is Magic. You either see the numbers or you don't. It's like, I don't know if you remember like Harry Potter, there was like this invisible map and you had to do like some chanting on top of it to have the numbers. This is a scoreboard right now. You gotta speak the right words for the scores to actually show up.
Yeah, I have did you see the blue and black dress, or did you see the white and gold dress?
Oh, I think I was seeing white and gold.
Really? No way.
Yeah, you were white and gold for me.
No way, bro. No. No, that
I don't know if people remember, I think it was like almost a decade ago where there was like a dress that came up and it had like very weird contrast. So depending on which screen you were seeing it on, people would see gold stripes and white stripes, and other people would see blue stripes and black stripes. And it was crazy because it had the whole internet, the whole world divided. This is a score sheet right now. You either see it or you don't. It's either blue, black or gold, white.
All right, I feel like we might have the actual standings here right now. Brix, Bryce, and Lakoko, Wet Jungler all towards the bottom of the standings right now. Those are 4 players that have been to global championships in the past here, right? So absolutely stacked here. Just really a rough start here to the day. And that is not what you would like to see if you are those players here. But we are going to get into our top half here in just a second as well to see some very, very exciting faces there.
And let's see, again, all eyes onto Lusha as well. I wonder if he has managed to keep that #1 spot. He just actually lost it to Voltariax, our known performer over here at EMEA. A lot of people are saying slow APM. He says, catch me on that 29 points, holding that #1 spot for himself right now.
Yeah, and also Max Fun, right? A player that there have been some questions about, right? Has only really interacted with like the other sphere outside of the Russian server when it's come to the cups, where he's had some solid performances now, but really looks like he's trying to make a name for himself here. And a top 8 placement in the first day of play here would really be a strong indicator that he's someone to watch out for years to come.
And of course, we're going to have our 5th game just in a bit, but we couldn't potentially do it alone. Me and Wita are good, but not good enough. We need something else. So if I could please call in Alan. Yay! We got him! +1 to whoever got the reference in the chat for that one. And thank you to production for letting me be my stupidest self on camera. I love you guys. Thank you. Welcome, Alan. Happy to have you for the last 2 casts of the day.
Happy to be here, guys, and joining you. I was hoping when you were talking about Volta, you were saying that he's known, and I was so hoping you're gonna say, oh, he's a known high roller. I would be so down for that.
I would never. I would
definitely go for it.
You know what? No, I'm gonna come to you now, and I'm gonna ask you, on your streams, what were you really playing in solo queue? Because whatever you were playing, Lusha is doing the opposite, and it's working for him, man. Like, help us out.
I was playing Rise, that's why I'm sitting here today. He's not playing.
But unironically, right, actually I want to talk to you about something, because at the start of the set, before the 2 of us went to EWC, you were actually playing a lot of Ari reroll. Granted, it's a reworked Ari that we are playing right now, right? But you were one of the first people I really saw really put a lot of value into that composition here. And it's been a comp that we've been seeing a lot of players really angling for. Like, is this something that we're going to see too often in every lobby from now on? Or do you think that, like, the hype is slowly but surely wearing off? We're still really missing seeing it having, like, great success today so far.
I think Ahri in the current state is definitely underplayed. I think there should be guaranteed one Ahri per lobby, either variation. We've seen one of the games Opal went AIV, but the problem was he was playing 3-way contested vanguards, and the problem is he ended up low rolling Ahri, then he ended up hitting her. And the issue is that the board really stabilizes well on stage 3, and it's kind of cheap to roll on 5 and the slow roll to get that bastions and witchcraft. The witchcraft really puts up a solid amount of the damage on the board, and if you take it away, suddenly the board kind of lags if you are not hitting that Morde 2. And like hitting Morde 2, Rumble 2, Galio 2 on 6, it's not only expensive, but it's also just hard.
Also, I really like your point right there, both of you, Wita and Alan, for the witchcraft. We haven't necessarily seen a witchcraft crest being picked, especially through the Augments. Maybe it hasn't been offered yet. However, I feel like it has been plaguing sort of like the upper end of EUS solo queue. I've seen so many witchcraft emblems going around. Why do you think this is not the case potentially, Alan?
Well, first of all, we've seen a lot of prismatic arguments, and the problem with the prismatic witchcraft is it comes with a gunblade. So you are playing, you are getting an item which is good in a very limited amount of the rerolls, and you are not rerolling anything in the witchcraft. So that leads into just being bad. If there is a time where you want to play witchcraft, it's usually just from having +1 or playing from the golden type of +1.
Awesome. Amazing insight. Thank you so much, Alan. We are going to go straight into our game 5 of day 1. Wita, I'm going to come straight to you. I see some very known faces, Volta from previous ones we've seen, and we have Og as well. Who do you have your eye on in this one?
I mean, we gotta have our eyes on Voltairix, right, Alan? Because we need to figure out how he's gonna high roll his way out of this spot. You know, like that's just...
I mean, I'm pretty sure he'll figure out a way, some sort. I am already feeling here buried into somewhat the Forge, into Gigabees, let's say Vex. Some Locket Idol, just Immortal Vex winning solo against 1 versus 9 boards.
Yeah, the big thing about the way that like Volta plays the game, right? We're memeing about the fact he's a well-known high roller, all these things, but his entire playstyle kind of is kind of built around opening himself up to playing for the highest caps with like very niche stuff at times as well. Because while we are memeing about this and that, like he's an incredibly knowledgeable player a bunch of times. He has like a lot of knowledge about like random comps. Again, he plays the game so much because like he's a very active streamer, etc. Right? So like he is a very skilled player that also has very good spot recognition, I feel like, even if a lot of the times it does look like he's just high rolling, like we've seen with him previously.
Now, we have seen a bunch of openers right here, and I'm seeing particularly Elia, he's holding onto the Hanimansi unit. You've got the Nunu, the Blitzcrank, and the Ziggs. Is there any case you actually click on Hanimansi Crest when you have this start on your bench?
It depends on the third component drop. If it's tier or chain, maybe. And you have to scout how many players will want tier from the carousel. And if you're clicking +1 honey, you probably want to play it off tempo.
Oh.
So like if anything, you can play it from exactly this opener.
Tio just dropped. Just waiting to see what the first augment choices will be. It is going to be a prismatic. Oh, and a hard commit.
No. War of the Weight. It's time. It's Elia. He loves his units to be shiny.
Build a bud into polymorph? Yeah?
I mean, so like while you are memeing a little bit right on, like Elia is a very known reroll player at times here, but we'll go for the hard commit here. We'll get the fairy +1. Not necessarily like a horrible thing. Like it is an interesting one for sure, but it also does hard block you into kind of playing towards the Callista line, and we have no bow, no rod right now, Alan.
So this is interesting spot because let's go back to talking about the augment choices. When you go for the War of the Weight, you have to look at your items. And like you have to figure out what kind of 2 costs you can play with those items. And the great part is, if you got some sort of melee unit, you can always slam BT. If you get an AP caster, you can always slam Shojin. So you have very flexible items to actually pick War of the Weight. Because there are some item openers where you cannot just simply pick it. Let's say you have Glove BF Cloak opener. you are gambling your game if you pick it and you drop another BF from the cracks, you just go 8th. However, with this kind of opener, I think it's worth considering, and it's actually in this spot higher EV to pick Worth the Wait. The only issue is Worth the Wait has less odds of actually winning the lobby, and the important part is Elia might be short on points. So if you consider the points, and that he needs to have a win out to make it to the day 3, then hard commit gives you higher ceiling of getting points, but lower floor, obviously, in consideration to the Worth the Wait. And also, you asked me a question that 10 minutes ago and I already forgot, Wita, so you might need to ask that again.
10 minutes ago. I'll ask you a question before Wita gets back to his. How strong do you think Fairy is in the current meta? Because we did see a Fairy top 3, but that was pretty much a full open fort very early on to get your double Rage Blade, get double bow, get double rod, especially in a very heavy AP reroll meta that we are right now. The rolls are pretty much a rarity. What do you think about the hard commit and the fact that he's going to be getting the Kallistas and the Rakans and the Milios early on?
This might not be even the Kallista game. Obviously, it depends on the cracks. We don't slam items until we see pretty much cracks in this position. We opt for a bow. Bow is just most flex item. The cool part is you can just play +1 Fairy and play around something like Rakan Milo, and you just you use the Fairy emblem as a frontline item, and that provides you 200 HP because the unit becomes a Fairy, and then you get another item for free. It's also pretty acceptable when you play the Warriors, because you can just fit Rakan Preserver Warriors if you don't until you hit Milo. You just play around that Rakan Katarina and you get that emblem. So it's pretty solid tempo for like even stage 3 if you want to play around Katarina.
I assume you like the sound of that, Trouble. As like our resident Katarina enjoyer, the chance, the off
Actually,
chance
no.
we'll see Katarina on a board.
Listen, I'm
Really?
an OTP Katarina. I'm an OTP Katarina when it comes to League of Legends, but man, in this TFT set, I've not really liked Katarina at all. But I love the prospects here from Elia. Full open, straight into Kallista. No matter what cracks will drop, I feel like this is what happens when you see a completely full open board that wants to play Kallista.
Yeah, Elia is doing already a victory lap around the circle with the bow on Hui, celebrating the free cost bow. Imagine how tragic that would be bow on the Elise instead.
Yeah, but I also like if you looked at Volta's overview on that little graphic at the bottom of the screens here, right? He's also full opening, but he is using the tiniest Titan instead, so you will get some of that HP back. We'll get a little bit of an economy boost as well along the way here, so interesting positions for a lot of our players right now, and also Darkus with this builder bot working his way towards the Ahri reroll composition with that Poppy free in the front line already in the mix.
Let's see. Darkus has gone towards the charm with all the static shifts. Unfortunately, a little bit wasted right here. You mentioned Wita, Voltarix and Elia both are in a full open kind of scenario. One of them can regen hell. Voltarix, of course, the tiniest Titan. And I feel like the hit onto Poppy is a pretty good one. I don't know if you guys will agree with me on that, but I feel like Build a Bud has 3 only 1 cost that if you hit, you're like, yeah, okay, this is probably bot 4. And that would be like Jace, Ashe, and, well, Ashe if you don't have any bows, right? And Jax.
Then what you can do, you econ up, the stage 2-6 comes, exactly which one we have in the game, and it's time to roll for Polymorph.
Perfect.
You actually roll down for Polymorph, and you just play for 6 for 5th placement, unless you high roll and you get it early. But sometimes you have to do what you have to do. Like, there's nothing you can do. Like, yeah.
If I'm not wrong, I think I saw Dishope one time on his stream. He actually locked the Polymorph. He had it on stage 2-4, I think, and he locked his Polymorph until he had the 3-star unit to then bump it up to a 2 cost. Which I found it very interesting.
Assuming that was with Worth the Wait. Because without Worth the Wait, it's rather hard because he needs to find the unit,
Yeah.
I also kind of want to highlight something here. I know we have 2 players open forting that didn't hit each other, but we didn't get to watch like a single fight this stage after 2-1. Where every single time we switched perspective, we just switched into the person playing one of the open forters, which I just found to be kind of hilarious in a way. But yeah, 2-6, 2-7 now, coming into the mix here. Okay,
so we see that we've had Volta, Horo, and Elia going for the loss streak. And Horo is the loser one in this position, losing his streak, while Elia and Volta maintains 5 streak, especially if it's gonna be item heavy Krugs. Losing streak is absolutely disgusting, and it's a 5 item Krug, which means Horo rocking probably around 20 gold or maybe 30, no streak, absolutely terrific. However, Volta is in the best possible spot because he picked an Econ argument that allowed him to open fort while maintaining the streak.
You would say he's in a horrible spot.
Horo.
Okay, you really wanted to speak to say that one, didn't you, Wita?
Yes, that's why I marked that.
Okay, just to give you a little bit of context, chat behind the scenes, we have pretty much a chat, but whenever we want to have something to say, because of course this is remote and we don't want to be stepping on each other's toes, we put something in the chat that we want to say, and Wita literally wanted to say that joke. You know what? Good for you, Wita. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I also feel like Volta also really wants to play Jinx Wukong this game and has a Wukong 2 on free 1, so
Okay,
I guess
I'm
that's
sorry.
also pretty good.
Okay, we're talking about Alan Mimut as well, about Volta being the kind of high roller you see over in your solo queue. However, on 2-4, he had a Vex 2 in the last game, and now he's rolling onto stage 3 with a Wukong 2. What do you call that, Alan?
I mean, skill diff, PD, player diff. Like, you have a lot of names for that kind of line.
Yes, it's the Sanglia diff, right, Alan? I think that's kind
Yep.
of, that is what is going to be the case here now. Replication could be interesting. Also, Ascension, generally speaking, scales quite well with the Jinx comps. The fights tend to go quite long. Wukong is a very stable frontliner here. If we had an open bow and didn't have a rage blade, for example, a magic wand could also be an interesting option to work with as well.
Hear me out. We see replication. This is gonna be the gamble. He really needs a bow if he's gonna take it. He has BF, glove, rod. He was not willing to take the gamble for the replication. The problem is, if he misses, it might be tragic. However, glove was an extra out.
But could you imagine though, Alan, right? If he picks replication, gets bow, like he's never beating the high roll allocations in his life, you know? Like he's never beating
the
allocations.
god.
All right, and now we see also Enzo playing towards that very expensive Fast 9 Smolder plus Briar board. Now, of course, this is a board that also Disop made a big guide about, and he was a big advocate, and he was talking about Shyvana as well over in the front line. But I feel like this particular composition really does need some sort of econ augment right here. What do you guys think?
In terms of, it's more of so how is your Krugs looking? If your Krugs is 5 items, every comp kind of wants to look at some sort of econ argument. However, Enzo is being here supported by the solid 7 win streak, so you can treat basically his Radiant item opener plus Eon as econ because it benefits him towards the streak, and they're gonna make him stronger later on towards the stages. And meanwhile, we see Og hitting that Soraka free, rocking solid 10 gold on free. So I wonder if it's gonna set him back too far.
Yeah, that's a big thing as well. Also, as you're talking about here with the economy here, I feel like any players have been like playing a remotely strong board during the stage too, right? It's kind of been benefited from the fact that like we had 3 players trying to open forward, so really at that point in time here, you are just like going to be ahead in that regard. It's like having a guaranteed win streak pretty much to start off the game with here. But something that I'm kind of interested to see here is if Horo X can find a way out of this absolutely amalgamation of a wandering train that he got here, right? Like multi-striker blaster warrior or something like that I think was on that dummy.
Ouch.
That is far from ideal.
Yeah, that he's gonna have to figure out a way how to work around that. So far, it does look like he's going towards the way line with that one. He's got the shields up as well, which is going to empower the vanguards in the front line immensely much. Now, another person that I want to keep my eye on, of course, is Elia. Again, he opened fort at 49 HP on 3-4. If he loses the next 2 as well, he's gonna be on about 30 HP, 20-something, going into that stage 4, which is going to hurt, especially if he doesn't hit that Kalista and the Rakan. And Og, of course, we're seeing here, he's playing the Vanguard iteration of mages. We have 3, and that is one of them. He just hit his Blitzcrank 3 too.
Yeah, so going back yet to the spot of Og, even though he hit the Blitzcrank 3 and he hit the Soraka 3, there are two problems. One, he needs to push 6 Vanguard to get that board actually going, to be reasonably strong. But the main problem is his Soraka items is Gunblade, Blue Buff, Guardbreaker. Those items, while playing 3 mages, will not be able to king Wukong 2 even. So like, yeah, he hit now, but I think Og is playing for maybe 6 with this game. At most, given the spot. Again, I mean, the problem where the cracks drops. Like, it's not much he could have done about it. He committed to the comp, the more didn't help, so like, he's just stuck there.
You know what? This is very interesting. You talk about the cracks a lot and how they do form your game. And this is why it's amazing to have you on the cast as well, because you give us so many insights through a pro player's eyes. Now, I want to ask you, what would you expect? What would be the ideal comp right here from all the comps that we have to play when you do get cracks with so many items? Is it pretty much just open up your comp and play something that will fit the items instead?
Usually those are the comps that you reroll more than 2 units. So you can, the extra units can benefit of it, like just rerolls in general. However, we have also combs that do not function with only 1 carry. Those particularly are like a snowball melee comps, like you need Gwen, Fiora, let's say, Karma items. Like those comps actually benefit pretty well of it. But in general, rerolls. If you have a lot of items, that means you're not gonna have a lot of econ, which leads into you're not gonna probably hit on you can't go 8 and you're not gonna probably hit unless you had selected some sort of econ argument before.
Ooh, in a reroll meta, this is something that reroll players definitely do not want to be hearing about, right, Witta?
No, absolutely not here. And I just like to put back to the game here, looking at this now. Voltairic's still kind of struggling. Like he has a lot of gold here, but the resident gold he's going to get through here is going to be great here. Again, we are in a spot where this Jinx comp here for Volta can end up becoming an Olaf check all of the times here, right? And I think that I'm kind of excited to see whether or not, like, Ellen, would you stay on level 7 here? Would you go 8 just to have a better chance of finding Olaf? Because we're quite far away from Jinx free. Like, Wukong is a little bit closer, I guess, but like we're not like in like hitting territory next time.
If you are uncontested on the reroll, you definitely stay at 7 and you reroll, you want to hit 1 Olaf. But interestingly enough, if I recall correctly, Volta had BF, Glove, Rod from the components, and suddenly there is a Rage Blade on the Jinx, which makes me think that he had to reforge BF into Bow. Or he got it from Carousel and he got chained from the Reforge to make Steadfast. But let's play into a narrative that he actually reforged the Reforger into Bow.
You're right here. Lelouch is definitely going into a more interesting line of play here around the Callista, going for the 6 Bastion front line with just the free ferry here, having the Callista in the backline, having the Hecarim also do a lot of the work here. A bit of a different take on the Callista line than what we've seen from most people.
I feel like this line could very easily, because he's level 8, 30 gold at 4-1, doesn't need to roll, he can sack the entire stage at this point. You can very easily just go 9, play for the 8 Bastion, and also have something in your backline like a Rise, like a Nora, something that will constantly be pumping out damage. You've got the Rage Blade that works well on Rise, as well as the Morello to spread out that anti-heal. What the Forge is also very great, because you can get to flex even more than what I just said.
Yeah, what the Forge might be the double-edged sword. We see that choices are not too bad, but I see one main problem at this. We are playing Vertical Bastion, and there is not much damage. And those, like, I guess we put fish bones, and there might be just maybe more fish bones. Probably
double fish bones?
Hecarim. We need to pick damage, so I think it might be double fish bones. I don't see anything else to pick up. It's just Trinity on the... Maybe it's just gonna be Trinity, Kalista, and more tank. This item is pretty good with the Bastions, but again, are you gonna really struggle with the front line? The main problem will be the damage. You won't struggle with the front line. So I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of the...
Hear me out. If your front line never dies, eventually things will die on the other side, right? Of course, again, when you go 8 Bastion, your backline is invulnerable. So maybe you can get a little bit more advantage out of that one. However, again, do you feel like Lelouch is in a pretty good stage right now? Level 8, 40, his HP is 80. He can pretty much sack the entire stage pretty freely, right?
He can, I mean, I wouldn't say this is a great spot here, right? But I do feel like the damage starts to ramp up quite dramatically when you go into stage 4 here, and having that extra HP to work with is super critical when it comes to that kind of transitioning later in the game here. And also kind of someone else taking a consequence of that kind of damage ramp up here was Volterix. We could see it on the opposite side of the field here, Alan, right? Rolling very deep here and kind of still struggling to hit his board fully.
Yeah, most definitely. The problem is he's gonna be playing Cutlass on the Hecarim. This Hecarim is supposed to be his pretty much main carry for now, and this Hecarim will grab all the aggro. So I don't think he's gonna be tanky enough to support the damage. But again, if he goes backlane, it's a 6 Bastion Hecarim with mittens. It might be good enough, which we're gonna see when where this horse will be charging. But for now, we're gonna see some Elia that we actually hit the Kalista too. Only one Rage Blade. However, he does have Rakan with these items.
Let's see if Elia is going to be able to bounce back. 33 HP on stage 4, has 20 gold in the bank as well. He pretty much doesn't necessarily need to roll more at this point. Rakan 1, especially when you're playing against so many 3-cost compositions that haven't necessarily 3-starred all of their carries, is a pretty easy way to sort of get towards those birds and weigh your situation from there, right? Whether, depending on how strong the rest of the boards are, to see if you're gonna actually roll for that Rakan or not. He's gonna grab, funnily enough, a bow on... Was that another Kalista? Oh no, it's not going to be the Gaze. Volterix is going to yoink that one.
Yeah, I also had to skip the melee on the carousel Alan here. I'm not sure how big of a deal that is, but I guess the bow here is much more important.
The thing is, he had already Shojin and his really solid items to itemize Milo with. And we see the orb Rakan, which I believe had to come from charm called Queen's Gambit, that leads into... Whenever you win fight, it gives you the highest cost ferry. So he could have low-rolled Kalista, which he already had upgraded. However, he did hit Rakan, which is pretty fortunate for him. In terms of...
It might have been hard commit, right? He might have been hard commit, because it gives you a champion right after carousel.
He's on the flexible and the hard commit was changed. Now it's on the beginning of the stage. But yes, that's a good catch. There was a time where it was after the carousel.
Alright, deal. One Rakan off. He gets a Emilio for free as well. Next time he drops an orb. I feel like Elia might be at a pretty good spot right now.
Yeah, and someone that's kind of struggling a little bit here is going to be Brix here. The move in towards that Smolder does not necessarily seem like it's borne any fruit right now here. Brix really struggling to put together a solid game plan today. It does seem like you're just 6 points after the first 4 games of the day here. Bit of a rough one for sure for him. Horo also down towards the bottom of the standings here after trying to put together that game plan, but let's see how this is going to pan out here, because we have seen Smolder make some miracles over the course of recent memory, but...
This looks like a classic game where Mort asks, how many gloves would you like? And Briggs looks at the spot and he says, yes, please. Look at his arguments. Holy, that's a lot of gloves.
Wow, that is insane. Does get that Gwen too as well. The board, of course, has not necessarily been upgraded. Does have another one onto his item bench as well. Now, of course, again, this is a case of you want to play for Smolder Briar, 6 Shapeshifter, but this is a very heavy, costly line. You want that Briar too, you want that Smolder too. Let's see if all of these gloves, with all of the advances that they get through the augments, are going to be enough to try and carry him to that level 8, because he's pretty far away from that as it is right now. However, I feel like the lobby in general, I don't know if you agree with me, guys, I don't think it's peaked yet. We've got Wukong Jinx that hasn't necessarily peaked yet. We have a Bastion line that has a bunch of 1 cost in the front line. We've got Brix right here who doesn't necessarily have a composition that has spikes. So I feel like overall the strength of the lobby is not where it needs to be yet.
I mean, we do see the Jinx Wukong are 2-way contested, so it's obviously harder to play. Enzo and Volta are playing both the same line. Brix is, I believe, he's still looking for Nomzi to complement the Free Dragon, which is the true powerhouse when you hit Smolder. I'm not sure if he just didn't see singles Nomzi whole game, or if he just chose to sell at some point for Econ, which is always the better idea, because it's gonna bite you back, if you are, especially if you know that you are angling the comp.
Yeah, he was item holding a Jinx for a while here as well, so maybe that's definitely for sure has been a Nomsy at some point involved, I assume here, but EMEA gone to level 9 here, gets that 7th fairy online, will get that crown onto the Katarina here, making her the secondary carry, but no second rod here. We'll get the red buff as somewhat compensation, I assume. Our last whisper both are fine here, but not the ideal spot for EMEA, lacking that second Rage Blade.
That was so scary as well, because he had to reforge both before he ended up with the last Whisper. And of course, the whole reason behind the double Rage Blade onto the Kalista is the fact that she's the solo carry in this particular composition. Even though the Katarina has 2 items, it is Kalista that keeps the Rakan alive mainly and deals the damage. So that is a 2-in-1, so you need to have optimal items. However, red buff, as you mentioned, with or the last Whisper right here, is pretty good, do give a lot of attack speed as well. However, I believe that maybe if we do get a Rage Blade through the carousel and we grab a remover, we might just slam that one on instead.
I think regarding who is the main carry in this fight, Katarina might disagree with you. Katarina absolutely decimated whole board by herself, and it wasn't even close enough. Like, did you just see her? Like, she solo killed 5 units. And Kalista was out-attacking like Wukong, didn't even pull half HP yet. That was a beautiful lead done by her.
I would like to take this time to apologize. I regret what I said about Katarina. I take it back. Thank you, Alan, for opening my eyes to this experience.
And it's not even a warrior Katarina, it's just a fairy, random as 7 fairy Katarina. Like, keep that in mind. And the other side, we see a front lane Ezreal tech. Pretty popularized by the China. We adopt it, we realize it's good, and yeah, let's see if the Horo can take it down. But a 7 fairy, I'm afraid, is a bit too tanky for that Ezreal.
And we have a call to chaos as well from the set of Horo X. I would love to see what that one is. It looks like it potentially was rerolls. There is an Ezreal 3 on the board, but I'm not sure exactly. Rerolls or experience is also level 8.
Yeah, maybe it was just get Ezreal free from the argument, the convenient.
3-star 3 cost.
Yeah,
it was the 3-star 3 cost.
No, I'm just guessing. I doubt it was the.
Oh, we got
it was.
confirmation.
It actually was. We got confirmation. You were right. It was a 3-star 3 cost.
It didn't have to be necessarily Ezreal. Keep in that mind. It could have been a different 3 cost, which he sold for Econ because it just didn't fit the board. Again, I doubt it was just Ezreal hit. You know, like that's very unlikely given his slams. And what he was angling, because you have to keep in mind he was angling this since pretty much stage 3. But if that was in fact Ezreal, that is crazy.
You know what? We do love blatant high roll over here, so we're just going to assume that it was Ezreal that he hit through his call to chaos, so we can be peaceful with it until someone proves us wrong. If anyone can prove us wrong in the chat, please let us know.
Yeah, also not ideal here for the Ezreal, like for Horror, right? Like this spot has all throughout this game has been a battle to avoid going 8th when you look at like everything from the Wandering Trainer here, 1 HP back. Now the big issue is whether or not Brix will be staying alive, and he will not be. He's going to be eliminated right now here. And with the HP pools right now, looking at EMEA 9, Volta and Enzo kind of contesting each other all the way to a bot 4. It seems like right now this is going to be a really game-defining round coming up here next.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Og got a buried treasure into the What the Forge. We talked about it at the start of the game, that you can just hit the high roll, but important enough is that he had really bad items on Soraka, like he was guaranteed to go bottom. And while we can look at this, perfect frontline items, perfect, literally BIS Soraka, the Nami items are a bit suboptimal, but hey. Yeah. And Kench also following up with some fish bones. But that was definitely a big bailout for Og, and he's looking to probably go into the 6 Vanguard, or he's just gonna stay 3 Arcana. We'll have to see. But I think we might be staying at the Arcana because otherwise we might be a bit low on damage. But we see a lot of players being low in HP, so now matchmaking will determine who actually sneaks into top 4.
Yeah, and I don't want to be this person, Alan, but since you landed in the same cast as me, I will be this person. You did say that was maximum a top 5 finish. like a 5th or a 6th for Og, and Og is just about right here to prove you wrong by getting very lucky with his What the Forwards items and managing to knock Voltariix out. Again, this was a very contested line between Enzo and Voltariix, and they're both gonna go out on the same exact turn.
I mean, they were contesting each other and they hold hands like true friends.
Yeah, and as I was talking about here, right, very defining round for the overall outcome of the lobby here. Horo being able to win another round here with this mishmash of a blaster board with the Ezreal, with that way as well. Like, that is going to be an absolutely massive thing for him as well here. Now, getting the temporary blaster emblem for the 6 blaster, getting a more well-rounded board here, but just a singular round at least. This could be the deciding factor because Darkest, Elia, both of them on single-digit HP as well here, will get the straight-up battle between him and Darkest.
Ooh, this is a little bit scary always when you're playing against that Ahri. You could get straight-up one-shot, especially with the dual gauntlet right there. This is a pretty old start with the Ezreal in the middle as well. You're expecting to get the augment as well. Wasn't quite the case right here. Let's see if he is enough. If he can stay alive through all this life still to take down that Ahri.
Oh, CC.
Oh!
Oh, execute from Pyro hit in. Holy, that was close.
Darkest losing right here. That means we have now secured the top 4 of our game 5 of day 1. And that Ezreal seems to be so clutch. Now, Alan, I'm going to come back to you because I can't remember exactly the name of the owl, perfectly centered. We saw it on Rakan in the previous game as well. But it is what you're fishing to play around if you play this type of Ezreal with the Infinity Edge BT plus Hodge. Explain to us why you're playing with your Ezreal over in the front line.
This is just a source of, like, we have to remember that the way you generate mana is auto attacks or being damaged. In this case, he does not have items which support generating mana, which is either attack speed or another mana item like Shojin, blue buff, adaptive maybe. So we just put him instead of with the bunch of healing items on the front lane, and we make him sustain hero who just jumps back, because the way the Ezreal is designed, he jumps away from the threats, and this way we can make maximum value out of instant cast while he maintains still high HP and deals decent damage. And when he's one of the few units alive, he can actually clutch the fight with even auto attacks while casting. The problem might be the angles at the end when the rest of your board dies, and he might just be casting at the solo tank like we've seen last fight when he casted at like Shen at 1 HP.
Excellent breakdown, and let's see if Ezreal come out clutch right here, playing against the Lucius board. Level 930. What the cost into full Bastions right here, looking for the, I'm not sure, he actually has 6 Bastion right now, looking for that 8 Bastion Bale, and Ezreal seems to be coming out on top right now. Can he get towards the Kalista though? He is! Gotta get rid of 2 more champions, solo HP.
The problem is there is a Milo who already procced the Talisman out of Ascension. He was not clashing this. I know it looked like a close fight, but in reality it wasn't. Leluk, even though he didn't get much of a good items from the What the Forge, he did hit at the end the Diana, Milo, which are very important units for the comp, and he managed to stay pretty healthy throughout the stages.
Yeah, so a temporary random artifact coming through here in the Prowler's Claw for the time Kens. Also not like a great artifact in sense of just like sheer frontline power. Elia right now looking like the player to beat in terms of just actually having real items. I think is a big kicker as well, right? Like he's having real items right now. But it's going to be that Lelouch versus Orc fight here. Could send Orc out of this game here. Lelouch has such a big HP buffer to work with, has so much time to put together the strongest version of this board as possible. Could look towards going double 10. Could look towards just having a ridiculously strong roll down here whenever he feels under pressure.
Look at this Hecarim. So we talked about at the stage 4 about the Spectral Cutlass, if it's gonna be the good idea. But we've seen just Hecarim go in on the back lane, kill 4 units, and go just teleport back. No problem. And he was safe and sound. And that was just enough to take down Og to the position 3.
Now, Elia, full open reminder on his hard commit towards Fairy, full open to make sure he has the raise, but hits the Camille too as well. Has to sacrifice just a couple of units that he was not going to be using anyway. Camille too. getting that fairy onto her as well. That is a pretty capped fairy board right here. And let's see if he can beat Lelouch's full scaled up board. Again, Lelouch, level 9, 40 gold. As you mentioned, Wita, he can very well go level 9 if he wishes. He does have 8 Bastion. It's literally on his bench. He's just looking to go towards the level 10 first.
You will see the Lelouch position. Go ahead.
I was saying like he just needs to just stay alive. Like, he just needs to win one singular fight, right? And I guess that's kind of the same thing that you're kind of talking about as well here, with the fact he just has infinite time to work with. The big boon here you guys are talking about with the fairy emblem on this Camille is that it kind of fixes the big issue we've been talking about, right? It gives that proper secondary carry to this Kalista line, which it sorely lacks at times.
Yeah, we've seen there the positioning of the Lelouch putting Hekarim to cheese, trying to kill Milo, but 7 Fairy is so much HP on top of being Milo 2, just not being able to even pull more than half HP from that unit, and at the end up being just a mana feed to the unit, so he ended up having more items overall. The problem is, Bastion is just getting outscaled here by the Rage Blades, by the Kalista, and it's just having Milo items. And we're missing damage here. Look at these items. Look, like what are we trying to cook here? It's just not it.
No, but also like if you look at the augments here for a second as well, right? EMEA has that Fairy Queen augment, also has the Giant and Mighty, right? So there's just so much HP on this board, even if you disregard the the bonus from 7 Fairy here, right? It's so difficult to assassinate anything on this board right now.
Look at this Hekarim jumping in. Like, he's just not killing anything. This board is so tanky on top of the sustain.
Let's see, we also have Bis Rakan over in the middle, and unfortunately right now Lelouch's board doesn't have anything that bypasses that front line. We do not have the Noras or the Rises to get all the way to the back line. I feel like he's hoping he will get to that PvE round to try and get to that level 10, roll down his gold, get his 8 Bastions in. Literally, he is holding Nunu and Poppy onto his bench. He does have the 8 Bastions already. Level 10 is going to get secured right here. He's going to play his 10 Bastion in. Reminder, you get 2 invulnerable units in your backline until a couple of Bastions. I think it's 3 Bastions, correct me if I'm wrong, that need to be killed until that shield falls off.
Definitely has to position here a bit.
Yeah, that's note here as well as EMEA is like changing his board around here with that temporary emblem just to try to make a little bit of a stronger setup here as well. And both of these players needs this first place finish. 14 points after the first 4 games of the day for both of them. It would be a massive both of them to get to that 22 point at least and then have a great day 2 to work with.
This is really smart because look what Lelouch done. He put Milo in the second row so he can guarantee Hekarim a proc on the Bastion invulnerability when he jumps from the Cutlass. So when he jumps, grabs all the aggro, he's not taking any damage.
Yet, it's not going to be good enough for Lelouch. However, as Wita mentioned, that was a 9 fairy board. That means that the fairy embellishments were radiant for that round. It's not going to be the case again for EMEA right here. Unless he high rolls the same charm over again, which can actually happen. However, Lelouch does have the time to actually gather a few gold through this PvE round and try to get stronger backline units. Potentially, again, like the Nora we've seen, maybe some Briar coming through. We'll see what he'll hit and what he'll choose to go with.
Lelouch, we see the Reforger on the bench. We see Talisman already sitting. We might see some reforging from the Lelouch going on to try to get some better DPS items. Looks for the upgrades, rolls down. We see Zeraf, ignores Zeraf. Goes probably for Diana 2 Milo 2 at this point. And we see Milo 2, ignores Zeraf. And yeah, is it Reforge time? And we see Diana 2 as well. We see Zonia for who is it gonna be? Diana might use a better item than the Unending Despair. Like, we would rather have empty slotted Diana to get Milo item. So I wish we could see the remover here from her. Again, we need more damage, and this does not provide damage.
Setup of the final fight here of this game right now. All eyes on whether this Kalista is going to be able to be uninterrupted on either side of the board. Really, the Camille kind of jumping around all over the place here. Emilio dishing out those items now. The Rakan trying to stay alive, holding down the fort here for as long as possible. But will these 2-star upgrades on the 5 cost for Lelouch be enough to close out this game here? made great use of that additional time he was bought with that massive HP lead here. And it does look like it's going to come down to the wire, but it will be Lelouch coming out victorious here in game number 5.
And you could just see the nerves onto Elia as well. He was rocking back and forth on his chair, but apparently that was all you needed. You just needed Milio, and of course, Hourglass plus Talisman is the godlike combo, because Hourglass gives you that much more time for the Talisman to proc.
And you've seen that big Milo ascended, just throwing a present straight to Kalista, to the another world.
Wow, that was actually crazy. Congratulations, of course, to Lelouch for a fantastic game. Level 10 full cap board with the 8 Bastion. We're going to go into a very quick break, but don't go anywhere because we have our last game of the day coming right up.
Welcome back, one and all, to Golden Spatula Analyst Desk. And honestly, David, we had ourselves plenty to chew on in that previous game. I've got to say, the entire way through that game, Lelouch in particular, winning out that lobby ultimate overall, it's really easy to forget that he was running an at-bot cost game. He wasn't choosing his augments, but he still managed to make it work. Bastion Crest, and then ultimately the Forge, to even get the first place there. I think it's a great look for our Dragonlance regional champion.
And there's a lot of uncertainty with at what cost. You don't know what you're going to get in terms of augments with the Forge, even more so because you suddenly have to make sense of a combination of artifacts that maybe your board was not equipped to handle. In the end, he really did make it work. The very clutch Talisman on Milio, the Zions at the end, just an absolute joy to see someone who knows how to play TFT so well at a high level, make sense of a tough situation and come out ahead. Just really, I think Lelouch in his best form that we've seen in this day on this game 5. And Elia equally so. These are players who were both on 14 points coming to this game 5. They needed to mount a bit of a comeback at this final stretch of day 1, and they've done so. First and second for both players, really, really clutch.
And it's, of course, we've got plenty more to discuss with Lobby, but I do want to kind of to bring it first and foremost to the center of attention. HorrorX, a player who finished out in 4th place overall, a Chinese player who's been studying in the UK, but he has played in Chinese events before, bringing out a really interesting, slight throwback to the Ezreal composition, but frontlining the Ezreal, like the very risky version of the players we can see here.
And it's not just an EMEA player getting the CN tech and taking it for his own. He's actually a player who is still in talks with a lot of CN pros, is someone who was top 50 challenger when he was playing in CN pretty much every single set up until this last set that he's come back to EMEA. So really, it's interesting and I think a unique perspective to have someone that maybe is in tune with metas from different parts of the world, bringing his tech into EMEA.
For absolutely sure, but of course, to go back to the general larger picture from what we saw before, you mentioned the points coming into this one. Of course, Volta has been on an absolute run through this event so far, and to have Enzo decide to go into and contest him on the Jinx reroll quite as fiercely as possible, and then for them to exit the game in the same round, I mean, they've got the points to be able to maybe shrug off this game, but it was a pretty eye-opening thing for them both to go down in flames.
And we've seen it, I mean, pretty much every other game it happens. You look at someone in the eyes in stage 2 and you say, surely you're going to pivot off, right? And then neither player does. The pride comes in, and at the end of the day, it was a bottom 4 for both of them. And as Alan said, a hand holding because they are the bestest of friends. But very quietly as well, Og, big performance, 3rd place on his comfort comp, once again playing that mage line that he played so much of in Cup number 3 and really found him so much success.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fully expecting to see much more of that to come. But, gentle friends, we are almost to the very end of day 1. Remember, again, there are no eliminations, but there will be players in untenable situations by the time this day 1 is done. So, Wita, Alan, and Trouble, bring us in to the final game of day 1.
Just because you said it really kindly to us, we shall do that, Counterfeit. Thank you guys so much for the analysis and the breakdown, Counterfeit and Panda. You guys did a fantastic job. Wita and Alan, thank you so much for joining me for the last game of the day. Yes, thank you guys so much for joining me for the last game of the day. Now I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna come straight to you.
That you need to do. You need to press this button on the Discord. It's called turn on microphone, Alan.
Hello.
And then we can start talking.
There you go.
Is this working?
1, 2, mic check, 1, 2.
I've not even touched anything. Okay. So in case it wasn't coming through, is it coming through now?
Guys, they've muted me. That's not my fault. That wasn't me.
They've silenced devices. They don't want to hear the truth from you, Alan. Right? That's why you've been laying out the hard truths, coming in here, giving us the pro player perspective. All of a sudden, they don't want to hear that anymore. But now we're gonna go into a lobby here with a bunch of players that we haven't seen today at all. We're gonna get to see Kevin Parker on stream today for the first time, I believe. Here, right? The player that has had incredible highs and incredible lows when it comes to competitive TFT. Right? Has been 1 or 2 games away from going to a global championship, has that incredible moment with the Yones in Vegas that we all remember, right? But also a player that I feel like has been missing from the top level in EMEA for quite a while, but I'm super excited to see him back here once again.
Yeah, and Solo Kazang had a pretty solid start of the day. Hasn't necessarily quite been the case, an 8th place in the previous game for him, so he needs to start picking up steam right now. This is the last game of the day. There's not going to be any cuts today, guys. There's going to be cuts tomorrow, but the more points you accumulate through day 1, it will relieve a lot of stress going straight into that game day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, at the end of the day 1, you are kind of looking at like 31, 32 points where you should be very happy with. However, like when you're at 29-30, there is not the end of the world. It's still perfectly doable to make it to the day 3. And then anything below that needs to be pretty much playing from behind. And we'll see probably the players that are like 24, 19 even, will be taking much bigger risks to pretty much catch up to the rest of the leaderboard. Because again, they are playing for the top 8.
All right, so I'm gonna come straight back to you. I really like your insights as a pro player. They've been fantastic throughout this entire day, Alan. I want to come to you and be like, if you were in this position, if you were towards the bottom of the leaderboard and this was the last game of the day, knowing you do still have day 2, but this is gonna be a huge headache if you fall too far behind. You load into the game. What are you looking for to say, okay, I feel like I have a good feeling about this game?
Oh, I'm looking for Golemic Portal. What I'm referring to, it's a golem with the 3 emblems. It's by far the best thing to look after when you are rocking a 32 out of 32 placement.
So you're looking to high roll? Is that what it is?
It's more to piss others off than high roll myself at this point.
It is just like opening up the slot machine and being like, everyone that's like trying to protect their position are gonna be like, all right, Golden Gala, Prelude, whatever, maybe a gold opener. Meanwhile, you're just over there, Champion Conference, Trainer Golems, Loot Subscription, you name it, anything with as high variance as possible is like exactly what you're looking for as you're talking about, Alan, when you are in those like from like 24th in the standings and down.
Okay, I'm gonna take it even further. You load into the game, you sit on the Trainer Golems. It is Trainer Golems. What 3 emblems do you want?
I mean, what do I get or do I want? Because those are
What
the
do you
completely
want?
two different
listen.
things.
This is
Just
this
imagine
is you at
your
the bottom.
Volterix one time, Alan. You get to handpick your 3 emblems here, okay?
Go for it.
Arcana +2, honestly, just give me Arcana. Anything rest, I'll cook. Just give me Arcana and I'm happy. But reality is, I load up, I see Blaster and Mage in Kanto, and that's my emblems usually. So like, I'm sorry, this is like what I wish for. Yeah, it's wish at the end of the day.
I mean, hey, you chose it by sitting on the trainer golems yourself, buddy. It's no one else's fault, right? It's a gamba. Cool. It's an absolute gamba. You sit on the trainer golems, you deal with what's given to you. Of course, we have a very slight delay. We're gonna let you guys know as soon as we know what is happening. We had to very quickly remake the lobby, so we will be going into the action very, very, very soon. Now, I'm gonna come to you, Wita. Is there any particular comp that's either caught your eye or has not been played at all?
I mean, I would like to see someone be in high roll, enough of a high roll spot to actually have success with playing like Kame, Fiora, Gwen. Just because I kind of want to like, it's like one of my favorite compositions, and the fact like it's super flexible in terms of like a bunch of stuff. You can do a lot of really cool positioning things, like get the door into the backline, stuff like that. And I think that's something that we haven't seen so much because like there's a lot of prerequisites for it to really work, and we haven't really gotten any of them.
Yeah, and let's see just where we are at the standings right now, because for a lot of players, again, no one's getting cut today, but I feel like a lot of the players towards the lower end of the standings is a huge surprise to a lot of us here. Like Coco, 31st with only 12 points. Wet Jungler, I know we spoke a little bit funnily about the fact that Wet Jungler and Co, they had secret screams, they weren't allowed to stream, they just wanted to keep the tech to themselves, but I feel like this is a very disappointing first day for Wet Jungler so far.
Yeah, like you can just slow roll. Like it's at the end of the day, we have to remember it's TFT, and like even if you are the most consistent player in the world, if the rolls don't help you, if you have to play open forward, let's say 3 out of 5 games, and it's just like when you roll down, you don't hit, you are flexing between 2 comps, you hit neither. It's just Jover, as we say it. Not much to do.
And anyone catching your eye towards the top part? Yeah, go ahead, Wita.
I mean, the biggest surprise here is we are going to see him in the lobby as well, but Ella, like Max Fun coming in here, 30 points after the first 5 games of the day. That is a very solid average placement coming through from the Russian player, and it's always kind of exciting to see new players coming out of that space, because we've had Dasik there for a while. X-Crescent was looking like a really nice prospect for a while, then kind of went away from playing CFT at the highest level. But now it does seem like Max Fun actually is able to mix it with the best here.
I mean,
and I'm gonna channel my inner Impatious Panda here, and of course my inner Greekness. Yellow Tomato and Og, 25 and 27 points, very close to that top 8. Of course, they're working together. We've heard over and over again Og talk about how Yellow Tomato is a mentor to him. We've heard about that in previous sets as well, how he feels like Yellow Tomato has huge brain when it comes to TFT. He has taught him so many different things.
I mean,
absolutely.
It's almost a shame.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost a shame, right, that we've just left October.
The funny part is when we talk to the players, half of them mention how they talk to Og. And Og has like 2 players mentioned that he talks to. So which one is that? Is it Og forgetting some people? Or is this some after the Tactician recent cup win, suddenly everyone are talking to Og?
Listen, maybe Og only speaks to one person, himself, but a lot of other people are speaking to him, right? So you're kind of the source. People come to you, but you don't talk to them. They're kind of coming in to pretty much check out what's happening. Again, we're just having a little bit of an issue right here. We had to remake the lobby. So if you hear us yap about, this is why. We're going to get into the action as soon as we can. Alan, what has been the biggest high roll of the day?
Biggest high roll of the day? I think even though Og didn't place that much higher this game, I think he's what the Forge this game. Like that's the first thing that crossed my mind, and hitting actually bailout items, it prevented him from going like 5th, 6th that we talked about, and he ended up going in the top 3, I believe, this game. And I think that's like 3 placements diff is a reasonable high roll.
And Wita?
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like Volta just spawning in with Vex 2, I think was also a pretty big
On 2-4?
Yeah, it's like spawning with a Vex 2, right, Alan? Like, I mean, like that's all not quite that. It's also not horrible, right? So I think definitely that's one of the bigger high rolls as well today.
On that note, it's not even a high roll because it kills your econ. Before Krugs, Vex 2, you don't even buy it. Like, come on,
it's a theoretical high roll. Right?
Yeah, it's
that is what we kind of referred to in the past.
Yeah. Knock it off. Come back at stage 3 when I'm making 50 econ per round. Now, when I can't even make 20, nah.
So is it not worth, in your opinion, to make that 2-star Vex then? Educate our viewers that are watching us right now and they don't know a lot about how you keep your econ alive. You're playing towards mages, you're re-rolling your one cost, Soraka plus Seraphine. Suddenly, 2-star Vex in your shop. Why do you not buy in stage 2, Alan?
I mean, Vex you do buy actually when you play reroll Vex. You do buy.
Without him!
You'd rather get that Vex after 3-1, so you can make econ and get stronger. And like, did he 5-streak of that game? Because of the Vex 2, maybe he would have 5-streaked with the Vex 1 as well. And the outcome would be the same, but he would be richer. So is it a high roll? Maybe. Or going streaking with Vex 1 would be high roll while maintaining econ.
Okay, so would you buy or would you not buy the Vex? Because right now you've been caught in between. You said, he bought it, but he didn't make econ, but I would buy it. So a little bit caught right there, Alan.
I would buy Katarina. Okay, I wouldn't buy Katarina too.
Oh, okay, we wouldn't buy Katarina. I mean, okay, this unit kind of sucks. It's fine. Wita, what has been your favorite composition to see sort of unfold right now? I was about to say on the Rift, but this is like a board. It's a different kind
on
of
the Rift. We're gonna go.
Excuse my league brain.
We're gonna avoid putting Frescovi on Yone, and then we're gonna take it from there.
All right, you know, guys. You know what? I'm gonna pull us back from league. I'm gonna pull us back from TFT. We're gonna throw it onto a very quick break so we can resolve the issue, and then we're gonna jump straight back onto that game 6, last game of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back shortly. Welcome to Magic and Mayhem Golden Spatula Cup Day 1. We're just about moments away from hitting that Game 6, last one of the day. I'm joined by lovely Wita and Alan ZQ. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Again, we had a very, very small issue, but it's going to be resolved really soon. As you can see, this is the lobby that we're going to be going straight into. And Wita, I'm going to come straight to you. Who are you putting your eggs into which player's basket if you were to go into that last lobby?
I feel like Lococo is going to come into this game with a vengeance, right? He's a player that's had a really strong set competitive in terms of the qualifier points here, and will need a good placement as well to guarantee his spot at the Tactician's crown. And I feel like this game could be the turnaround, giving some good momentum going into tomorrow.
Oh, unfortunately, Alan, right here, there is no golem trainers. Unlucky.
Well, that's unfortunate, but hey, we can deal with it. So in terms of the players who I would bet on, I think I would also normally go with Coco. However, he's in a position where he needs to play first or eighth because he needs to be at least 24th in the regionals, in the GSC, to get to the enough points from qualifier to get to the Worlds, to the Tactician crown. So he might play a lot riskier, and usually when you play first or eighth, guess what? The outcome is usually not first, it's the other on the other spectrum. But every now and then, sometimes a person can pull it off.
I love that approach in general, where you're like really far deep down the numbers and you have to get as many points as possible. Again, no one is getting eliminated today. The cutoffs are going to start tomorrow. But as Alan said, you need to guarantee yourself a good amount of points to have the most chances to make it through to day 3. So let's keep a close eye on Lococo in general in this particular lobby and see what line he's going to choose to go for.
Kevin Parker here has shown some intent, I would say, by holding the Poppy, like the Poppy pair alongside the Soy. I guess this is kind of just like something that you're kind of forced to do, right? The kind of like the opinion of like which one cards are the correct ones to hold do shift all over the place during a set, right? In terms of just pure tempo, pure spikes here, but I do feel like with the way that the patch has been set up right now, holding onto these pairs makes a lot of sense in terms of going down that reroll line, but these items not necessarily lean themselves into that.
Those choices are kinda rough because the problem is we have some tempo, like we have one econ argument. All that shimmers is kind of a tempo argument. The problem is we're looking at the bow belt glove. So if you want to slam like a Nashor, you play AP, you might end up having to play Veigar, because if you try to play anything else, you end up with no anti-heal sometimes, no shred, and as much as Veigar can get away without it, other comps that like deal some sort of AoE damage, like Rise, really can't.
It's going to be the case right here for Kevin Parker. Again, he has that Veigar from the portal, which he is going to very brutally sell just right now. So could we potentially be looking for an Ahri reroll here for Kevin Parker?
I think it's Kalista.
Ooh.
That's a classic Magic Wand Kalista. Don't ask. I've seen plenty of those. Just pick up a Rage Blade, go for another bow from Carousel, boom. Suddenly Kalista spot.
Right.
Also, with the fact that we are making 10 here, we're not... Pretty much the entire the lobby here has quite a few intentions in terms of being able to go down with pretty strong economy with that extra free gold boost that they got from the opening portal in different ways here. So just to see whether or not that's going to be the case here now. Could even go down something like that Cassiopeia line that we saw earlier on today, Alan, being kind of piloted by Travis. So that's also a way of making use of the Rage Blade.
I mean, it's more so with a transition. You need, like, it's very rarely you're gonna be playing around carry Cassio. That's something you would commit after cracks if you're not sure, like 5 Cassios, and you actually you came into conclusion, oh, I'm gonna upgrade her even. Then yeah, maybe you would end up in that spot, but most of the time you don't want to end up in the spot where you reroll Cassio unless it's like a too healthy type of Syndra board.
Now this is my cup of tea. playing the shapeshifter line straight into that fast 9. You've got the collector, it's gonna make you money. You've got the double dragon, you've got Nomsy pair, you've got Shyvana pair, and Swain pair, as well as 4 shapeshifters sitting on the bench. So on that level 5, you can very easily Nomsy 2 right now. You can go straight into that level 5, play the 4 shapeshifters together with the Nomsy. It's a very, very strong opener. And actually, it's one of the easy ways to make that line work, right? Again, Bishop really did play that line so much and has pretty much written down all the details about it. He said very specifically, you need an Econ Augment to make this line work. It depends so heavily on hitting the Briar 2, hitting that Smolder 2. This is where you do spike the 6 shapeshifters. And right here, Solo Gesang is set up for success straight off the get-go.
So one thing about the comp is, like, it got, since that guide, it got nerfed like once or twice already, and getting to 9 in this patch is extremely challenging. You need to have the sort of opener as you Solo has. If he manages to find like Swain 2, he might actually pull it off. And the cool fun fact about Solo, he puts his backlane units to the other side always and swaps them always to the other way, never front line. So when you're scouting and playing with him in a lobby, you exactly know when he'll position, even though, and him actually swapping every time the same, it just helps you with the information.
Yeah, there's another thing that's worth noting here, right? Is the fact that as you're talking about the Conquest nerf, but most importantly, Shyvana 2 isn't that much of a beast anymore, right? As you're alluding to, the fact that the Swain 2 might be more needed to be stable in terms of the front line is a really big deal, because Shyvana 2, for that patch you guys are talking about, was unreal. Like, she did so much damage, so much work on your own, and that just really, as you're talking about it, and really like just made the comp so much easier to navigate. Oof. And when you speak about the devil, well, there she is.
She'll appear.
Imagine this magic mirror, by the way, just
Click
hits
it.
Swain.
Yeah.
Click it, click it.
Click
It's
it.
Swain. Aww,
There is
-1.
justice.
He's laughing.
There is justice.
He was laughing so hard. He was really hoping for the Swain right there. It's not going to be the case. Let's see if he's actually going to remove her that and place it onto Shyvana, if it's even worth it right now. But Infinity Edge is going to be slammed onto that Nomsy. Extremely, extremely strong opener. Now, if we look over to the other side, however, you see that Kubixon is going to be re-rolling those shapeshifters in the front line with that Syndra plus Cassiopeia later on with the Incantor's backladder. This could potentially also be an Eldritch +1, I guess, if you do hit that 3-2 augment.
So Solo managed to pick up the free cost Glove or BF, it was either one of them, finishing pretty much the best component on the best free cost unit he could have hoped for. I was debating if he would ever think of playing around maybe Ezreal this game, due to the fact that and Collector are pretty much his Giga Beast items. But given that he has already Swain pair, if that was maybe Mordekaiser's, or like he would have debated on the Ezreal instead, but given it's already Shyvana 2 pair of Swain, I think he's pretty much locked in to play the Shapeshifters and go for the maybe fast 9, probably roll on 8 a bit, but still.
Let's see, 3-2 augment, very important of course as well. For Solo, maybe he gets another Econ Augment, and that makes life of a Shapeshifter Fast 9 player much easier. On the other side, Max Fan playing for that loose streak. As you can see, he has dropped his Jax. He's gonna go on to, if I'm not wrong, a 3 loss streak right now with this one, potentially a 4th one for him. We're looking at his bench. He does have a bunch of multi-strikers sitting there, the Hecarim, the Kassadin, and the Kakali, and he's also gone Note Today. What do you feel like this augment does provide in terms of multi-strikers? Because we don't necessarily see it picked often, Alan.
It's a pretty good augment to play for the Kassadin or Hecarim. It provides the initial attack speed, which both units really like, on top of providing you an item. It's a great augment if you go for some sort of tempo. Playing it from the loss streak, you need to really hit on tempo. What that means, you need to hit on pace with other players when they are going, like, let's say level 8, and they are rolling. At this time, you need to have pretty much your 3-star Kassadin, or close to Hecarim, at least full upgraded board with Hecarim 2, when you can be still stable. But if you don't, you're suddenly gonna most likely fall off the bridge because of the scaling other boards you get.
And we have Jace 2 right here for for Solo. Let's see if he's gonna choose to potentially even level here. 4 Shapeshifter, 2 Dragon, 2 Hunter is a huge spike for the board. Has that Elise on the bench as well.
But in reality, I feel like there are no boards in the lobby right now in this matchup pool, at least that could even be considered to be threats, right? So I don't think there's any reasoning here at all to justify going towards that level up here. Won't be the case either. This level 5 board here with what doesn't kill you, leaning very heavily, I would say, right now with the open bow as well here, in towards the likes of a Callista line for Lococo.
And go on, Alan.
The problem is, I believe we are seeing now Coco matchup. There is a BF glove cloak. From this kind of spot, I don't think it's gonna be necessarily Callista. I think we might see a Cog reroll with those specific items, or just Hunters with Cog reroll, or just staying on some sort of 6, roll on 6, and because I think there is Jinx being contested. We see also Opal being sitting on the category 5 augment, which either leads often to Jinx or Ashe. But given that he's already level 6, one could conclude that it's probably gonna be Jinx for Opal.
Yeah, and also another thing to keep in mind here as well, like interesting spots here. Kubixen picking up the Shapeshifter crest, and Itra Infam also says, you know what, I would also quite like a couple of emblems to work with.
Ooh, and that is the perfect emblem right here for the line he's going for. That means that he can stay onto that level 6 basically and play the 6 Shapeshifters if he wants to slam that one onto his Syndra, which is going to do just about right now, especially because you want to stay level 6 to roll for your 2 stars. You've got the Shyvana, the Syndra, plus the Cassiopeia that you want to be rolling for, so that is a great hit right here for Kubixen on this line.
Cool part about this, you take out Cassio too, technically you lose Incantor, so less damage for Syndra, you lose Witchcraft, but the upside of that is you get way tankier, which benefits Syndra as well, because she just gets to stack more. So like, you are still winning rounds, and you are stacking more. The downside of that is, he didn't still hit Syndra too, even though he rolled pretty deeply. But then again, the same argument. Syndra 1, less damage, more stacks, GG's.
And those stacks are super important for that scaling, right? You need to be able, for her to have great success, you need her to be able to just absolutely, as we see right now, get that additional rift coming through here and stuff like that. And then we're going to see right now 36 stacks at this point of the game is definitely pretty much on curve, I would say, on, right? Like, he's going to be in a spot now, Kubixen, where this Syndra will be a real threat, but will need to find that Syndra 2 at least somewhat shortly to stay on curve.
And we're seeing Opal right here has hit the Jinx, has hit 2 Jinxes actually. One is on the bench and the Wukong for that front line. And it's very surprising how much that monkey can actually tank, even as a 1-star when he has the Gargoyle, of course. His shield does scale off the defenses plus the HP off of that Warmogs. Of course, it's not going to be enough to beat 6 Shapeshifters yet. Jinx is pretty weak with only that Hurricane from category 5 being put onto her. But later on, that does scale up. Usually when you see 3-cost rerolls, it's around Wolves that people will start rolling down. A lot of people, if they don't have the best economy, will start rolling at 4-2, seeing that next augment as well.
Interesting enough, there is a belt Olaf. I wouldn't be surprised if Coco goes for it and goes for the Hunters from this spot here, because we know he has double BF, Cloak Glove, which probably will result into QSS Sterak at this point. Could be BT Sterak, and just play around Olaf at this point for the Coco, given that he had lost streak into another Econ argument, so he needs to stabilize soon. However, we do see that he slammed already Rageblade and Last Whisper and has a BT open, so he might lean towards just putting all those 3 items on the Olaf for now, or he'll go straight up to Kalista and ignore Olaf completely.
Yeah, now that's Shyvana 2 here. Welcome upgrade for Kubixen, but not the upgrade that he really wants and longs for right now. That upgrade being that copy of the Syndra that has been ever so elusive for the young Pole for a while now, and really is that big one here. Kevin Parker also kind of just playing around the Wukong frontline with a Cassiopeia with 3 bows on her right now, trying to maximize the damage output while going to level 7.
So here's the thing, right? The pools allow for 2 players to reroll two-cost champions. Now, Tactician is running the exact same line with Shapeshifters in the front line. This time around, this one is with the Wukong. What is happening right here? Because we saw early on the first Ogma was picked for Kevin Parker. We're like, is it going to be, like you said, a classic Kalista where you just give AP to the entire board? It doesn't necessarily make too much sense. However, you see the Katarina and the Tristana being kept over down the bench together with Hecarim, so it does sort of insinuate Kalista is coming up, but you also have a 2-star Cassiopeia, which you could potentially reroll together with Syndra.
I mean, remember what I told you at 1? It's Magic Wand Kalista. We can see that he pre-levels, holds the units. It's never a reroll. You don't want to be playing contested 2-cost pools, because even though you can hit them because of the size of the pools, but the fact that you hit them behind the curve so hard makes you just go absolutely bottom, because you hit them too late due to them being taken out of the pool. Even if you hit them, those units are not that strong where you can be playing them contested.
And also looking around the situation right now, Gedosaur's found the only 3-star upgrade here being his Lillian, and no Zoe free, still on Ari1 as well, so not really in the best of position for this. Gambler's Blade will continue to farm him gold throughout the game, will keep him topped off in that regard, I do suppose here. And now we can see the Cassiopeia just does not have the damage to match what is being required of her, and the Minor Gambit pays off, Ellen.
I mean, so the Minor Gambit curse only affects you when you have at least 5 win streak, to clarify.
And very interestingly, Tactician was also level 6, so he stopped sort of staying level 5, rolling for the Poppy and the Zoe. He's going straight towards that Ari, as here we have the roll down for Lekoko. We said from the very beginning, Lekoko is sitting very low on points, only 12 points in 5 games. He needs a very big win out. The full open, down to 27 HP, 10 loss streak into Epoch, into trying to hit that Kalista. Has rolled level 8, rolling down the rest of the gold. Let's see if he can hit that Rakan 2, Kalista 2.
2 copies that found right now. Go ahead.
He hesitated on picking Charm. It's a plus. Oh my goodness!
What a shot! Holy!
I mean, now APM, we have a lot of components on the bench. If he sells Tristana, the items will fly to the middle and he won't be able to pick them up. So we want to make sure, okay, he put the crown first and the shield first, so the items didn't go away, and now he can effectively slam them. And now he's gonna be chilling until pretty much 9. This board is just should be good enough until stage 5.
All right, great hit right here from Lekoko. Again, only 12 points the entire day. He needs a big, fat W to keep his hopes alive for tomorrow. No eliminations today, but tomorrow is going to be a very cutthroat day. So Lekoko needs to be banking up those points right here. And he's got pretty good prospects, right? Because the Epoch Augment is also going to roll after Birds as well. So he's going to be able to try and go to that level. And he hits Royal Guard as well, which can massively help with the power spike through that stage 4.
Yeah, nice little pickup here as well. Now finds the upgrade for that Hecarim, and a real big question also being asked now for Tactician, because he did fight the strongest player in the lobby and has had to really gauge the power level of his board here. Has now taken the consequence of that, gone towards at level 7, picked up the Magic Wand for a bit more AP across the board. As we can see, Max Fun also finding some of his power spikes here with that Kassadin free coming into the mix.
We see that Solo is still rocking a solid 100 HP streak after picking up that IE collector on stage 2 on Nomzi, and that's exactly what you mentioned at early game trouble, that if you get to that point, you can just fast 9.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the best part of this composition, especially if you keep win streaking and getting that streak money alive. However, we are seeing a few compositions getting onto the roll right here. You've got the Lilia 3 with the Ari 2, one off of Poppy 3 as well for Jedusor. You suddenly have the multi-strikers coming online with that Kassadin 3. You do still need a third item onto that Kassadin. So Solo Gesang with his first loss actually here. You see falling down straight to that 87 HP. It'll be very interesting to see who he actually lost to sort of keep an eye on who is going to be the strongest in the lobby. I would take a guess that he's probably going to be Coco and that Kalista.
The part about the strongest might not be necessarily true, but the thing is, Solo might have been just going fast 9, so he naturally will fall off to the boards that just invested into level 8 roll down or level 7 roll down in terms of rerolls. So he just gives up on the streak in order to sacrifice HP, use it as a incon, and just go 9 for the complete win out.
Now we are getting confirmation here. So Opal, who beat Solo right now on a 4-win streak here. With just the Jinx 2, second game in a row, we are seeing this exact item set up on the Jinx here with the QSS alongside the Race Blade and the Runans, giving that CC immunity, giving that attack speed stacking as well here. Now Etra also taking a pretty big hit here on the back of this composition here. Now again, Opal is so healthy here as well, right? Sitting 50 gold, just living life, just on a 5 streak, trying to roll down.
Yeah, and Trace playing the flexible line. No, sorry, not the flexible line, the one that gives you extra emblems whenever you hit 7 different traits. But sometimes it becomes really hard to juggle, specifically if you have just rolled them out on your board. So you saw there was a bunch of champions onto his bench. There were Tam Kenchis, Rises, so many different kind of compositions around. You need to try and make the best possible right there, especially with your items too. Alan, I want to come straight to you. How do you pretty much pivot around playing with all those emblems? What do you usually keep your eye on?
Well, in terms of emblems, it's at the end of the day you have to play around what you hit, and even though you might have an eye composition that you want to go for, you have to adapt to what more sends your way in the shops, because again, if you try to force a certain comp and you just don't hit, then you might be going cave. On the other side, players often end up playing the too flexible, and they keep to hold too many units while sacrificing too much HP, and by holding too many units, they just bleed out too much. But in this spot, while we have Mage, Vanguard, Preserver, and another Vanguard, we definitely are looking to play at least 4 Vanguard, if not 6, with Galio and just 1 random mage, if it's either Nami or Nora, because the value is just straight up too big to pass on the +1 mage.
Yeah, and overall I feel like he's made a pretty conscious effort here of actually maintaining his bench being relatively digestible, right? As you're talking about here, has that Galio on the bench also playing around what's going on here. But a player I was talking about before when our initial break here was actually Kevin Parker here. Is going to be like the 4th or 5th players a day to die before Raptors right now. Will not get that final injection now, which means that all of the stronger players in the lobby will get to face each other sooner. We'll get to go through some of the weaker players as well that are going to be fearing a little bit for their life totals right now. That is going to put a massive span in the works in terms of tempo.
And as you can see right here. Go on, Alan.
So the thing is about Parker, we didn't see much quite his POV, but I believe it was just the classic roll down for the Kalista Rakan, while those units, like Rakan's being taken out of the pool, maybe not as much as Kalista, but yeah, just not hitting those units and the top going A. And the arguments like Magic wanting to the Rage Bait just don't help the case.
Unfortunate for Kevin Parker right there. The roll down was just unfortunately not good enough. However, this is a huge pivotal moment right here. Trey, he does have 50 gold, level 8, but I want to put your eyes over on Solo Gazang's board. Thank you so much, observers. You're absolutely smurfing it today. 70 gold, level 8, 12 XP off of level 9. This is where this board becomes a reality. He's got the Rage Blade as well to slam onto that Smolder later on. Briar 2, Smolder 2 of pivotal importance to be able to find them right here. He's going to have around 60 gold to roll, more than 60 gold to roll on level 9. 50 gold, 100 gold to roll on level 9. And it happens right now. 2 Smolders off the get-go as well. Okay.
Well then, we keep rolling. We've seen that he kept 70 gold just because of the augment that increased his interest to 70 gold, and we see he's rolling, buying this Olaf 2 in instead of holding for the Briar. Now, once you find Briar 1, you don't need to hold on Olaf anymore. You can sell him. Usually it's just a holder. So we see Varus 2, Smolder pair, and Briar 1. Very good roll down from Solo. Still maintains over 50, or even over 70 gold once he sells the bench. He might be holding on Olafs if he chooses to try to go for 3-star. He might scout it or just deny them from the Jinx players. And he ends up selling to just make the extra econ.
It must hurt so much when you're playing the Jinx line and you're stuck on 2 Olaf. Suddenly you look over to your opponent and there are 4 Olafs just sitting on the bench for fun. Now, of course, this is a board that hasn't even spiked yet, right? The Sterax is still onto the Swain. He didn't have the time to remove it, to put it over to Briar, but this is a massively spiked board. 51 HP, 80 gold. He gets the chance to roll down as well. Could potentially even keep these Viruses and go for Virus 2. And right now, I feel like, Alan, I don't know if you guys agree, but this is where you stop rolling pretty much. Potentially with that Smolder 2 and maybe even try to go 10?
I mean, at this point, you just roll for Charm. Like, I think he bought the Smolder a bit hasty. He could have just bought a Charm and bought a Smolder there. And he decided that he might be rolling for Charm, ended up not buying Charm, I believe. So they're just -5, as you say.
I think he has a Charm already. He has a little wand floating around him. If I'm not wrong, that means he does have a Charm available to him. However, again, over 50 gold, does have a couple of champions to sell if he wants to later on as well.
I mean, maybe we'll get to see Varus free. Maybe the unit actually will do something. I think that's a big one as well, right? It will be interesting to kind of follow whether or not, like, which way Solar Gazang will choose to kind of, like, spike this out in a way, shape, or form here. Maxfon and Lakoko also being eliminated. Pretty dire prospects for Lakoko right in that bottom of the overall leaderboards going to this final game here. Really need a solid placement. But as you were talking about, Alan, when you are in those spots, you're going to have to be a lot more risk-averse, just going directly for every single thing that could potentially put you in towards that top 1 spot, and that's not going to be the case here. And we also see Kabixen has found a way to make this board potentially be a little bit better, right? Has made his way here over to the Karma, with her having the Shapeshifter emblem as well. Double JG on this Syndra, but still pretty far away from Syndra free.
Yeah, couldn't find the Rage Blades right there to put them on the Cassiopeia, so he pivoted over to the Karma. Another Incanto, very, very strong, especially with the Shapeshifter as well. Makes it a lot more durable. Not necessarily the best of items right here. JG all over the place, and he's like 2 off of Syndra 3 and 2 off of Nico 3, so a lot of these boards are going to be hitting like a truck.
Yeah, we see him killing a good chunk of the units, even though it's a Prey Tracker with the Vanguard, being extremely tanky, and that's not actually just worked her way through those units. On the other side, we've seen the Coco went bottom from the board that looked pretty strong, so the reason behind that is just not having the double Rage Blade Kalista and having double Econ arguments, which was the most likely the issue for him. And we see another GG. Bixon might have just called it and picked another one to meme a bit out.
That would actually be hilarious.
It would be really funny, right? That gets like a prismatic gauntlet or something instead, but opts for the Ionic Spark, right? Needs that shred here to really help the damage trail through now. And while Gigasaur has hit with this board state here, we can see he is actually vulnerable to taking losses to other players in the lobby right now. Has Atra in his pool, a very important fight for that final top 4 spot. And as you were talking about before with Kabixen, Alan, the fact that Kabixen kills as many units as he does here means he's going to be able to bleed out relatively slowly.
And we see pretty demonic Nunu on the Jedusaur side with the JG. Gonna be doing those fat-ass crits with its shielding ability. But again, Jedusaur faces the Giga Trades Scholar board. We talked about how good Rise is with +1. How about +6?
I don't know if you're familiar with a lot of the League of Legends terms, Alan, but we would probably call this a Disco Nunu that didn't necessarily work for Jedusaur, because usually when a Disco Nunu is in your lobby, it doesn't really go well for your team. That's all I'm going to say. Take it or leave it however you guys want. But we do have our top 4. Solar Gazang, 39 HP, 4 win streak, 100 gold. hits his second 2-star Varus, and he has another 100 gold to roll. Still looking for that Briar 2. Has the dragon if he wants to pick it. And again, remember, because he has that first augment that did give him that collector, his interest goes up all the way to 70 gold. So he's able to bank so much. We have PvE round next round. Pretty sure he's very easily going to roll over to that level 10 and roll for even more higher cost units.
We could potentially see like a 3-star 5 cost if the APM is there, right? That is kind of like where this could potentially end up at right now, but with the HP totals being as low as they are, probably a very big pipe dream, but the collector keeps on collecting gold for Solo Gasang. Yes, Kabixen's run for the day ends here with a top 4. Very strong day for the current EMEA champion, but Solo Gasang, he's just set on 110 gold win streak. Gopal finally finds that Jinx free coming through as well.
And it must be such a great sigh of relief for Solo Gasang. He had a great start of the day. I think he got a second into a third, and then he had some 6th minus placements all over the place. And he has been the guy who's been labeled with, hey, you make it almost every single final and you can never win. So for him to be able to pick up a victory right here on the last game possible in day 1 of the EMEA finals weekend is going to be huge for his confidence, but also his points going into that day 2.
Hey, you can't be too sad about going forth with the Syndra 2 at the end of the day. And like, you can reroll Syndra, you can also reroll Varus, so you can see from a solo perspective. And now, just rolling for those 5 costs, we might see something like double just Briar on a 10. That's your probably highest cap. For now, just slowly rolling, looking what he's gonna hit when he's not in a rush nowhere. As a solid HP lead, feeling Briar 2 already, Smolder 2. Looking in the prime position to win, because this comp is usually a heavy counter to Scholars with that Briar 2 if she's fed enough.
See right here, Solo Gasang, level 10, 30 HP, 30 gold. As Smolder ends up dying. And again, this is another time where we see that Riot has this penetration all the way to your backline, does get to ignore. So Solo Gasang might actually have to resort to rolling for potentially that Varus 3 that we were talking about, potentially transitioning a couple of these items over from that Smolder to the Varus, because it's just 13 HP. It's just him and Etre, and it's going to be a tough one.
It's the Radiant Ginsus here as well, and that's going to be a nice little spike for this fight.
We see Etre in frame picking up the Seraph 2 now, having, I believe it should be 6 Vanguard. Yeah, that is 6 Vanguard. Having enough frontline to scale up for all that Milo casts, having 4 Scholar. This is actually one of the higher cap Scholar boards without 6 Scholar I've seen in my life.
Let's see, this is the last chance for Solo Gasang to redeem himself for day number 1, game 6, last game, last chance, 13 HP. He loses here, he's out, he takes that second place, and as it looks like Briar is going crazy, but does he go crazy enough? Smolder gets the executes as well. Solo Gasang leaves another Etre only on 5 HP. Next round is going to be the last one.
Now the last few optimizations will have to come through here. Now Etre and Farm has to find any way to make this board able to compete with what's going on the side of Solo. One last feat to the Briar here. But again, we're lacking that ever so important combat charm for Solo Gasang right now, Alan. Is that going to be a massive issue? Do you think the board is just as strong that it's going to just roll over anyways?
Hey, last fight, we've seen Solo hit Radiant Rage Blade of the charm, and he barely won. Now we see pretty much no combat charm, only 2 Briars staring from the bench, just doing a cheerleader work, and we'll find out shortly. We don't have the Briar cast, and she just got CC'd before. Now she started panicking, but that might be not enough. Like the 6th Vanguard is putting up work, and Milo keeps casting. And Briar already got to the back lane. Smolder died, but he took enough with himself, and that will lead into Solo just taking the last game of today.
Solo Gasang with his first victory of this EMEA finals weekend. Finally, he had a shapeshifter game that worked. He tried it early on, didn't necessarily work as well as this one. He finally gets that win for himself and for Germany as well, as we saw a lot of his German competitors getting the wins early on with Lusha as well at the start of the day. And it has been a fantastic day, guys. Wita, Alan, thank you so much for joining me. We're going to throw it very quickly into this analyst desk. Thank you so much for having me, guys. It's been a pleasure. Counterfeit, Panda, take it away.
So much. So we've just got the final juicies to discharge here today after an absolutely crazy final game. Of course, we're looking for our players in a second who have made it, into the upper echelons. Again, Panda, once we come to the end of day 2, while we're not making eliminations now, we will be cutting to the top 8. And while there are 9 places, it's very likely the players in our top 8 will constitute the majority of the players going forward to the crown.
Now, important to note, there is the case of qualifier points. There are players who could be in the top 4 or top 2 of qualifier points right now. Players like the Coco, who maybe don't make that top 8, but if they get enough positions, maybe even just top 24, I think is enough for the Coco, he could still make it to that crown next weekend. So there's a lot at stake still tomorrow, even for players who are favorites and who are not doing very well on this day 1.
All right, well, let's see if we can get those standings up for you, because for our players something towards the lower end of these standings, it's gonna be a huge fight for them tomorrow. And I think to be in that kind of position as a player, to know that we've seen players do this before, even at the the World Championship kind of level, pull themselves back up for the brink and have these incredible day 2s. But to be able to turn your mentality around and say, you know what, so many things went wrong for me in day 1. I know what happened and I can fix them for day 2 in a way that puts me above and beyond the players who are already doing well.
And of course, our players are not delusional. If they're currently at 14, 15 points, you're not making day 2 or day 3 rather. I think that's fairly impossible. But again, for players like the Coco, there's still a chance to make it to the Tactician's crown if they're able to secure enough qualifier points with the lead that they had. So there's a lot of math to be crunched. Each player knows their own specific situation and how much homework they had already done prior to this weekend, and what chances they have in that case of making it. The math, I'm sure, is very much in their heads. But like you said, I think the mental for all these players, if they make it this far, it is hundreds of games on ladder. It is tons of games in the qualifier, in the cups as well, to make it here. These are not inexperienced players. These are not players who have a weak mental. They know what it takes to turn things around.
Well, let's go and see the proof for ourselves. Our final standings from day 1. Again, no eliminations have happened, but it will be players like Bricks towards the bottom who are without too much hope at all. We're really looking for the players more towards the top of this page. Players like Lelouch, particularly ones who had strong finishes towards the end of day 1.
And I'll keep my eye out for Wet Jungler, for Ging, for Travis. Some of these favorite players were on 20 or so points. We've seen comebacks from around 23, 24, still making it to day 3 at Crown, and also sometimes at EMEA Finals. We'll see that's going to be the case as well. But let's check out the first page. Is Lusher still at the very top of the standings? Has Volta secured his spot in the number 1 position? If this is the case,
he has.
I'm going to go ahead and say caution to any Volta fans. I'm fairly certain, without checking, last set, the same exact thing happened. Volta was a beast in day 1, and he choked on day 2. And he did not actually do a very good job on the second day. That's what that was. Could have been Worlds actually, but one of the 2 big tournaments, this happened.
We're not Volta. However it turns out tomorrow, today is our day 1 top performer, so we've got to put it in there as well. Of course, we saw Double 61 also pulling out some great performances. Our players towards the top also ending the day on wins as well, which is very important to keep you in that pole position. He said it's all, there's a whole bunch of maths which are going to be able to figure out how things are being done. But we have got an Americans broadcast to get to as well, so we'll leave things with you guys there. Again, turn up tomorrow at 4 p.m. CET for day number 2. If you'd like to follow us, TFT, no, it's complete TFT over on Twitter, since we've changed these since then, but it's not not in my notes as well. Play TFT absolutely everywhere else. Links to all of the casters' Twitters or X's are in the chat at the moment if you'd like to drop us a follow. Thanks again to our amazing production team, our observers and admins for making today's event possible. Hope you guys enjoy the Americas Regionals, and we'll see you tomorrow.